The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Let me see. So I got some sardines. My horns, of course. A seal can't travel without its horns. I got my rubber chicken. And, well, my wallet. So I guess that's all. I'm packing and ready to go, man. I'm not so sure we need to go on the run. After all, we only have better to get Josh's word that he has any sort of mob ties. Huh, who is that?
Hello. I am from the New Jersey Cement Overshoe Company. Can I come in?
Forget it. Forget everything I said. We definitely need to go on the run. Why? He was just trying to sell us cement overshoes. Oh, I see what you mean. Looks like the cars were destroyed. I think we'll have to find a bus. We'll deal with that in a minute, right after I get on with this day in history for March the 28th, 2024. In 364, Roman Emperor Valentinian I appoints his brother Flavius Valens co-emperor. In 1854, Great Britain and France declare war on Russia, expanding the Crimean War. In 1910, first seaplane to take off from water under its own power is piloted by Henry Fabry from the Intang-de-Beer Lagoon at Martigues, France. In 1939, Spanish Civil War ends. Madrid falls to nationalists headed by Franco. In 1946, Cold War, the United States State Department releases Anschiessen-Lifenau report outlining a plan for the international control of nuclear power. In 1979, a partial meltdown of 3 Mile Island nuclear plant in the U.S. results in the release of radioactive gas and iodine into the atmosphere, but no deaths. In 1969, Greek poet and Nobel Prize laureate Georgiou Tsipras makes a famous statement on the BBC World Service upon opposing the junta in Greece. In 1896, Umberto Giordano's opera Andrenis Scherzier premieres at La Scala, Milan, with Giuseppe Borghetti singing the title role, Liberato by Luigi Illecca. In 1891, first World Weightlifting Championship won by Edward Lawrence in London, England. And that was this day in history, and while we try to get out of here, Well, let's get on with the shows. Bleh. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure with chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, what's all the excitement about? What happened, Lou?
Well, Uncle Mike discovered gold on his ranch.
Well, good for Uncle Mike.
Yeah, he's sending to Europe for some Englishmen with shovels.
He's sending for Englishmen with shovels. What for?
He figures England will want to borrow the gold sooner or later, and they might just as well come over here and help dig it up.
Oh, let's face it, Costello. Your Uncle Mike is a moron.
Oh, no, he's not.
No?
He's going to be a great scientist someday. Right now, he's working on a new insecticide.
He is?
Yes. Last week, he got out his notebooks and locked himself in his laboratory with 10,000 mosquitoes. He released the mosquitoes and was going to write down the mosquitoes' behavior.
And what did he write?
Nothing. He was so busy scratching, he didn't have time to write.
Just as I thought. He's as big a nincompoop as you.
No, he's not. Right now, he's crossing a rubber plant with a banana.
And what does he expect to get?
A girdle you can slide into.
You know, your whole family are jerks. Look, by the way, what was that silly-looking thing on the radiator of your car this afternoon?
Well, you see, I can't afford a radiator cap, so I trained my little dog to sit on the radiator.
Your dog sits on the radiator?
Mm-hmm.
Does he bark much?
Only when it boils over.
Well,
I gotta leave you now, Abbott. I got a job as a babysitter.
You a babysitter?
Yep.
Babysitters are girls.
Well, what's wrong with the man? My Uncle Jim Kelly was a sitter. He isn't around anymore, though.
He isn't? What happened?
While he was sitting, the warden pulled the switch.
Oh, get him out!
And there'll be much more of that terrific Abbott and Costello humor in a few seconds.
Take it easy. What are you so excited about? Calm down. What's the matter?
I'm worried, Abbott.
What do you mean?
My Aunt May is in terrible shape.
Well, what's the matter with her?
She's got hallucinations. She thinks she's a taxicab.
She thinks she's a taxicab?
Yeah.
Why doesn't Uncle Mike call a doctor?
Why should he? She gets him to work faster than the Sunset bus.
How long has Uncle Mike and Aunt May been married, Lou?
Well, it's just 20 years since they went on a honeymoon. Aunt May went to Niagara Falls, and Uncle Mike went to Miami.
Wait a minute. You mean they weren't together on their honeymoon?
No, Uncle Mike said that a honeymoon is the happiest time of your life, and why let marriage spoil it?
Well, it's wonderful to think that your Aunt May and your Uncle Mike have been married for 20 years.
Yeah. But really, Abbott, what's wonderful about it? Uncle Mike thought she loved him, but for the whole 20 years she hated him. Hated him like poison. And now they have 17 children.
Wait a minute. If she hated him, why did they have 17 children?
Well, it was her idea. She was just trying to lose him in a crowd.
Is Aunt May mean to him, Lou?
Well, she beats him up all the time. He wouldn't mind it if it wasn't for the children.
The children?
Yeah, they beat him, too.
He must be really henpecked.
Yes, he is. She tries to keep him in the house every night. Saturday, when he started to take his bath, she put 6 boxes of Jell-O in the tub so he'd get stuck. Luckily, it was raspberry, and he ate his way out.
Well, they don't have a very happy home life, do they, Lou?
No. Saturday night, Uncle Mike played pinochle all afternoon, and when he came home at 6 o'clock, there was no dinner on the table.
Well, where was your Aunt May?
Down at the bowling alley. She's down there 7 days a week.
Well, that's a shame.
Yep, Uncle Mike should have never got her that job setting pins.
Well, look, wasn't your Uncle Mike married once before?
Yeah, but his first wife passed away.
Well, now that's too bad.
Uncle Mike had such a tough time collecting the insurance that sometimes he almost wishes she hasn't died.
What did your Uncle Mike do before he got married, Lou?
Well, he was quite a Romeo, Abbott. For 2 years, he carried a torch for a girl in Pennsylvania.
He carried a torch for a girl in Pennsylvania?
She was a coal miner, and it gets pretty dark in those tunnels.
Didn't he ever work for a living?
Sure, he had a job in a canned soup factory. He was in the chicken soup division. He was a dragger.
Now, wait a minute. What are the duties of a dragger in a canned soup factory?
Very simple. When a 1,000-gallon tank of hot water was ready, he'd drag a chicken through it.
Well, it's no wonder your Aunt May fights with Uncle Mike.
Yeah. You should have seen Aunt May Sunday night, Abbott. She was so mad at Mike that she said she was going to pack her suitcases and leave him forever. Now he's really worried.
He is?
Yep. She ain't even started to pack her suitcases yet.
What a couple they are. Mike isn't a bad-looking guy, but I can't see what he ever saw in your Aunt May.
She was very popular in Patterson when she was a young girl.
She was?
Yes, the Patterson Electric and Power Company voted her Miss Alternating Current of 1915.
Costello, that's about the year you were born back in Patterson, isn't it?
Yes. I'm Patterson's favorite son.
What do you mean?
Just last week, the people of Patterson erected a statue in the very spot where I was born.
The spot where you were born, where was that?
Right in the middle of the Greyhound bus depot.
You were born right in the middle of the Greyhound bus depot?
It was raining and my mother couldn't get a taxi.
Costello, you talk like an nincompoop. Tell me, does your whole family suffer from stupidity?
Indeed not. They enjoy every minute of it.
Hey there, Costello. I want to talk to you.
Mister, do I owe you any money?
No.
Mm-hmm. Did I ever give you a tip on any of my horses?
No.
Have you got a red-headed sister in Chicago?
No.
Okay, go ahead and talk to me.
Do you give away prizes on this program? Can I win a refrigerator or something?
Nope.
Well, goodbye. I've got to go hurry over to the Gangbusters radio show. Last week, I got $164 on that program.
Wait a minute. Gangbusters don't give away anything.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm a pickpocket, too.
Now I know where I saw that guy, Abbott. It was the 30th anniversary party. Yours. Remember you had a swimming pool filled up with bourbon?
Yeah, the whole swimming pool was filled with bourbon. What fun.
Yes, I never saw so many people going down for the third time with smiles on their faces.
Well, never mind that. The whole town is talking about my anniversary party. Didn't my wife Betty look beautiful? I'm very proud of my wife. Every man in town was fighting over her, but I got her.
Abbott, you didn't fight hard enough.
My wife is a beautiful woman. She hasn't got a wrinkle in her face.
She hasn't, huh? Then what are those things? Dents?
Costello, you know nothing about women. I don't even know why I even discussed the subject of women with you.
Well, it's not my fault, Abbott. I led a very sheltered life. Then I met a lovely little redhead, and I learned about women from her.
You did?
I'll never forget our first date. We sat on the riverbank in the moonlight. She moved closer to me, then I moved closer to her. Then the moon went behind a cloud. Then it happened.
What?
She let me tighten the string on her ukulele.
Didn't she kiss you, Lou?
Yes.
Did you like it?
Oh, boy.
How did it make you feel?
How did it make me feel?
Yeah.
Did you ever stand on a hot buttered waffle and have somebody pour maple syrup down your spine?
How did you get along with her, Lou?
Oh, good. The second time we had a date, I took her sightseeing on a bus.
Rubberneck?
No, but I tickled her a little.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Well, Viola Vaughn.
That's my line, Lou.
Take it.
Well, Viola Vaughn. I understand you bought a new car. How do you like driving in California?
Well, it would be. That's
it
yours.
would be.
Go ahead.
It would be all right if it weren't for the pedestrians.
What's wrong with the California pedestrians?
Well, I was driving down here tonight, and one of them whizzed right past my windshield. The dirty coward was pole vaulting across the street.
Sneaky devils, ain't they? Viola, why don't you take me for a ride down the beach tonight?
I should say not.
Costello, Viola's only kidding. She really likes you, but you've got to do something to show that you like her.
That's right, Costello. Do something brave.
Do something brave?
Uh-huh.
I know what I'll do. I'll join the army and help fight the British.
But we're not fighting the British.
That's all the better. That way nobody can get hurt.
Costello, you know, you've been acting kind of queer lately.
Hey, wait a minute. Come to think of it, you're right, Viola. Yesterday afternoon, I saw him sitting up in a tree in Griffith Park.
Costello, what were you doing up in that tree?
Signing autographs?
Signing autographs.
Yes, the robins thought I was Woody Woodpecker.
Costello, here's another thing. Why do you always carry an umbrella on your arm? Why don't you get a girl on your arm? You know, a girl is much nicer than an umbrella.
Oh, I don't know, kiddo. When you're through with a girl, can you fold her up and hang her in a closet?
Why, you simple-minded, no-good, low-down...
Now, just a minute, Mr. Abbott. Have you ever stopped to consider that Costello's reasoning capacity and his functional capabilities for logical delineation are coordinated, comprehensive, and negligible? Is it compulsory to you to abuse this poor, moronic, social incompetent simply because the poor slob doesn't possess the mental capacity of an imbecile?
But Viola...
Just a minute, Abbott. You've had this coming to you for a long time. Let her finish. Continue. Tell them what a slob I am.
Viola, Viola, I can't help it if Costello's stupid.
Who's stupid? I want to tell you something, Abbott. I'm always studying, always reading. I just finished a book called When Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman in Dracula's Garden, where the Spider-Woman killed the cat girl.
What's the story about?
Two bums living in the La Brea tar pits.
Well, I've got to go now, boys. I'm taking my painting lessons.
Do you paint?
Oh, yes. I draw birds with charcoal. I paint flowers in watercolor.
What do you do in oil?
Fry potatoes. Go on, Costello.
You know, Abbott, there's a girl going places.
She is?
Yes, sir. If she hurries, she can be the first one in line to collect her unemployment insurance.
Oh, get him out!
Now, while we take a 60-second intermission, we'd like you to consider this.
ladies and gentlemen, that singing star of the Abbot and Costello show, Hal Winters.
I'd like to sing a song that belongs to the month of January as much as White Christmas belongs to December. With Matty Malnick's orchestra, here is the Ralph Ranger, Leo Robin perennial, June in January. It's June in January because I'm in love. It always is spring in my heart with you in my arms. The snow is just white blossoms that fall from above. And here is the reason, my dear, your magical charms. The night is cold, the trees are bare, but I can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love with you. The night is cold, the trees are bare, but I can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love with you.
Hey, Abbott. I just made an important discovery. I think I can safely announce that Governor Dewey will run for president in 1952.
Oh, what makes you think that?
He just started taking piano lessons.
You know, Costello, ever since you started playing the part of Sam Shovel, private detective, you've got your nose in everybody's business. You've been as busy as an ant.
Ants are busy.
Certainly.
Then why are they always going to picnics?
Will you talk sense? What is that letter you have in your hand?
Well, Abbott, it's another fan letter. Listen to this. Dear Lou Costello, a Sam Shovelly detective, you are the greatest thing on radio. I love your show. But my wife won't listen to it. She says she needs you like she needs a hole in the head. I'm sending her to see you tonight.
Mr. Costello, there's a lady to see you.
What does she look like?
She's a short, fat woman with a hole in her head.
Oh, never mind. What is your Sam Shovel detective story for tonight, Lou?
I think I'll do one of my old Western cases. I call it the case of the general who opened up a drive-in and was caught selling horse meat, or Custer's last hamburger stand.
Well, now you're talking. Let's do it.
I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. I remember my first case. Three-eyed Magee the murderer. He had three eyes. He was the only man in the world with 20/20/20 vision. And there was my second case. Terrible Tony, the toughest gangster in Los Angeles. He was a bronze giant with muscles of steel and an iron fist. I had to shoot him. May he rust in peace. 15 years in the detective business takes a lot out of you. But I feel as strong and vigorous as the day I started. Right now I could tear Superman in half. But I don't want to ruin the rest of the paper. I feel kind of thirsty. I go to the sink. This Los Angeles water is getting harder every day. I glance out of my window. There's the headquarters of the Republican Club. On the window there's a sign, GOP. I just found out what GOP means. Gone out permanently. I look down at my desk. There's my new wristwatch. It's a shock-proof, non-magnetic, waterproof watch. The directions say don't take this watch out of the box. Fresh air ruins it. I think I'll give it to my secretary. What a secretary. She got the job the hard way. The hard way. She knew how to type. Lying next to my watch is my shotgun. I decide to see if it's loaded. I pointed at the floor and pulled the trigger. I looked down at the floor. When did I buy open-toed shoes? I reach in my coat pocket. Here's a wallet I found last night. I hope I can find the owner. A check. I check to see what's in the wallet. Here's a card. If found, return to Mr. Nichols. Delmar Hotel. Here's a driver's license issued to Mr. Nichols, Delmar Hotel. Here's a birth certificate with the name Nichols. Here's the pink slip for a new Hudson sedan issued to Mr. Nichols, Delmar Hotel. Well, here's $600 in cash. Looks like I'll have to keep the money. Serves that guy right. He should carry some identification. The name on the money is Washington. Now, let me see. Oh, yes. It's about time for my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, to show up. Abbott had a pretty tough week chasing crooks. Monday night he was held up on Main Street. Tuesday night he was held up on Broadway. Wednesday night he was held up on Sunset Boulevard. If Abbott would stay out of those saloons, he wouldn't need anybody to hold him up. Lieutenant Abbott don't have to work. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. This was okay until he found out that all the other kids had tongues. It's not easy to be born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Up to the time Abbott was 19, all he could say was Rogers Brothers, 1847. Before he became a detective, Abbott was a motorcycle cop. He was the only cop on the force that had traffic eyes. Real traffic eyes. They'd always look both ways before crossing each other. No matter what case Lieutenant Abbott goes out on, he's never stuck. Hello, Sam Shovel, private detective speaking.
Hello, Sam. This is Lieutenant Abbott. Sam, what time do the vaults open in the Fourth National Bank?
At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Not till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
That's right, Lieutenant Abbott. You can't get in those vaults till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Who wants to get in? I'm trying to get out.
Suddenly, my door opened.
Sam Shovel.
It was my pal, Lieutenant Abbott. He was scared to death. He was perspiring. He was sweating bullets. Lieutenant Abbott, how'd you get out of that bank vault?
Sam, I'll tell it to you all in a nutshell.
Can't you tell it to me here? I don't think we'd both fit in a nutshell.
Sam, I've been working on a series of bank burglaries. Monday night, the Kelly gang held up the First National Bank. Tuesday, they held up the Second National Bank. Wednesday, they held up the Third National Bank. So tonight, I was waiting for them at the 4th National Bank.
And you caught 'em?
Nah. Tonight they held up the 1st National Bank again. But enough about myself. Enough about my trouble, Sam. Sam, you don't look good. What's the matter?
I didn't get any sleep last night, Lieutenant. A burglar climbed into my bedroom window and made me get out of bed. I stood there shivering in my long underwear.
Why didn't you holler for help?
He had a gun, and I was afraid to open my trap. After the burglar left, I still couldn't get any sleep. I was worried about my brother Pat. He kept poking his head into my room.
Well, lots of guys poke their heads into their brothers' rooms.
On the end of a stick?
Sam, did you hear those shots?
They came from the office next door.
Who runs that office next door?
An organization called the American Society of Patriotic Americans for the Preservation of Freedom in the United States of all and for all patriotic Americans.
What do they do?
They're foreign spies.
Sam, look. There's the guy that did the shooting. He's coming in here. He's got a gun.
So this is the place I've been looking for, eh? Where's Sam Shovel, the private detective?
What do you want with him?
I'm going to kill him. I hate radio detectives. I hate them all. The Thin Man, the Fat Man, Ellery Queen. But most of all, I hate Sam Shovel. I'm going to gouge his eyes out. I'll fill him with lead. Now, who are you?
Oh, I'm just an ordinary policeman.
Eh?
Honest, mister, I'm not a radio detective.
And you? Who are you, fatso?
Well, I'm, I'm the... Don't stand there, Rabbit. Hand me my cookbook.
Cookbook? Who are you?
Don't you recognize me? Mary Margaret McBride.
Oh, so you're the one that gives out those recipes, huh? Mm-hmm. Well, if there's anything I hate worse than radio detectives, it's those recipe programs. I'll kill them all. I'll tear them like a hare. Get out of here.
Bud and Lou will wind up tonight's hijinks in just a moment, folks, after a little advice from this fellow.
Costello, are you sure the folks at home like this Sam Shovel series we're doing?
Oh, certainly, Abbott. Listen to this letter. Dear Lou Costello, other radio detectives get you to listen, expecting something big on their shows. Then in the end, they have nothing. You never disappoint the listener. You have nothing right from the start.
Well, now, that's quite a compliment to our writers.
Oh, sure. And I'm glad they heard that fan letter, folks, because our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Collin, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Leonard Stern.
And our producer is Charles Vander. See you all next Thursday. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. All over the world.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
And now,
here is a man who only wishes he could sing as well as I do. It's Bing Crosby.
Just travel along, singing a song.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney, brought to you by General Electric Light Bulbs and Fells and Company.
Hello, friends. May I present my charming partner, Miss Rosemary Clooney?
Thank you, Bing. I hope I'm not disrupting anything.
Au contraire, Rosemary. We are glad to have you here.
Bing, are you sure my being on the show with you doesn't inconvenience you?
No inconvenience at all.
Now, you can tell me if it does.
What are you stabbing at here, kid?
Well, I know when you used to do your show alone, you used to broadcast from a hammock that was strung between these two microphones.
I wonder where that hammock is now.
I think you're wearing it. It's attractive, though.
These stripes do anything for me, dear?
Yes, they do.
It's the new lowered waistline look that I'm trying to effect, Rosie. I think the fringes is in a happy spot. Don't you agree?
I can hardly stand it. Shall we sing?
Oh, we better.
Yeah. I may be wrong, but I think you're wonderful. I may be wrong, but I think you're swell.
I like your style, say. I think it's marvelous. I'm always wrong, so how can I tell?
All of your shirts are unsightly. All of your ties are a crime.
Don't like my thread. Well, if dear in you I've picked rightly, baby, it's got to be the first time you came along. Say, I think you're wonderful.
I think you're grand, but
I may be wrong. Deuces to me are all aces. Life to me just a boy's faces. Just open spaces. You might be Zsa Zsa Gabor.
oh yeah. You came along saying, I think you're wonderful.
Wonderful.
I think you're grand,
But we may just
be wrong.
You know, of course, it's delightful working with you again, Rosie.
I'm sorry you call it work, Bing.
Well, it's delightful work anyway. In fact, I might say it's G-E-lightful. G-E-lightful. You catch?
Oh, of course I do, Bing. You mean it's G.E. Lightful to be on the air singing G.E. light bulbs.
You bet. It's nice to be working for good old General Electric. They've certainly come a long way since Thomas Edison invented the first bulb. You know what they told me, Rosie?
No, Bing. What'd they tell you?
They told me that General Electric Research comes out with a new kind of bulb or a new improvement on the average of every other working day. I wonder what they do on the other days.
Well, you know, everybody has an off day once in a while.
Well, they got some great things, though, Rosie. You take this new, smaller 100-watt GE bulb that fits where 100-watt bulbs wouldn't go before. Now, there's something I can use plenty of. Ken, tell them about this new GE bulb. Here's Ken Carpenter.
It really is a great thing, Bing. This new small General Electric 100-watter is no bigger than a 60-watt and costs no more, only a quarter. But it gives more light than two 60s for only 100 watts of current. Now, this means you can have more and better light in dozens of lamps and fixtures where you couldn't squeeze a 100-watt bulb in before. That's really progress.
Sure is.
Yes, and like we say at General Electric, progress is our most important product. Tell you what you do, ladies. Just write down on your shopping list 4-pack of new, smaller 100-watt GE bulbs, so you won't forget. It's easy to see the best bulbs at GE. And now, Rosie, something tells me that it's time for a bit of melody here.
I can take a hint. I guess I'll have to change my plan. I should have realized there'd be another girl. I overlooked that point completely until the big affair began. Before I knew where I was at, I found myself up on the shelf, and that was that. I tried to reach the moon, but when I got there, all that I could get was the air. My feet are back up on the ground. I've lost the one man I found. I should have realized there'd be another girl. I overlooked that point completely until the big affair began. Before I knew where I was at, I found myself up on the shelf, and that was that. I tried to reach the moon, but when I got there, all that I could get was the air. My feet are back up on the ground. I've lost the one man, the only good man. I've lost the one man I found.
Now seems to be a good time for Buddy Cole and his musical demons to take over.
Thank you, Buddy and boys. Beamy indeed. And now I'd like to talk about some, if I may, about some remarks by John Robert Powers. Of course, you know who John Robert Powers is. I'm sure he's the head of the internationally famous, in fact, well, I guess it's the first model agency in the world. This expert exercises a great influence on women everywhere. So I thought you gals listening might be interested. Now, Mr. Powers' latest advice to the ladies is, quote, let's be natural. Beauty and age are a state of mind. Beauty belongs to no age. I don't know about you girls, but I feel better already. You know, this famous beauty expert, John Robert Powers, he doesn't allow his models to wear makeup. He stresses make down rather than make up. And he goes on to remark, quote, a natural woman will always be in style, close quote. Now, there's my idea of a safe prediction. No beef there, John. And further, concerning the controversial subject of style, he firmly declares that women should not be carried away by European influences. And along that line, he has a word for the male side of the household. Stand by, men. Here we come. Men, says Powers, should be more severe. American men have been trained to be obedient, to be only good listeners. Well, we've got to change this, fellas. Let's all speak up, even if we get slapped down for it. But to get back to the women, Powers points out that there's a nice variety in American women. They're not cast in one conforming mold. There are different patterns, different attitudes, different expressions of interest in the various states and cities, even down to the smallest hamlets among women. It's this great but pleasant assortment, I guess, that makes the choice of one so difficult. Not difficult, exactly. Maybe I should say confusing, huh? For the woman who would be beautiful, says the model king, she should remember the inner glow of personality as well as the outer shell of graciousness. Mm-hmm. Women should achieve skill in fixing hair, face, and dress to suit their personalities. They should also seek good posture and good carriage with grace in action or the mere act of sitting. They should develop a soft, modulated voice and, in accentuating their positive virtues, develop self-confidence. If a woman uses her senses to the fullest extent, she can have anything she wants. Yep, that's what John Robert Powers says. And can I tell you something? I believe he's absolutely right. I don't know how I got mixed up in all this, but I think he's right. But with all this, I'm reminded of an old saying that goes way, way back before model agencies ever existed. The saying, pretty is as pretty does. Now to the music. Here's a popular ballad dedicated to all the Powers girls. If I give my heart to you, will you handle it with care? Will you always treat me tenderly and in every way be fair? If I give my heart to you, will you give me all your love? Will you swear that you'll be true to me by the light that shines above? And will you sigh with me when I'm sad? Smile with me when I'm glad? And always be as you are with me tonight. Think it over and be sure. Please don't answer till you do. When you promise all these things to me, then I'll give my heart to you.
Bing, you grew up in a family of boys, didn't you?
Did I? I had 4 brothers and I had 4 boys, so most of my life I've been surrounded by male Crosbys. Why do you ask?
Well, I just feel that families with boys have a much bigger laundry problem than families with girls. Boys get so much dirtier. All that rolling in the dirt and sliding into first. It's a wonder mothers ever get their clothes really clean.
Ah, but you forget Instant Fell's naphtha.
I never forget Instant Fell's naphtha. That's what I was going to say. Instant Fell's naphtha is the saving grace for mothers with boys, or anybody who washes clothes.
You're so right. All you need for the cleanest wash in the whole wide world is water, a washer, and Instant Fell's naphtha.
You judge a wash by a simple rule of 3. Is it clean? Is it fresh? Is it soft?
That kind of clean laundry begins with Instant Fell's naphtha.
It's pure and penetrating. Washes out every bit of dirt every single time. No tattletale gray is left to dull your laundry.
For everything in your family wash, You can depend on pure instant Fell's naphtha.
For a spotless reputation, you can't beat the Fells family of fine cleaning products.
Well, my dear listeners, I take pleasure in informing you right now that it's 2 for 1 time.
2 for 1? What's that, Bing?
Two singers for one song.
Oh, that's you and me, huh?
Well, I don't see Nelson Eddy or Janet McDonald or Louis Prima or Keeley Smith or Mary Healy or Peter Lynn Hayes standing in the wings.
I guess we better get to work then, huh?
And our selection, ladies and gentlemen, is People Will Say We're in Love from Oklahoma. Don't throw bouquets at me.
Don't please my folks too much.
Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love.
Don't sigh and gaze at me. Your sighs are so like mine.
Your eyes mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love.
Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove.
Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love.
Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove.
Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love, so in love. All the people will say we're in love.
We gotta go now, friends.
Let's make a date for tomorrow, though, shall we, folks?
See you then.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood, produced by Bill Morrow and Myrtle McKenzie. Join us again tomorrow, won't you?
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. From the Great Lakes Naval Training Station at Great Lakes, Illinois, the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, Priorities Hope, telling you sailors to buy Pepsodent toothpaste and turn in your old tube, and your teeth will be so bright you can get a better-looking girlfriend and turn in your old tub. Well, here I am at the Great Lakes Naval Training Station. What a reception I got here. There were flowers spread all over the ground. And as I stepped out of the car, all the sailors applauded 4 times while I fell deep in the heart of an open manhole. You You know, when a visiting celebrity arrives here, they always have a big brass band at the station to greet him. Well, for me, they had a campfire girl playing a harmonica. Bob Hope, he said, well, we decided to skip it. This is the Great Lakes country. One more drip won't make any difference. I don't see why all the Midwestern people rave about the Great Lakes so much. We have the same thing in California and in midair, too. There were two old ladies down here this afternoon. They just saw a sailor for the first time. One of them pointed at the back of his pants and said, "Good gracious, Martha, a girdle on the outside." And these sailors here, I want to tell you, they're real he-men. I saw one sailor. He had so much hair in his chest. Every time he swallowed, his Adam's apple took a trip through the jungle. I didn't want him to think I was a sissy, so I walked up to one big sailor and I said, "Listen here, I'm tough." You know what I did to him? I made him carry me to the hospital. Of course, I got a pretty good physique myself. You know, when MGM saw Johnny Weissmuller in a bathing suit, they got the idea for Tarzan the Eighth. When they saw me, they got the idea for Woman of the Year. But a lot of these sailors sleep in hammocks. You know what a hammock is? That's government issue curvature of the spine. My uncle is a great sailor. He still keeps up the old traditions. The other night he went down with his schooner right on the floor of the Clayton Bar. But I like Chicago, though, because they're really baseball mad here. And believe me, they got something to be mad about. And it's really windy here on the shore of Lake Michigan. Skinny Ennis walked out on the beach today and stretched his arms. And 10 minutes later, they shot him down over Gary, Indiana. But I'm sure enjoying this trip in the Hollywood Victory Caravan. Because of the emergency, people are asked to only carry the most valuable baggage on trains with them. And all I'm taking is my pajamas, my wallet, my toothbrush, and spare tire. This rubber shortage is really terrific. I stayed at the Ambassador Hotel last night, and during the night, a guy broke into my room, jacked me up, and stole my hot water bottle. And now Larry Keating.
All right, Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, all you regular listeners to the Double or Nothing program know...
Wait a minute, Larry. This is not the Double or Nothing program.
Oh, it is this week, Bob. Because if you want to get double value for your money without gambling, here's a sure thing. Pepsodent's new 50-tuft toothbrush has double the number of tufts, twice as many as any other brush in a small, compact head. Tufts now improved with sturdier, more durable nylon bristles. Double the number of tufts in brushing contact with your teeth. Double the cleansing power and double the pleasure. You not only get a brush that's a pleasure to use and doubly effective as an aid to healthy, sparkling teeth, you get a cash certificate besides. You can use this cash certificate in place of a dime for any item in the store costing 10 cents or more. Drugs, cosmetics, anything you want. Get a 50-tuft toothbrush for every member of the family. With each brush, packed right in the sealed glass container, is the cash certificate worth 10 cents in extra spending money. So outfit each member of your family with the Pepsodent 50-tuft toothbrush. You give them doubly efficient aid to healthy, sparkling teeth, and you help to protect their smiles.
Here's Francis Langford singing "Somebody Else Has Taken My Place."
Somebody else is taking my place. Somebody else now shares your embrace. While I am trying to keep from crying, you go around with a smile on your face. Little you care for vows that you made. Little you care how much I have paid. My heart is aching Somebody's taking my place. Little you care for vows that you made. Little you care how much I have paid. My heart is aching. My heart is breaking. For somebody's taking my place. Somebody's taking my
That was Francis Langford singing Somebody Else Has Taken My Place. Wait till I hear you at the Chicago Stadium tomorrow night with the Hollywood Victory Caravan. They'll love you there, too, Francis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you one of Hollywood's most vivacious and glamorous screen stars and one of our fellow travelers on the Victory train, Miss Claudette Colbert.
Thank you, Bob.
Well, Claudette, how do you like it here at the Great Lakes Naval Training Station with all these handsome sailors?
Oh, it's wonderful, Bob. By the way, how do you get acquainted with a sailor?
Well, in your case, just... In your case, just walk by the barracks without a bodyguard, that's all. I knew I'd never get to that line.
What do you mean, Bob? Don't they even wait for an introduction?
What?
Don't they even wait for an introduction?
Listen, Claudette, once a sailor was cast away on a desert island in the middle of the ocean with a beautiful blonde. He was just about to say, "Pardon me, have we been introduced?" And before he could say pardon, the Marines had landed. Thank you, fellas. I'll do the same for you sometime. Thank you. But you know, Claudette... I hope my agent has 10% of this throat. But you know, Claudette, this is one of the best places in the world to train to be sailors. These boys have got a wonderful lake, haven't they?
Well, don't be jealous, Bob. You've got quite a bay there yourself. Look, just compare your physique with those fellows out there. Just look how hardy they are.
So what? Look at me. I'm hardy.
Bob, there's quite a difference between hardy and lardy. But then perhaps you're not as young as you used to be.
Well, I don't know why you say I'm not young. I bet I'm as young as any of these sailors.
You are not. I've seen these sailors, and they have American flags tattooed on their arms.
Well, I've got an American flag tattooed on my arm.
I know, but theirs have more than 13 stars.
So have I, if you want to count the dimples. You know, Claudette... you know... Claudette, I'm glad to be here, and I'm really thrilled about it.
I understand, but that's no reason to make a show of yourself dancing the sailor's hornpipe on Michigan Boulevard.
Oh, that wasn't the sailor's hornpipe. I was running after a bus when my suspenders broke. Say, just look at all those fellas out there training to be sailors. Gee, how often they must hear those words, those wonderful, impressive words.
You mean all hands on deck?
No, I mean those words so dear to the heart of any naval man. Roll 'em, brother, you're fated.
Bob, that reminds me, I heard a peculiar rumor. Of course, I don't believe it, but I heard that soldiers and sailors like to shoot craps.
No. What a vicious rumor. Of course it isn't true. Of course, I have heard of one regiment that shot craps so often they had the only sailors in the Navy who'd stand at attention in a kneeling position. Claudette, I want to welcome you to the Pepsin Show, and I think you really deserve a lot of thanks for taking time out from your work on the Hollywood Victory Tour for Army and Navy Relief to come over here. You know, I wanted to meet you the minute I saw you on the train.
I thought you did, Bob.
Really? How could you tell?
Oh, I don't know. It was just something about the way you kept walking by and dropping your handkerchief. I'm positive you were flirting with me, Bob.
Well, maybe I did have a slight gleam in my eye.
Slight gleam? That's the first time the super chief ever came into Chicago with 2 headlights. Bob, you actually embarrassed me. I don't mind having an admirer, but, you followed me all over the train wherever I went.
Was I that bad?
You certainly were. The only way I could get rid of you was to go in the dining car. And when we finally did go in the dining car, you were so noisy.
I was noisy in the dining car?
Well, perhaps you didn't mean to be, but, gosh, the way you crinkled that wax paper unwrapping your sandwiches.
Yeah, those waiters were so snooty they wouldn't unwrap them for me.
Oh, but it was picturesque. The way dinner was served as the train was going along the edge of Lake Michigan. And Bob, I thought $1 for a fish dinner was very reasonable.
Well, I didn't say it wasn't.
No, but you were the only one that put a fishing line out the window and tried to catch your own.
Well, anyway, I'm enjoying the Victory Train very much.
Well, it must be fun for you, Bob, making the trip with all those beautiful girls. Joan Bennett, Merle Oberon, Olivia de Havilland, Joan Blondell.
Oh, were they on the train? I hardly noticed.
You hardly noticed. For 3,000 miles, you fizzed like a bottle of 7-Up.
Yes, I percolated all the way from Pomona to Cicero. The whole trip I sat between Merle Oberon and Olivia de Havilland.
Uh-huh, I saw you, but I noticed you didn't do any talking.
I couldn't.
Why not?
Every time I opened my mouth, smoke would come out. They're hep, those guys there. They're very hep.
And when we went through that tunnel, I saw you lean over to kiss Joan Bennett.
Yeah, but there was a sharp curve in the tunnel, and the train gave a sudden lurch.
But what happened?
I don't see why all the girls rave about Charles Boyer.
Yes, the train did lurch and rock quite a bit, didn't it?
Boy, I'll say that train rocked. In the morning, I went in to get washed and dressed, and I splashed cold water in James Cagney's face, dried off Charles Boyer, and walked back to my berth in Cary Grant's pants.
Well, that's as close as you'll ever get to any of those 3.
Why, I think I stack up pretty well with them as far as looks go.
Well, I think you have ears just like Cary Grant's, and your eyes are like Boyer's, and you have a chin like Cagney's.
Do you really think my features are the same as those fellas?
Yeah, but brother, what mistakes were made on the assembly line.
Well, one thing you've got to admit, Claudette, I was really a big shot on that train when we got to Washington. My brother's a big politician. He gave me a letter of introduction to the president. Boy, I certainly made an impressive sight as I walked in the front door of the White House and handed the letter to the doorman.
Yeah, you made an even more impressive sight when you came flying out on your ear.
Well, how did my brother know Wilkie didn't get in?
Oh, Bob, isn't Charles Boyer wonderful on that trip? And Cary Grant.
I can't figure you out, Claudette. Cary Grant, Charles Boyer, just a couple of ham actors.
What's hammy about them?
Well, did you see them taking bows in front of the crowd at the railroad station this morning?
Yes, you almost fell off their shoulders.
Well, the cups of the song got a little heavy.
It's no use, Bob. Somehow you just don't appeal to me like Charles Boyer does.
Oh, you dislike him because of his accent.
Well, I guess you're right. I do like his accent.
Well, I can have an accent like that. Listen. Oh, Claudette, ma chérie, you are très charmant. Come, kiss me. Kiss me.
Well, it must be something more than his accent.
Here's Skinny Anna singing marriage. Take it, boy.
It's Mary. I'm crazy about Mary. For Mary is plainly lovely. When she's with me, I'm a happy guy. Gee, Mary. Without her, I'm lonely. And if she will say I do, then I will too, and Mary mine. Oh, it's Mary. I'm crazy about Mary. Oh, Mary is plainly and lovely. When she's with me, I'm a happy guy. Gee, Mary, without her, I'm lonely. And if she will say I do, then I will too and make Mary real.
Check and double check. That's what Pepsodent did. They checked and double checked the fact that Pepsodent tooth powder makes teeth twice as bright. Independent laboratory tests had proved that Pepsodent tooth powder can produce a luster on teeth twice as bright as the average of all other leading brands.
Hey, that's mighty important evidence.
It sure is. And then Pepsodent double-checked this discovery in practical tests.
Yeah, you know, I've seen pictures in the current magazines of the many sets of identical twins who joined in the tests to prove that Pepsodent tooth powder actually gets teeth brighter.
Yes, and here's how the test was made. One twin used Pepsodent tooth powder. The other chose another leading brand. They brushed their teeth the same number of times in the same way. Everything was just alike, except the kind of tooth powder they used. And in the case of each set of twins, after just a few weeks, anyone, and I mean anyone, could pick the twin who used Pepsodent. Just by her smile, the Pepsodent twin had teeth twice as bright.
Man, you mean you could tell the twins apart just by their teeth? Why, that's real proof.
You bet it is. Pepsodent gives a twice as bright smile. And what Pepsodent can do for the twins, let it do for you. Just go down to the corner drugstore tonight and say, Pepsodent tooth powder, please. Remember, you don't need an empty tube or can when you buy Pepsodent tooth powder. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard, Bob Hope leaves tonight with the victory train of Hollywood stars to play benefits in such cities as Kansas City, Minneapolis, Houston, Dallas, and many others. On hearing the glorious news that his city is among those to be honored by the great Bob Hope's presence, says the mayor of Houston proudly,
You can fool some of the people all of the time, and you can fool some of the people some of the time. You can fool all of the people part of the time, and you can fool part of the people some of the time. You can fool part of all of the people almost all of the time, but this is ridiculous.
And now we find Bob and Skinny Ennis packing for the big trip on the victory train.
Gee, Skin, just think, tonight we're taking the train and joining the Hollywood Victory Caravan for Houston.
Yeah, say, Bob, I ain't traveled much, you know, and tell me, how much do you give a port at the end of the trip?
Well, it depends.
Depends on what?
On whether or not he sees you getting off the train. Come on. We've got to finish packing. Skin, go in the closet and get the rest of our suits.
Oh, Bob, I'm afraid to go in that closet. There's a big moth in there, and it keeps beating me up.
Skinny, you don't have to be afraid of a moth. Here, take my revolver and show him who's boss.
Okay. Give me the gun. Here I go. Bob, don't stand there. Take it away from him.
Not me. He looks tougher than the second lieutenant's heart.
Hey, Bob, are we all ready to go down to the train now?
Almost. Say, you know, Skin, so many beautiful stars are going on that train. I'm going to call one up and take it to the station. Say, Skin, who do you think is more my type, Olivia de Havilland or Claudette Colbert?
Why, Bob, I think Claudette is your type. Olivia's more my type.
Well, then I'll neck with Claudette and you neck with Olivia.
Okay, and when we get tired of them, we'll just change off.
Gee, that was fun. What'll we play now? Well, never mind. We got to finish packing our trunks. The man from the express company should be here any minute to take our luggage down to the station. Hello? Well, so you're an express man now, Connor. How's business?
Fine. I work all day. I got the only trunk at the city with 4 rubber tires.
Well, where'd you get the tires?
I work all night, too.
Listen, how soon can you get over here and pick up my luggage?
Oh, it'll take quite a while, Hope. I'm doing a big moving job down here. We're moving a 10-ton safe from the 10th story. I'm down here on the ground, and my assistant is going to throw it down to me, and I'll catch it.
Colonna, you idiot. You can't catch a 10-ton safe thrown from a 10th story window.
Oh, no? Watch. Hey, Joe, let it go. That Joe, he put a curve on it.
Kelowna, have you got a screw loose in your head?
Why, the very idea insinuating that I have a screw loose in my head. Just to prove it to you, I'm going to shake my head right now. Big son of a gun, isn't it?
Stop fooling, Professor. You've got to get over here and pick up my trunk so I can make the victory train.
Don't worry, Hope. I'll be down to pick up the trunk soon. I just hired a new man, and right now he's helping me move a big trunk out of a window on the 20th floor of this building. Easy, Sam. Remember, you're a new man. Let me show you how. Put your foot out of the window. That's it. Now. Didn't last very long, did he?
Hello, fellas.
Hello, Francis.
Well, I'm all packed and ready to go. Gee, I can hardly wait till we get on that victory train again. Just think, Cary Grant will be on the train. He's divine.
Wait a minute. Why do you think fellows like Cary Grant are better than me? After all, what's Cary Grant got that I haven't got?
Well, Cary is filled with charm.
Well, I'm filled with charm.
Cary is dripping with personality.
Well, I'm dripping with personality.
Cary spends his money like water.
I'm still dripping.
Hey, Bob. Someone's coming down the hall.
Hello, everyone. Bob, it's Vera Vane.
Vera Vane, Well, Vera Vane, pull up your sag and sit down. Tell me, what are you doing here?
Well, Francis invited me to go on the train with you. I'm going to be with you on your whole trip as a chaperone.
A chaperone?
Yes.
You mean one of those people who stand around and keep an eye on everybody and spoil the fun?
Yes. I'm going to be a sort of an ST in skirts. After all, you know, Bob, we young girls can't be too careful. I only recently a sailor tried to flirt with me, but I reported him to the head of the Navy. Oh, he was such a gentleman.
What'd you say?
Oh, I said the head of the Navy was such a gentleman.
Yes, everyone liked Admiral Dewey. Yes, I know.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Hope. I'm just as young as you are, which makes me pretty much of an old bat.
Well, tell me, Miss Vague, what are your duties as chaperone?
Well, you see, if anyone tries to kiss Francis, I step between them, just as he's about to kiss her.
Well, why do you wait until he is already starting to kiss her before you step between them?
Well, if I time it just right, Francis is saved, he's satisfied, and I'm in heaven.
Well, suppose some of them try to kiss her again, what do you do?
Well, Bob, have you heard the dainty way a woman can reason with a man? Appeal to his sense of honor and to his sense of decency and to his sense of fair play?
Yes.
Well, I just bash in his head with a club and save a lot of time.
Hey, when are we going to get going anyway?
Say, we'll leave pretty soon, Skin. Clona should be here with his truck any minute.
Hey, here he comes now.
Why carry things down a whole flight of stairs?
Hello, Professor. So you're from the Express Company?
Yes.
Well, how much are they charging for trunks these days?
Oh, I don't know. I never wear any.
Hello, Professor. Do you remember me, Vera Vane?
Oh, Kelowna, I bet you're surprised to see her here at the Naval Station.
Oh, not at all, Hope. Every old tug needs an overhauling once in a while.
You know, Professor, I can't be angry with you. You're the type of man I've really been looking for. Why don't we get married, and in a year or so, maybe we'll have a little girl who looks just like me. What would you say to that?
Drown it.
Oh, come on, Professor. Hurry up and take our luggage or we'll miss the train.
Yeah, we'll put the bags on your truck, Kelowna. Now, come on, drive us down to the railroad station and step on it.
Okay, here we go. Well, here we are at the railroad station. Quite a shortcut, wasn't it? Now I'll drive across the tracks.
Now, be careful, Kelowna. There's a train coming.
Oh, don't worry, Hope. I've been all over these railroad yards before. Of course, it's not spread out quite so thin.
All thanks for the memory of you, the Navy's pride. We're more than gratified to see your shining faces out there smiling side by side. And thank you
so much. And thanks for the memories, you Great Lakes boys who train to free the bounding Maine. You'll rid the seas of Japanese and make their loss our gain. And thank you so much. So folks, join the trend now prevailing. Buy bonds and help keep these boys sailing. This is no time for shirking or failing. Our force that frees the seven seas. Say, it's been a real pleasure and privilege to broadcast here from the Great Lakes Naval Training Station tonight. And I'd like to thank Admiral Downs and his entire personnel for making it so enjoyable for us all. Also, thank you, Miss Claudette Colbert, for adding so much to our program. Say, I think I should mention that Miss Colbert's salary tonight is going to pay for tickets for the boys to see the show tomorrow. How about that, fellas? You know, I almost forgot about that. That's a real sweet gesture. I mean that. We'll be at the Chicago Stadium here tomorrow night with a whole Hollywood Victory Caravan, ladies and gentlemen, of 22 stars. Just to name a few offhand, there's Merle Oberon, Claudette Colbert, Pat O'Brien, James Cagney, Joan Blondell, Joan Bennett, Jerry Colonna. Help me out, Jerry. There's 22 of them. A tremendous list of stars. I wish I had time to name them all. I hope I haven't forgotten. I know I've forgotten many of them, but I'm sorry, but you'll see them all. They're a grand gang and a grand show. And next week we'll be broadcasting from Ellington Field, Houston, Texas. The second stop in our 7-week tour throughout the Midwest, South, and East to entertain the personnel of Army, Navy, and Marines. And folks, let me again remind you to buy war bonds and stamps. Help our boys fight the battle in their own way. They're not only fighting for a better world, but they stand ready to give it the utmost to ensure victory. The War Department has put into effect a plan whereby all Army personnel and civilian employees can purchase war bonds. This plan is similar to the payroll savings plan now used in commercial organizations throughout the United States. Yes, our fighting men are doing more than their duty. Let us do ours now. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Our broadcasting tonight was for the entertainment of the Navy personnel and does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of our products by the Navy. This broadcast came to you from Great Lakes, Illinois.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Juvenile Bureau. A pair of fake talent scouts are at work in your city. Their victims, young girls seeking careers in Hollywood. The criminals are vicious and relentless. Your job, get them.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
So try comparing Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, May 7th. It was mild in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Bureau. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Inspector Bowling, Commander, Juvenile Division. My name's Friday. It was 10:13 a.m. when I got to 1335 Georgia Street, second floor. The squad room.
Hi.
Hi, Ben.
Did you pick up that latest run the stats office made for?
No, I don't think they got it ready yet.
Notice there in the book it's been ready since yesterday. You were over there. You could have picked it up.
Well, yeah. What's the matter with you this morning? Don't you feel good?
No, just this stinking cold seems to be settling in my chest. It's miserable. Yes, sir? Can I help you?
Oh, yes. I'd like some information, please. This is the Juvenile Bureau, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, sir. What can we do for you?
Oh, mind if I sit down? I'm climbing those stairs. Takes your breath away.
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thank you. My name's Wayne Kenworthy, officers. I'm out here on a convention. My home is in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Went out last night with some of the boys at the convention. We stopped at a bar down on your Alvarado Street.
Alvarado.
Alvarado. Anyway, we were drinking there, and the bartender got to talking to us. Finally offered us some pictures for sale. I got one of them right here. Let's see. Oh, yeah. There you are. I paid him $2 for it. Just look at that.
Phil.
Do you have the address of the bar where you bought this?
Yes, sir, I have. That's not the reason I'm here, though. I'm not a one-man moral squad. I'm not the type makes a habit of buying obscene photographs of young girls, either.
Yes, sir, we understand.
I bought this picture from that bartender because I know the young girl in it. She's the daughter of one of my neighbors back home in Minnesota. Known her ever since she was a baby.
I see.
This girl came out here about 8 months ago to live with a girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
She was crazy for Hollywood. Thought she might break into the movies or something. She stopped writing her folks about 2 months ago. Hasn't been heard from since.
Well, it sounds like a case for a missing persons bureau, Mr. Kenworthy.
Well, the girl's folks have already contacted them. Nothing's been turned up. Nothing at all. Then last night, just by an accident, the bartender shows me this photograph. It's that girl, all right. No mistake.
Well, we'll do everything we can to help straighten it out, sir.
Well, that young girl I know. I've known her since she was a baby. Good family, good training. She never would have posed for a photograph like this. Rotten filth. She's just not the type, that's all.
Yes, sir, we understand.
What was this young girl's name, Mr. Kenworthy?
Lois Brewster. That's her real name. When she wrote her folks, she was using another name while she was out here. Thought it might help her movie chances. Drake, I think that's what it was.
Linda Drake?
Yeah, that's right.
About 5'4", 115 pounds, dark hair, dark eyes.
That's right. Yeah. You know where she is?
Well, yeah, we do. We had her case called to our attention.
Where is she? Is she all right?
No, sir. She's dead. Two days before Mr. Kenworthy walked into Juvenile Bureau, the body of a young girl had been washed up on the shore just below the beach town of Venice. Apparently, she'd taken her own life. The girl was a brunette, attractive, not more than 17 years old. There was no identification on the body except for a rent receipt found in one of the pockets of a cotton jacket that the girl had been wearing. The rent receipt was made out to Linda Drake. It was signed R.L. King, 876 Peoria Avenue. The address was checked out, and R.L. King was found to be the girl's landlady. After identifying the body, she told investigating officers that Lois Brewster, alias Linda Drake, had lived at her rooming house with a girlfriend for about 6 months. The girlfriend's name was Joyce Fowler. The landlady went on to explain that the two girls had moved out about a week before without leaving a forwarding address. The Fowler girl had said that she would call back for any mail that might be delivered to the Peoria Avenue address. There had been no other leads to the dead girl's background or identity until her former neighbor from Minnesota, Mr. Wayne Kenworthy, showed up. Later that day, Ben and I met with Inspector Bowling and briefed him.
Dirty, rotten business.
I'll buy that.
How far have you gotten with it? Check the dead girl's quench with the missing persons bulletin, Miss Lois Brewster.
We notified the girl's parents in Minnesota. They're coming out to claim the body. It's pretty tragic. She's an only daughter.
17 years old. Same old story, we figure, Skipper. Some phony talent scout grabbed her and showed her the bright lights, got her to pose for those pictures one way or another. They can make a teenage girl go one of 100 directions after that.
This one ended up on a beach. That's all I care about now. How about the girlfriend Lois Brewster was living with? Joyce Fowler?
There's no word so far.
Well, what about it? Any ideas?
Well, it pretty much depends on finding this Joyce Fowler. There's no background on her. We got out on all points.
How about phony talent scouts? Cheap modeling schools, photographers? Check out that angle.
We put 4 of them away in the past 6 months. Another half dozen are being watched.
We can start double-checking them tomorrow.
Now, how about that picture that old fella Kenworthy brought in? Any lead there?
We gathered a dozen samples just like it. One's as bad as the other. They're all printed on the same quality photographic paper. There's no markings of any kind on them. It's a common type of paper.
All right, then get on the distribution angle. Stay on it. Every rotten bum that peddles this trash, you get them. I want them right up the line. Distributors, wholesalers, guy that prints the pictures, guy that takes them, every lousy one of them.
I still can't figure.
What's that?
Well, the Brewster girl is a good home there, good training. She knew right from wrong. Kids don't forget that in a hurry.
That might have been her trouble.
How do you mean?
She remembered it.
Wednesday, May 8th. 6 teams of men from Juvenile Division, working in conjunction with the Detective Bureau, started the drive against the obscene literature and photography traffic. Within 2 weeks, more than a dozen wholesalers, distributors, and small-time peddlers had been apprehended and were awaiting prosecution. But we still had failed to uncover any new leads in the Lois Brewster case. The roommate, Joyce Fowler, the all-important witness in the case, was still missing. No trace of her. The dead girl's parents arrived in the city, claimed the body, and took it back to Minnesota for burial. The drive continued. Another week passed. On May 29th, on a tip from a usually reliable informant, Ben and I checked out a small photographic studio on Sunset Boulevard, operated by an Emil Joseph Martin. He was sullen and uncooperative. We checked through his files.
Just what I told you. A few special shots I keep filed away just for laughs.
Mm-hmm.
Once in a while, a friend drops in. I print one of them up for him. Yeah. Hold that one up to the light. Some of them are nice-looking dolls, huh? I print one up for my friends once in a while.
What kind of friends do you have?
What?
How about this negative here, Martin? Do you mind printing this one up for us now?
Sure, officer. My compliments. How many copies you want?
One's enough.
If you say so. Let's see. One of the best. I'll print it up right now. This way. This one's a real collector's item, you know.
Yeah, right.
A friend of mine got me the negative. $100 it cost me. Worth it, though. I'll make up a couple of prints for you, huh?
One's good.
Okay, anything you say. You want to get that light switch?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Beautiful negative. Yeah. You picked a good one, all right. Yeah. Get the paper in here. Yeah, that did it. Okay, one print. That's all you want?
That's all.
Okay, let's put it in the soup. Yeah, I bet you get a kick out of this one. Real beautiful girl.
How'd you happen to get a hold of this negative? Did you take the picture?
No, a friend of mine got it for me. It cost me a C-note. There we go. Put it in the stubber. There we go. Uh-huh. How about that?
How about the guy you got this negative from? Did he take the picture?
No, he bought it from somebody else. Don't know who. Cost him $350. Worth it, though, huh? Oh, yeah. Isn't that beautiful?
We've seen him before.
Oh, that's so? You know her?
Only from her pictures.
Oh. Of course, you understand I didn't take the picture. I just bought a negative, that's all. You couldn't tag me for that, could you?
We're going to try, mister. Get your coat.
Oh, no. Wait a minute now, officers. I'm small fry in this operation. You know that. You want the big fish, right?
We want all of you.
You know who they are?
Well, some, maybe. Must be worth something to you.
Well, you know better than that, Martin. If you cooperate, we'll mention it in our report. That's all we can do. No promises.
Not a very good offer.
You're not in a very good position.
Yeah.
How about it?
All right, I'll tell you.
Emil J. Martin was booked at City Jail for violation of 311 PC. His file of lewd photographs and negatives were impounded and booked as evidence. With the help of information which the suspect had given us, we were able to round up 3 wholesalers and another distributor of obscene books and photographs. Each one of them was questioned thoroughly. We ran into the same old routine. They denied knowing anything about the man who was masterminding the racket or where he was operating from. The Lois Brewster case dragged on. No progress. In virtually every case of tracing the lewd pictures to the point of production, the investigating officers were able to link the small-time peddlers to their distributor and the distributor to the wholesaler. Well, that's where it stopped, a dead end. Beyond that, nobody knew anything about the operation of the racket. Stakeouts were set up at locations where sales and deliveries of obscene material were known to have been made. Nothing happened. The drive stalled. Thursday, June 11th.
Now, Joe?
Yes, Gilbert?
First piece of news in the morning. The policewoman just called it in.
Yeah?
Lois Brewster's girlfriend, Joyce Fowler?
Yeah?
She's been found.
You are listening to Dragnet for the solution to an actual case from official police files. Now, here's a real solution to many of your Christmas shopping problems.
If your friends smoke long cigarettes, give the best of long cigarettes. Give king-size Fatima.
You see, Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes. But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild, and superbly blended to give smokers a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes, rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality, even to the appearance of the distinctive royal blue Fatima gift carton. Christmas wrapped and carefully sealed to ensure Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Remember, Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes. But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
So this Christmas, give your friends the best. Give Fatima the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes.
Like most organized crime, the traffic in obscene literature and photographs is a racket jealously guarded because of its heavy profit. It's nationwide, and every year it nets millions of dollars for underworld promoters and their employees. As an organized business, it's one of the most vicious and insidious rackets that exists today, despite the fact that many citizens regard it lightly. Thursday, June 11th, 10 a.m., Ben and I met with policewoman Paula Johnson. She told us that the previous evening, Joyce Fowler, the girl Lois Brewster had been living with, had gotten into a brawl with an unidentified man at a bar on Sunset Boulevard. Police officers arriving at the scene identified her as the missing girl and handed her over to juvenile authorities. At 10:30 a.m., Joyce Fowler was brought to the interrogation room. She was a tall brunette, fairly attractive. She looked older than her age. Together with policewoman Paula Johnson, Ben and I questioned her.
I was out on a date with this man. We were sitting at the bar, and he started saying things I didn't like. We had a row, that's all.
The man seemed quite a bit older than you, Joyce. Was he a good friend of yours?
Friend. He was about 50, I guess. I thought he was all right. He wasn't.
How old are you, Joyce?
21.
We've checked your background, Joyce. You might as well tell the truth.
All right, I'm 17. I'll be 18 next week. Look, can't I go get an aspirin? I've got a terrible headache.
I got some in my locker. Be right back. Okay.
I still don't know why I'm here. What do you want to know?
Well, you were a good friend of Lois Brewster's. You lived with her, is that right?
Is that why I'm here?
It's one of the reasons. Lois spent 8 months out here before her death. As far as these officers know, you lived with her during those 8 months. We want to find out what happened to her. We want to find out what's happening to you.
Nothing's happening to me. I can take care of myself.
That's what Lois Brewster thought, Joyce. How about it? You tell us?
She didn't know what she was doing. I don't know what happened to her. I'm to blame for bringing her out here, but it's not my fault what happened to her. It's not my fault.
Well, whose fault is it?
All of them. The whole rotten, dirty bunch of them.
Here's your aspirin.
The two of them be enough?
Thanks.
I'll get some water.
Is something wrong, Joyce? Don't you feel well?
I'll be all right.
All right, here you are.
Thanks. I don't remember too well how it started. Lois came out to Hollywood to live with me for 6 months, you know.
Yeah, we know.
We tried to get modeling jobs, bit parts in the movies. We didn't have much luck. We had to eat, pay the rent. So we took jobs as waitresses at a drive-in place out on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Are you still working there?
No, we were only there 2 weeks, and we got this other job. That's when it started.
What was that?
One day, these two men drove in with a brand new Cadillac, ordered a couple of Cokes. I could tell they were watching us, Lois and me. When they were leaving, they gave me a card. They said they were talent scouts. They asked us to come to their offices for interviews.
You still have the card they gave you?
No, I looked for it once. Guess I lost it.
Mm-hmm. Would you go on, please?
The older fellow's name was Fred Ramus. Other one was Mr. Gilbert. They were both very nice. We didn't think anything was wrong.
Did you go for the interview?
Yes, Lois and I both went. They talked to us a lot, had us read out of a script, walk up and down. They said both of us showed a lot of promise. They said they wanted to be our agents, so we signed a paper. Fred Ramus told us he'd see we got a break.
Mm-hmm. Did either of them ever arrange any legitimate interviews for you? I mean, with the movie studios, radio, television, anything like that?
No. They took us out quite a bit, restaurants, nightclubs. Told us we had to be seen around town first. Had to show us off to the producers, all the important movie people. Both of them were very nice.
And did you keep on working at the drive-in?
No, they had me and Lois quit the job. They said it wouldn't look right. We still had to eat. We still had to pay our rent. That's when they brought up the idea of the pictures.
What pictures do you mean, Joyce?
I'm sorry. Could I have some more water, please?
Oh, yeah?
Fred Ramus and Mr. Gilbert took us out to a big nightclub one night. Fred told us that if Lois and I had some good pictures taken of ourselves, he could show them around, get us jobs as models. That is, till we got a break in the movies.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Up to that time, how long had you known these two men?
About a month and a half. I didn't see anything wrong in it, so Lois and I went to this photographer's studio with Mr. Ramus, and we had our portraits taken. Regular pictures.
Oh, excuse me, Joyce. Did both of these men know how old you girls were?
We told them the truth. We were both 17.
Mm-hmm. What happened after that?
Mr. Ramus came back and said he'd found an advertising agency that wanted to buy pictures of Lois and me. He said we'd get $20 apiece every time we posed.
For portraits?
No, for posing in bathing suits, pajamas, things like that. They were supposed to be for magazine ads. In about a week, he brought us to his office and said the agency wanted us to pose without clothes, without anything. He said he'd pay us $40 for that.
Oh, go on, George.
They showed us lots of pictures of models like that. They talked about it all the time. We kept saying no, both of us, Lois and I.
Did you ever agree to pose for the kind of pictures they wanted?
You can't agree to something you don't know about. I don't know how it happened, but it did. Mr. Gilbert and Fred Ramus, they kept taking us out. We used to drink quite a bit with them. Went on for weeks, I guess. One night there was a big party. We drank. Lois and I got separated. I still don't know what happened.
I see.
Next morning, we both woke up with headaches. Fred Ramus came and showed us the pictures. I felt dirty all over. I don't know how it happened, I swear it. Lois began to cry. I hit Mr. Ramus. I slapped him.
And what does Mr. Ramus tell you?
He pretended to be very nice about it. Said he'd pay us well if we go on posing for pictures, the kind he wanted. If we didn't, he said he'd wreck any chance we might have in Hollywood. Said he'd see that the pictures got out. Threatened to send copies to our families, our friends back home.
Didn't you think of going to the police?
We talked about it. We were afraid of the publicity, the newspapers. We just kept going on, doing what he said. It was like a nightmare. Kept getting worse. We kept getting in deeper.
Sorry, did you have that envelope?
Yeah. Yeah.
You recognize these pictures, Joyce?
Yes.
Mr. Ramus and Mr. Gilbert, they have you pose for these?
Yes, that's some of them. We always drank a lot so we wouldn't remember. That's not why Lois is dead, though. Those pictures aren't the reason.
Well, how do you mean, Joyce?
Ramos and Gilbert, they'd fix up dates for us. They said the men were their friends. 3 or 4 times a week they'd call. We had to go out with them. We had to do what they said. One morning we got home about 5:30 in the morning. Lois changed, said she was going for a walk. I went to bed. She left a note. I never saw her again.
I see. Romero? Oh, yeah, just a minute. That long-distance call we placed to your home, Joyce. You're right.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Yeah, it's me, Joyce. Yeah, it was just a mistake. Yeah. How's Uncle Henry? Swell. No, it's all right. Don't you worry. Yeah, all right. I'll write you tomorrow. Yeah, bye. Thanks for placing the call, Sergeant.
You're welcome. Glad to do it.
Anything else you want to know?
Yeah, there's just one more thing. Do you still have that note that Lois Brewster wrote before she died?
No, I lost it. I remember what it said, though.
Yeah.
It said, I'm sorry. It was signed Lois. That's all.
Joyce Fowler supplied us with the addresses of Fred Ramos and his partner, Gilbert. She gave us all the names and addresses of all their friends and employees that she knew of. She also pointed out their offices and base of operations. Inspector Bowling ordered an immediate investigation into the background and business activities of both men. Previously convicted wholesalers and distributors of obscene photographs were called back in and re-questioned. We finally completed the missing link in the supply line from the peddler to the producer. 5 former workers for Ramos and Gilbert fingered them as head men controlling the racket. Their offices and studios were raided and their files seized as evidence. On June 18th, Fred Ramos and his partner, Harold Gilbert, were placed under arrest.
What's the pitch, Sergeant? What's this all about?
I think you know Mr. Ramos.
Oh, you can't tag me on those pictures.
You want to get your hat?
It's artwork, legitimate artwork. My lawyer can prove that.
He better be good.
You bet he is. You know, I'm kind of surprised at you cops taking the word of somebody like that Fowler girl. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's a psycho.
Is that right?
Why, sure. I tried to do something with her and that girlfriend of hers. I even signed up as her agent. They were hopeless.
You've got quite a stack of negatives here. Pictures of both of them. 17-year-olds.
They're just candid shots, you know. Spicy for my private collection. There's nothing wrong in that. I figured I'd give the girls a break, let them earn a few bucks.
Yeah?
Look, I couldn't have treated those girls better. I took them around, showed them the town. Both psychos. I never did trust them.
Well, that's the big difference, Ramos.
Huh?
They trusted you. Fred Ramos and Harold Gilbert were brought downtown to Inspector Bowling's office. Joyce Fowler was seated next to the desk. Gilbert was brought in. She identified him. He was taken out and held for booking.
All right, bring in the next one.
All right, come on.
Yeah? Can you identify this man, Miss Fowler?
Yes. He's Fred Ramos.
What's the trouble, Joyce? Weren't you satisfied with what I was paying you? Could have settled this between ourselves. If you had any beef, you could have come to me.
You're lucky, Fred. I'd kill you now if I could.
Oh, Joyce, come on now. Sit down.
All right, Sloan, take him out.
Joyce, sit down. Come on, sit down.
Be back in a minute, Joe.
All right.
I'm sorry. Doesn't do any good. Are there any more?
No, that's about all. You've helped quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm glad I could do it. Is that all, Sergeant?
Well, for now, yeah. You'll have to testify at the trial. After that, the juvenile court's going to keep in pretty close touch with you.
I see.
Aren't you going back home, Joyce, to Minnesota?
No, it'd be the same old thing. My aunt'd be glad to see me for the first week. Then she'd start all over again, hollering at me, picking. Wouldn't be any use.
What are you going to do out here, Joyce, you know?
I know a nice fella in Santa Monica. He's going to get me a job at a brand new drive-in. Cute uniforms.
But I don't think juvenile court's going to let you take a job like that, Joyce.
I hope so. A lot of talent scouts go there. Radio, movie producers. They might notice me.
Yeah?
Never can tell. Might lead to something.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 4th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 91, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. To get year-round thanks for the gift that you give this Christmas, why not give Fatimas to every long cigarette smoker on your list? Their first pack of extra mild Fatimas will have them convinced, like I am, that in Fatima, the difference is quality. And Christmas Fatimas come in a distinctive royal blue slip-over jacket that makes a perfect gift just as is. Remember, Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but in Fatima, the difference is quality. Give Fatimas, the quality king-size cigarette, to every long cigarette smoker.
Fred Ramus and Harold Gilbert were tried and convicted on several counts of rape and lewd conduct. They received sentences as prescribed by law and are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
This is Bob Hope. Can we steal a second?
Chesterfield, Chesterfield, always wins first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
So open a pack, give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Don't forget to give Crosby for Christmas. I mean the Chesterfield Christmas carton with Bing as Papa Santa Claus. See you Tuesday.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Coming up, We the People, with stories of today on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
We take you now to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Business? Well, I can't tell, Duffy. We ain't doing any. Oh, the joint has been empty so long, the air in here is getting fresh. Well, don't worry, Duffy. I got the answer. Yeah, I'm gonna hire a press agent and get the joint some publicity. Now, don't argue, Duffy. Publicity is the greatest thing in the world. What do you think made Betty Grable? Well, they helped, of course. Well, I'm telling you, that's what we need to put the joint back on its feet. No, I mean publicity. Yeah, we should have items in the nightclub columns, like among those seen dining at Duffy's last night was the late Harvey Peabody. Or, last night in Duffy's Tavern, we spotted Lady Mendel nibbling with a free lunch. Well, look, just take my word, Duffy. Sure. I'll bet you inside of a week you'll see long, sleek, black cars pulling up in front of the place. Huh? No, I mean the kind with doors on the side. What's the use? I'll call you back, Duffy.
And how are you feeling this evening? Well, that's good. Glad to hear it. Me? Oh, I'm very well, thank you.
Eddie, stop talking to that moose head. What's the idea?
I just want to hear what a human voice sounds like.
Eddie, I can't understand this plethora of customers. What's the reason for it?
Well, there's 3 possible reasons.
What?
Breakfast, dinner, and supper.
Look, Eddie, we may not have the most gustatorial food in the world, but we do serve a wholesome, balanced diet.
Balanced is right. They got a 50-50 chance of recovering.
Look, it ain't that bad, Eddie. No, I think the answer to the whole thing is publicity.
Publicity, huh?
Yeah, you know, a man will eat anything if he knows that the next day he can see his name in the paper.
Well, his name might be there, but he's crazy if he thinks he's going to be able to see it.
You love to kid me, don't you, Eddie? But you gotta admit that every smart guy has took advantage of publicity. For instance, if I asked you who invented the telephone, you know right away, don't you?
Sure. Alexander Graham Bell.
Sure, and how do you know? Publicity. Bell was smart. The minute he invented it, he called up all his friends and told them about it. Now, Eddie, that's what we need, a publicity man.
There's Mr. Bell now.
Hello? Oh, hello, Dave. It's Dave Hossinger, Eddie. Gee, Dave, you're as sound for sore ears. Huh? Oh, sure. I missed you, Dave. Yeah. Well, you know, you used to be down here at least once a week cheating me and swindling me out of dough. What's the matter? You getting too big for your old friends? Huh? You're on your way down? Oh, good. Be looking for you, Dave. Yeah, so long.
Mr. Archie, are you going to let that crooked Hossinger swindle you again?
Crooked is a harsh word, Eddie. Leave us not judge the man too brashly. Remember, life itself is a matter of trial and error.
Not with Dave Hossinger. With him, the error comes first, then the trial.
Now, stop rapping the guy tonight, Eddie. He's just coming down here for a friendly visit.
Friendly visit, huh? The man has sold you phony diamonds, fake stock, broken down roulette wheels, swindled you with all kinds of crooked schemes, and you still think it can be a friendly visit?
Why not? What did I ever do to him? Now, you got him wrong, Eddie. Believe me, at heart, he's a good guy. Take it from me.
He will.
Eddie, I am afraid that you are carrying your cynicism to a point of absurdity. Really?
Good heart.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Boy, it sure is deserted here tonight. This place gives me the creeps.
Well, turnabout is fair play. Boy, that's quite a sunburn you got there.
It's beginning to hurt.
Hey, better rub some Argentine on it. Where'd you get so sunburned?
Up in Central Park. My kid brother was taking a girl out rowing, and it was his first date, so my mother asked me to go along as a chaperone. Mother is such a stickler for form, you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, tell me, how did you like being a chaperone?
Oh, it was fun. I sat in the back of the boat and watched them kissing and hugging and necking. Oh, boy.
Finnegan, a chaperone ain't supposed to watch, he's supposed to supervise.
Nobody had to tell them what to do. Art, how come the place is so empty?
Well, it won't be for long, Finnegan. We're going to hire a press agent.
Press agent?
Yeah, a guy to get us wrote up in the papers.
Oh. Well, why don't you get the same guy that wrote me up?
Well, we couldn't get Ripley for our kind of dough. Whoever wrote you up in the papers, anyhow?
The inquiring photographer. He took my picture and paid me $2 for it.
Finnegan, you was gypped. Any medical journal would have given you 10. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta go look at the one ads to see if there's a press agent looking for a job. Eddie, watch the bar, will you?
Okay. You must remember this. Your kiss is just a kiss. The sigh is just a sigh. They're fundamental things of life.
Hello, Eddie. Remember me, Dave Hossinger?
As crime goes by. Archie?
Say, where's Archie?
He's in the back room reading the want ads. He's thinking of hiring a press agent.
Oh, press agent, eh? Is he thinking of paying a salary?
I guess so. You want me to call him?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Archie, shearing time.
Well, Dave Harsinger. Hiya, Dave. Glad to see you.
Glad to see you, Arch. You're looking swell.
Gee, thanks, Dave. Hey, Dave, do me a favor, will you?
What is it, Arch?
Don't gyp me tonight, huh?
Why, Arch, nothing could be further from my mind. In fact, I came down here tonight to ask you to help me to go straight.
His schemes is getting better all the time.
Eddie, please.
I'm just talking to the moosehead.
Now, what was you saying, Dave?
Well, Arch, I'm tired of the life I've been leading. A lot of dough one day, broke the next. I've been thinking how nice it would be to live off the small, steady income of an honest man. Now, you're an honest man, Arch. Do you think there's any hope for me?
Oh, sure, Dave. You know, there's nothing basically wrong with you. You've got a sincere personality, a straightforward appearance, an honest face. It's only your character that's crooked.
Arch, I think you've hit the nail on the head. But what can I do about it?
Well, Dave, have you tried real hard?
Have I tried? Arch, do you think I like this easy money? But what else can I do? What qualifications have I got for an honest job? What am I fitted for?
Well, Dave, you've got a lot of qualifications. You're a good judge of people. I remember when you was in school and you were stumped on an examination. You always knew exactly whose paper to copy from. You got a nice sense of humor. You got a lot of imagination.
Maybe I should have been a writer.
You mean a novelist?
No, something more practical. Maybe advertising.
Could be. Why don't you try it? You're a good talker. You could probably talk yourself into a job.
Talker. Advertising. Wait a minute, Arch. I got it.
What?
A guy like me would probably make a good press agent.
A press... Holy cat, Dave. You know, this is positively unclammy. Dave, you're going to swear that I made this up.
Don't tell me that you need a...
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's incredible.
It's unbelievable.
No other sucker can make that statement.
Well, Dave, you got yourself a job.
Thanks, Arch. You'll never regret it. Well, I better get to work. Now, first, how about a little human interest story on Duffy and his wife?
Nah, the public is fed up with war news.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Now, what else is there around here to work on?
Well, there's me.
Well, I don't want to go to work on you right away, I got something in the back of my mind that I'm saving for you.
Oh, yeah? Oh, that's swell, Dave. Thanks. Well, wait a second now. What else we got? We got an opera singer here.
Yeah, what's his name?
Marek Windheim. Want to hear him sing?
Yeah, maybe I'll get an idea.
Yeah, okay. Hey, Windy.
Yes?
Windy, we'd like to have... By the way, what's that ketchup doing on your coat? Have you been eating?
Yes.
Before you sing?
Yes.
Mr. Windheim, in the future, the management would prefer that it would be the other way around. Please, now go ahead and sing.
Come all, you beggars of Paris town, you lousy rabble of low degree. Spare King Louis to keep his crown and save our city from Burgundy. You and I are good for nothing but to die. We can die for liberty. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, swords against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France around us, break the chain that bound us, and away with Burgundy. swords against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France around us, break the chains that bound us, and away with Burgundy.
Well, Dave, what do you think of the guy?
Well, I think it's a great voice for the Metropolitan or the Hit Parade. But frankly, I don't see the guy as a news angle for Duffy's Tavern. See, what we need is some kind of a stunt that'll get pictures in the paper.
Yeah, good idea. By the way, how do you like the job so far, Dave?
Oh, wonderful, Arch. I'm glad you talked me into it.
Yeah.
Arch, in case I do figure out a stunt, we better have a photographer here ready to shoot pictures.
Oh.
Now, who should we call? Let's see. Associated Press? International Press? United Press? I got it. Hello, Press Club. I'd like to speak to Charlie the Con Man.
The Con Man?
Consolidated Press, Arch.
Oh.
Oh, hello, Charlie. This is Hossy. Yeah, I'm down here at Duffy's Tavern. Listen, Charlie, there's a little item down here that's just ripe for plucking. I'd like you to come over and give me a hand. You'll be right over? Good. Oh, by the way, pick up a camera someplace. A camera. Yeah. So long, Charlie.
Well, we're all set, huh, Dave?
Well, I've still got to figure out an angle. Maybe I better go over to that corner booth and concentrate.
Okay, Dave, but I bet you'll come up with something.
I say, Archie, I hear you hired a press agent. How about using me in some publicity pictures?
Now, look, Miss Duffy, just because Borden's uses Elsie the cow.
Well, I'll admit I'm no Betty Grable.
Which is very good news for Harry James.
Listen, I'll have you know, with the right publicity, I could be just as important as Betty Grable. After all, no one would have heard of her if she was unknown.
Pray continue, Miss Duffy. I find myself fascinated by this stupidity.
Oh, yeah? Well, look at Esther Williams, Jinx Falkenberg, Jean Tierney, Linda Darnell. Without publicity, where would they all be?
I don't know, but it sounds like a great spot to spend a vacation.
Okay, Mr. Weisenheimer. But let's take a look at this snapshot of me taken at the beach.
Let's see.
There. Name one movie star that has a better shape.
Wallace Beery. Miss Duffy, why don't you resign yourself? After all, we can't all look like Dorothy Lamour.
Dorothy Lamour? Her kind of beauty went out years ago.
And your kind is still sitting home waiting. Stop bothering me. Oh, excuse me, Miss Duffy.
Arch, I've got it.
You have, Dave?
Yes, sir. The greatest publicity stunt since the San Francisco earthquake.
Yeah, huh? What is it, Dave?
What an idea. I can see the headlines now. Marek Windheim, famous opera singer, kills himself at Duffy's Tavern.
Well, that's great, but you think we can get the guy to cooperate?
Well, he doesn't really kill himself, Arch. You see, the idea is this. We take that old roulette wheel in the back room, set up a gambling casino. The opera singer plays the wheel, goes broke, and kills himself. Real Monte Carlo stuff. See, my friend Charlie takes the picture, and it'll make every front page in the country.
But a dead guy, Dave. You think that kind of publicity will attract customers?
Arch, do you have any idea what the annual gate receipts are at Grant's tomb?
Well, maybe you got an idea at that. You see, Dave, you got a natural bent for this racket, huh?
Yeah, it felt a bit strange at first, but now that I've cooked up this little scheme, I'm beginning to feel right at home.
Attaboy. Hello, Dave.
Charlie! Well, you didn't lose much time getting down here, did you? I see you picked up a camera, huh?
Yeah, the guy turned his back.
Charlie! Shake hands with Archie.
Oh, glad to know you, Charlie.
Pleased to meet you. Arch, would you believe that Charlie is one of the most sought-after men in the game?
No kidding.
What a photographer. Remember the big jewel robbery on Fifth Avenue a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, sure.
Charlie was on the job even before the cops arrived.
Yeah. Did you get any good pictures of the robbery, Charlie?
Got some gems.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir, they sure were. Look, Arch, get the gang together and set up the wheel in the back room. I'd like to talk to Charlie alone for a second.
Okay, Dave. Hey, Eddie.
Yeah?
Eddie, I want you to go in the back room and set up that wheel.
Mr. Hostin, you're going to take you for another ride?
Now, Eddie, I've reformed him. I think you're going to see a lot of change in the guy.
10 to 1 is going to be your change.
Eddie, no back talk. You just got to set up the wheel there. Finnegan. Finnegan, tonight... Tonight, Finnegan, you are a croupier.
What?
You're a croupier.
Insults. Insults. Nothing but insults.
I ain't insulting you. Come on in the back room and I'll explain to you what I mean.
come on, folks. Place your bets. The jacks are better to open.
Then again, that's poker. Now,
Oh,
please, get back to roulette.
Oh, yeah. Pick your colors. Rouge your powder. Rouge your powder.
That's better. Now, don't forget, Wendy. You see, you go broke. You're desperate. There's only one way out. You shoot yourself.
But Archie...
Wendy, look, you're my pal, ain't you?
Yes.
Then shoot yourself. Now, please, go ahead and start losing.
Hey, quite a gambling casino you got here, Archie.
Oh, thank you very much, Charlie. We modeled it after Monte Cristo. Will you have a cigar?
Thanks.
Light? Hope you'll pardon the match. I'm fresh out of $10 bills.
Big time stuff, eh, Charlie?
Oh, manager.
Yes, Countess.
Some chips, please.
Cashier, give the Countess some chips.
Soap or potato?
Please, cashier, a little more respect or you'll be back at the $2 window at Santa Anita.
Archie, tell Charlie who the Countess is.
Oh, that's the Countess Duffy, French, you know. Her mother is a very famous chateau.
Say, Arch, do you ever have any suicides here?
Oh, whenever the occasion warrants. By the way, Charlie, that's another service we give our customers. Have you noticed how the floor is built on a slant?
Yeah.
That's so that when they kill themselves, they can roll right out into the street. See, it saves our cleansing woman no end of trouble. Wouldn't be surprised if there was a suicide tonight, the way that opera singer's been losing dough over there. Leave us go over to the table and watch him play, huh, Charlie?
All right, folks, here we go. Round and round she goes. Round and round. Tell you what, I'm getting dizzy here.
Spin it again, croupier. Let's see, I got a hunch on the black this time. 1,000 francs.
What?
1,000 francs.
Oh, you're welcome.
1,000 francs on number 6.
10,000 on number 8.
I'll shoot $1,000,000 on number 12.
Round and round she goes. Round and round she goes. And the winner is number 12.
Congratulations, Eddie. You win $34 million.
I'll take it in dimes, please.
And, Mr. Windheim, how did you make out?
Oh, I lost again. I'm ruined.
Ruined, huh? Well, what are you going to do about it?
There's nothing left for me to do but shoot myself.
Croupier, a gun, please, on the house.
Manager, you are going to let him kill himself?
You know our policy, Countess. The customer is always right. Oh, he can't. He's done it. Okay, Charlie, there's your picture.
Wait a second, Arch. You know, it'd be very bad publicity if the guy killed himself because he went broke.
What do you mean, Dave?
Well, in Monte Carlo, when a thing like this happens, they stuff some dough in the guy's pocket.
Oh. Well, about how much?
How much you got in the register?
Wait, I'll look. There's $50 here, Dave.
Exactly the amount. Now, quick, put it in the corpse's pocket.
I put it in the corpse's pocket. Like this?
That's right. Now, hold the pose. Take it, Charlie. Got it, Dave, and what a picture. Well, so long, Archie.
So long, Charlie.
See you on the front page.
I'll see you later, Dave.
Ixnay, Dave.
Well, I guess I better put the $50 back in the register,
Holy
Dave.
smokes, Arch, what a dope I am.
What do you mean?
Something we completely overlooked. When that picture is printed, it might look as though you're taking the money out of the dead man's pocket. Arch, we gotta kill that picture.
Well, how can we do it?
Well, Charlie's a friend of mine. I'll bribe him. Quick, give me that $50.
Okay, here you are, Dave.
Thank you. Well, so long,
Hey,
Arch.
wait a minute. Dave, I got a funny feeling.
Came the dawn.
Passenger, did you figure out this whole scheme just to swindle me out of $50?
Come to think of it, I guess I did.
After all the trouble I went to make you go straight, how could you do it, Dave?
Well, I hate to say it, but there's only one answer.
What?
Arch, you're a failure.
Armed Forces Radio Service.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Escape! You are groping in the dark of the African jungle night, trapped on a wharf above a crocodile-infested river, fighting for your life against a ruthless giant from whom you must escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight we escape to the dank jungles of the Segwanga Valley in Africa, into the heart of a courageous man, as Robert Simpson told it in his story, John Jock Todd.
No doubt you may presume my Scots ancestry from a wee bit of the old speech that still clings to my voice. Though it's been some years now since I last walked in the heather of the Highlands of Abergowrie. My name is John Todd, the same as my father's, though to be sure he's more often called Jock Todd. Jock being the fighter's equivalent for John, and a name which in no wise applies to me. I am a peace-loving man, not a fighter, and no man can deny it, even today. However, in other respects, I was a raw lad for certain when I sailed out from Glasgow and came here to this heathen land of Africa. And that's a thing which cannot be said of me at present. If a man lives at all in this steaming hot jungle of the Niger River, then he must learn very quickly, and most especially so if he lands at that dirty little trading post on Segwanga Creek.
What say, boy? London coming up? There you are, Mr. Dodd. Segwanga Landing, and you can have it as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I might say the Power Company has somewhat more elaborate offices in Glasgow, Mr. Simpson.
No doubt about that. And how long did you sign up for?
4 years.
4 years. Lucky for them they catch you fellas in Glasgow before they ever seen the place.
Oh, can't be so bad. There's a fair-looking building there on the bank.
Fair-looking building? Hey, what's that house? Ease into it. You want to tell up the wharf? I don't suppose you've heard anything about Brock.
Well, they told me I should report to the agent in charge here, a man named Captain Brock.
Captain Brock. Every agent in this stinking jungle calls himself a captain. That's him there in the wharf. Easy, boy. Get a line ready now. All right. Cut the motors.
He's a fair-sized man for certain.
He's big enough, all right, in some ways. So is the gorilla. Watch out for him.
Can I say I understand you?
You will, Mr. Todd, if you live long enough. Up this, outside. Throw us a line, boy.
Yes, sir. They cut it quick.
That was the fellow with him is named Jansen. We get nothing to fear from him till after Brock's made a move. He's a sneaking little jackal, but he never makes his own kill.
I still can't understand what you're talking about, Mr. Simpson.
You'll find out soon enough. Wouldn't help you now to go ahead of time. I dock here once a week on the river run, but you're still on your own. You'd better know it right now.
Mr. Simpson, you will have to explain.
Okay, up now, Mr. Simpson. All same, plenty fast.
All right, boy. Come on, Mr. Todd. You may as well meet your new boss.
Good blimey, look what the Home Office sent out to us this time.
Shut up, Johnson. Well, Simpson, you are half a day late.
When I start running my boat on a schedule, I'll send you a copy of it, Buck.
If there was another boat on this river I could ship my stuff on, you know what I would do then, don't you?
No, you wouldn't, Buck. Not as long as you know I carry a gun.
You there. You the new junior assistant. That's right, sir. My name is John Todd, and I assume you're... I'll take the time to find out your name later. And I do not give 2 cents for what you assume.
That's telling the boss.
Johnson, did not I tell you to shut up?
Yes, sir.
And get out. Clear those natives off the wharf.
Right, you know, Captain. All right, move along now, you ready, Peggers. Come on, move now. You there. Oh, did you to step on the get along.
I have some brandy over the bungalow, Simpson, if you would like a drink while the boys are loading.
I just had a drink. On board.
You there, whatever your name is. John Todd, sir. So it is John Todd, is it? And I suppose you call yourself Jock, like the rest of your blasted countrymen. No, sir. Jock is the name for a fighting man, such as my father. Gonna say it fits me. So you are not a fighting man, eh?
It makes things a lot easier, don't it, Brock?
As soon as your boat is loaded, you can bring the lading bills up to the office. Well, Todd, are you going to stand here on the wharf the rest of the day? No, sir, but I thought you'd be wanting to... You thought? You are not paid to think. Get your stuff up to the bungalow and be quick about it. Whatever you say, Captain Brock.
4 years of it, Mr. Todd. Welcome to Seguanca.
I didn't understand it at all. The reason for Captain Brock having acted in such a strange way. I'd never met the man, nor could I think that he'd ever heard of me before. And I couldn't be certain of the extent of the man's authority here in the jungle. The Home Office in Glasgow having been a wee bit unclear about the matter. They had said only that the agent was very much like the captain aboard a ship, and that he carried full responsibility in his own 2 hands. But about the attitude of Captain Brock himself, I very soon had few doubts left in my head. I didn't see the man again the afternoon I arrived, but a houseboy came and wakened me in the middle of the night and said the captain wished to see me in the main room of the bungalow immediately. Captain Brock, the boy said you'd sent for me, sir. You do not have to tell me that. It took you long enough to get here, too. Well, it took no more time than to pull on a pair of pants. So it makes you argumentative to wake you up in the middle of the night. I was not intending to be so. I am not interested in your intentions, Mr. Todd. You will learn to keep a civil tongue in your head. Well, I was not meaning... Shut up! That's better. And I suppose you're wondering why I had you waked up like this in the middle of the night. I presume you had a reason. Oh, you presume, do you? Oh, yes. And what do you presume the reason is? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Then I will tell you. I sent for you, Mr. Todd, simply to show you I can have you waked up any time I please to. You had no other reason than that? None at all, Mr. Todd. A fighting man might resent it, but then you are not one, are you? Too bad. If that's all you've got to say to me, then I'll go back to my bed. That is all. Now get out of my office. Just as you say, Captain Brock. attitude of the man didn't change none of the next few weeks, and I couldn't find in my head any reason for his hatred. And it was hatred. It was in his eyes every time he spoke to me. I took care of my duties and stayed clear of him otherwise, and for the most part, we came to no head-on clash. That with the two exceptions, however. The first one happened about a week after I arrived. I was supervising a group of natives at the time, working on the breakwater at the end of the wharf.
Mr. Todd, what the devil are those boys supposed to be doing?
They're repairing the breakwater.
I can see that without being told. Now, where did you get the authority to buy the timber?
Why, you ordered it last week yourself from Chief Lorry.
Maybe I told you to accept delivery without having me look at it first.
Well, you told me to receive it when it came in, and that's what I did. It's good timber. I checked it myself.
How would you know if it is good timber?
Well, my father happens to be a forester back in Scotland.
The devil take you and your father both.
I'd advise you never to say that in my father's hearing.
Are you threatening me?
No, Mom, nothing like that. But I'm sort of suggesting it isn't always wise to insult a man you've never seen.
I see. Now that I come to think of it, he is the one that is a fighter, isn't he?
That's correct.
The one they call Jock Todd, huh? Well, it is too bad he is not around here. Mr. John Todd. Boy, you there. Throw out that piece of timber you're using. Any fool could see it is too short.
Up by my deal.
I said throw it out. I will teach you to argue. Get back on your feet. I said get up. Get on your feet before I kick your head off.
I'd seen him knock Ganson down the same way, and then kick him like he did the natives. And Ganson took it, and saved his troops until Brock was not around. I wondered what I might do if he ever tried it on me. And the next week, I saw that he would try it, sooner or later. Chief Joanna and his boys had come in from back country with a dozen canoes full of palm nuts. And I was out in the warehouse checking in the load. We used a big wicker basket for measuring called a cooler for some reason or other. And Joanna's boys would fill this, and then we'd dump it on the pile at the end of the building. Ganson was bossing the loading, and I'd check off each cooler in the tally book as it was dumped. It was late in the afternoon when we finally finished.
All right. Step lively now, you heathen. License here. Right, no more to trouble about after this one. All right, Todd, here's the last one. You got it marked, did you?
Right, Ganson.
All right, now, you ready, beggars. Let's take it back and jump it. Come on, put your back to it now. Easy now. Tip it out. Let's get it. Tip. Oh, take them out. Take them out, every living off one of them. Come on, take them out. Now, let's got it. All right. How many coolers did we have, Todd?
8, 10, 12, 14.
How many you count? How many cooler you'll get? All same me, maybe.
17, 8, 19, Joanna.
19. Me count all same 20.
Well, luck is not you miss one, Todd. You missed 20. I didn't miss one, Mr. Ganson. The tally is 19.
Turn around. You pay me 20. Make a lot of trouble.
Tally, Joanna. The count stands at 19.
Don't be a crazy fool, Todd. Give it to him. What's one cooler, more or less? Me tell Captain Brock. He fix good.
That will not be necessary, Joanna. What is the trouble here, Todd? Haven't you got sense enough to take in a few palm nuts without getting your feet twisted? I'm afraid to have nothing to do with it, Captain Brock. He claims 20 coolers, and I counted 19.
Then you missed one. Give him 20.
Can I do that, sir?
You what?
Can I sign my name to help teach the company?
Oh, blimey, if it ain't downright near.
Shut up,
Johnson. Mr. Todd, out here I am the company. Now write out that credit check.
Whatever you say, Captain Brock.
Taking your orders like a good chap, Mr. Todd. I thought you'd... I don't... Shut up, Johnson. Well,
Have you got it written, Mr. Todd? There you are, Captain Brooke. Well, it is lucky you decided. Mr. Todd, you have made this out for 19. Which is, according to my count. Why, you blasted little... I'll advise you to stop and think before you move. Well, now, you wouldn't be picking up that shovel with any hostile intent, would you? No, man. No more than you'd be advancing toward me with a hostile intent. Like that, eh? Joanna, I'm tearing up this check. I will give you one myself for 20. You always come to me. I will make it right with you. Yes, Captain. All same like you say. Mm-hmm. And Mr. Todd, I will make it right with you, too. You can depend on that. Brock stayed clear of me for a few weeks, and outside of the job of work I was hired to do, I had no words with him. I recalled Mr. Simpson saying to watch out for him. And I was there certain he was only waiting for the chance to make his move. He outweighed me by 50 pounds, and I knew beyond doubt that I couldn't stand up to him. But what really worried me was not knowing of any reason for the man's attitude. It made no sense that a man should go looking for a fight without no reason at all. At any rate, the weeks passed. The jungle steamed, and the muddy river rolled past the wharf. And then one day, it happened. Sunday was my one free day in the week. So I'd hired a canoe and paddled upstream for a visit with a fellow countryman at another trading post, some few miles away. It was just getting dark when I came back to the wharf, and when I got in close, I saw Brock standing there, smoking and leaning on a piling at the far side. The watch boy squatted near the edge, waiting to take the line from my canoe. He caught it and pulled the boat in and made it fast. And I climbed out onto the wharf.
You have a good trip, Mr. Todd?
Not so bad, bethought that was all. You savvy which place Canoe Man lives?
Yes, sir. Live on Breakwater side.
Then go tell him. Come get canoe. Tell him 2 days past. I give him check for pay.
Oh, yes, sir. Live on now. Tell man plenty soon.
Boy.
Huh?
You there.
Yes, sir, Captain Brock.
Did I give you permission to leave the wharf?
No, sir. But Master Todd...
Did I tell you you could leave?
No, sir.
All right. And go get the head man. Tell him I want him here right away. And you come back with him.
But Captain Brock, sir.
Move, boy.
Yes, sir.
All right, Todd. Get up to your quarters. I think I'll be staying right here, Captain Brock. If you're planning to tie that boy to a post and flog him, as I've no doubt you've decided to do, then you'll be having a word with me first.
Cool, blimey.
Jensen, is that you?
All right, y'all, Captain. I heard what he said. If it's a witness you want it.
I will tell you when I want anything.
All right, Captain. No, I'll mention it.
Take Mr. Todd up to his room and keep him there. I will attend to him later. If either of you lay a hand on me, it will be a most unfortunate day in your lives. Oh, you don't say so, Mr. Todd. Mr. John Todd. I have told you what you may expect. So you have. I am not to lay a hand on you. Not even like this.
Oh, Bill, my proper, Captain. Hit him again.
Mr. Todd, get out!
That is marching to my time. I've got to get up onto my knees, and I couldn't.
I told you to get up.
Again. No, it wouldn't take many to get me off. My head hung over the side of the wharf. I made one effort and rolled off into the water. Hey, he's going into the water, Captain. Maybe can't swim.
That is his hard luck.
But suppose he drowns. The resident commissioner will be down on us for certain. I don't want no trouble with him.
Up, Johnson.
Yes, sir.
He can swim all right. There he is now, climbing out on the bank.
Blimey, it's the ice.
What's the matter, Mr. Todd?
You are not leaving us, are you? You have not changed your mind about having a word with me, have you? Mr. John Todd?
Back in my own quarters, I changed into dry clothes, hurrying as fast as I could. I couldn't have found it in my heart to be angry with the man. He had struck me without warning and kicked me while I was down, and he was planning now to flog a native boy without the lad having committed a fault. It was not a thing to become angry about. Captain Brock had to be punished, that was all. And though it would mean my own life, most likely, it had to be done. It was no more than a matter of simple justice. Within 5 minutes, I was back at the fort. The watchboy had come back with the headman, and a group of natives had gathered around the circle of light thrown out by a hurricane lantern. They didn't see me at first.
All right, Johnson. Pull his hands up over his head and tie them there. Stretch him out. Right you are, Captain.
The watchboy stood there trembling with fear while Johnson bound his hands to the heavy post.
Hurry up, you clumsy fool, and make it tight. I wanted to hang there after I'm through with him.
Oh, he'll do that all right. Captain, he's Todd.
Well, Mr. Todd, you are just in time to see the boy get what is coming to him.
Brock, I told you before, you'll not be doing this without having a word with me.
I was under the impression that you had already had your word, Mr. Todd.
You've been laying into me ever since I came here, for reasons of your own, whatever they might be.
And what do you plan to do about it, Mr. Todd?
You may be somewhat within your rights in that respect, but you're not so when you hit a man without warning and kick him while he's lying on the ground.
Go on, Captain. Give him what for. Go I take it then, Mr. Todd, you have objections to hitting a man without warning. Perhaps it is a thing your father would not think of doing.
No objections, Mr. Brock. Now that I know you do it. For it's a thing that one can do as well as the other.
Oh, blimey, you, Captain.
I don't mind now that I know it. I cuffed him along one side of the head and then again on the other. And while he rocked back from the blows, I stretched my hands around his thick neck and sank my fingers into his throat.
Stop him, Captain! Boy, tear out your bloody throat! Stop!
Chuckled and twisted, but I held on and kept choking him, tensioning my hands tighter and tighter. He struck at me and I let go with one hand and cuffed him again on the side of the head. That was somewhat of a mistake on my part, for the blow enraged him so he caught himself loose and smashed his fist into my face.
They're going down, Captain! Give it to him! Give it to him! I will show you what you can do. Kill him, Captain! Go on, kill him!
Get up, Todd.
Go on, Captain! Kick his bloody head in for him! Give him a good... Look out, Captain! Look out, it's not your ankle! Let go, you dirty little... Kick
the man when he's done, brat.
Here now, he's a running fool. You're breaking his leg.
That's right, Johnson. Get up, Brock. On your feet, man. Are you through? I only pretended. Come on. Get up on your feet.
I can't get up. You kill him.
Oh, blimey, if you ain't broke his blooming leg.
I doubt it. I'm thinking it's only twisted. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Have the boys give him a hand to his room if he needs it. I'm going to my quarters and clean up a bit.
Right you are, Mr. Todd.
And Captain Brock, you have no reason to be calling me a killer. I'm a peace-loving man, and I've no good opinion of such things as killing and fighting.
You tried to do me in, Todd. You're going to pay for it. I'm going to kill you for it, maybe today or maybe next month, but I'm going to kill you. You can count on it.
I went to my quarters then, and I didn't know what happened just after that. I didn't know about Brock kicking Ganson off the stairs while the little man was trying to help him, nor about Ganson going to the captain's room a few minutes afterwards.
How are you feeling, Captain? Oh, shut your mouth, Ganson, or I will shut it for you.
You got no call to be treating me like that. I'd have helped you if I could, but there just won't no chance. He'd have done for me the same as you, Captain.
Shut up! Cannot even move my leg.
There wasn't no call to kick me a while ago, neither.
I could get out of this chair, I'd do the same again.
You can't get up, Captain Brock?
How could I hope to... Well, what is in your mind, you little beggar?
You've been booting me around for nearly 2 years now, haven't you? You hopped onto me the first minute I landed, like you got an habit of doing when a bloke is new.
And I will break your dirty little neck as soon as I can walk.
You've been treating me like a ruddy dog, Captain. And I've been taking it, too. Until now.
Oh, what are you up to? Ganson? Ganson? I sat there in my room for a long time, holding the pistol I'd taken from a drawer of the desk. I couldn't see any way out of it. Sooner or later, at the first chance he could find, Brock was going to kill me. And aside from murdering the man in cold blood, I didn't see any way of preventing him. I couldn't leave the trading post, and for certain I couldn't stay on my guard for 24 hours a day. I couldn't say how long it was I sat there, holding the pistol in my hand, and trying to think how I might keep from dying, and not even knowing why the man hated me enough to wish to kill me. Then I heard somebody coming down the hall outside my door. I thought for a moment they might be going past, but then I raised the gun and pointed it at the door. Ganson. Ganson. Man, what have you done to your hand?
Man? Oh, you ought to see him, Mr. Todd. You ought to come take a look at him. Oh, blimey, if I ain't marked him up all right. I marked him good.
What are you saying, man? What have you done?
Him has always thought he was so much, just because he was bigger than me. Oh, I showed him all right.
Oh, what have you done?
Why don't you come take a look for yourself, Mr. Todd? Come and see what used to be so high and mighty, calling itself Captain Brock. Take a look at him, Mr. Todd. He ain't quite so tough now as he was before.
What have you done to him?
Please do not let him hit me. With my own 2 hands, I've done it, Mr. Todd. I beat his face to a pulp, I did.
Listen, man, while he's helpless. Get as bad as he is, Ganson.
Please do not let him hit me again, Mr. Todd.
He's not going to hit you, Brock. Get to your room, Ganson. Come on.
Oh, all right, Mr. Todd. Anyway, I marked him. I marked his face up good so it'll show for a long time.
Don't let him hit me again. Shut up, you great blubberin' baby. Looks like you lived through it all right. Though you may never look the same again.
Yes. You've been having a bit of excitement.
Oh, Mr. Simpson.
I docked at the wharf 10 minutes ago. The boys told me what had happened. Good Lord. You did all that?
Oh, not to his face. Ganson has been settling up an old score. I'm afraid the little man has a vicious disposition.
I never thought I'd see it. Brock, try and make a baby.
Aye. And the sound of it fairly sickens me. Suppose we step outside in a hilly.
Don't let him hit me, please don't.
Mr. Simpson, I've found out why Captain Brock hated me the way he did. Why he threatened to kill me.
Yes? What do you think it is?
The man's a coward, that's all. You saw him in there just now. He knew he was a coward, and he was afraid I'd find it out.
You may be right.
There's no doubt of it. And I'm thinking you'll have him for a passenger when you go back downriver. He'll not be able to stay here now that we understand him. And I'll see to it that Ganson goes along with him.
Well, I can't say that I'll mind the change. I mean, doing business here from now on with a gent by the name of Jock Todd.
Jock? Oh, no. You're taking me all wrong. I'm a peace-loving man, and my name is John. It's no wise proper to call a man Jock unless he's a fighter. Now, you take my father, for instance. There's a man who can hold his own in any kind of company. But I don't know.
Escape, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, tonight brought to you John Jock Todd by Robert Simpson. Adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, featuring Wilm Herbert as John Todd, Jack Crucian as Captain Brock, and Tony Barrett as Ganson, with Don Diamond and Paul McVeigh. The musical score was conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
Next week, you are rushing forward through time, far into the future, trying desperately to flee the clutching fingers of a band of night creatures, a dreamlike horror from whom there seems no escape.
Next week, we escape with H.G. Wells' awesome story, The Time Machine. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Crazy Rhythm. During the coming holiday season, there's probably going to be more activity than usual around your home. There'll be more wear and tear on your floors, especially in the kitchen. If those floors are protected with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, you won't have to worry about them at all. If you're not using Glow Coat now, this would be an excellent time to try it. Glow Coat offers many advantages. First, it protects linoleum against wear, scratches, and dirt. Cleaning is easier because spilled things are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. Second, Glow Coat makes linoleum floors more beautiful, gives them a gleaming polish that keeps the colors fresh and bright. Third, it makes the linoleum last longer. And fourth, it's a wonderful time and labor saver. Johnson's Glow Coat is self-polishing. It needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. In 20 minutes, your floors shine with new beauty. Be sure Johnson's Glow Coat is on your next shopping list. Mailing your Christmas packages early is a great idea for two reasons. One, it gets them off your mind. And two, the recipient has time to look his gift over and change yours for something cheaper. So here at 79 Wistful Vista, about to depart for the post office with arms full of packages, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Wait a minute, dearie. Let's be sure we got everything. Okay. Here's the one for Aunt Bess.
Yeah.
One for Uncle Dennis. We don't have to mail that. He'll be with us over Christmas.
He's going to be with us here for Christmas?
Sure.
Oh, happy Yuletide.
McGee, don't be like that. Where's your Christmas spirit?
I had it up on my closet shelf, and Uncle Dennis found it, and...
McGee! That's enough of that.
Yeah, would have been enough for me, but that guy is so thirsty.
Please, let's not discuss Uncle Dennis anymore.
Okay. Hey, why don't we go down to the post office after supper instead of now? Might be less of a crowd down there.
I don't know if they're open that late.
Oh, I'll see. Hand me that phone. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the post up. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's everything, Mert? It is, eh? What's say, Mert? Your 17-year-old sister. Had her face lifted.
Oh, heavenly days. What'd she do that for?
Couldn't help it. She bought a false face for a New Year's party, and somebody swiped it. What say, Mert? Yes, it laid there. What say? Oh, the post office don't answer, eh? Okay, never mind, Mert. Well, come on, Molly. I guess we better go on down there now.
All right. You got enough money with you for stamps?
Oh, I don't need any. I got an account with the government. Income tax, FHA, HOLC.
Oh, dear. Come in.
Hey, Mr. McGee, come over to my house right away, will you?
What's the matter now?
My brother was rehearsing a Santa Claus act, and he got a horn caught in his pants.
Why, he's too old to be playing with toys like that.
It ain't one of the toys. It's one of the reindeer. Hurry, will you?
Well, are you going, McGee?
Nah, he ain't the only guy who gets antlers in his pants around Christmas. Now, let's see. You take those 4 packages there, and I'll carry these couple. Hey, what's in this big one here?
Which one?
This one.
Oh, that.
Uh-huh.
Why, that's a new aluminum baking dish I got for Aunt Sarah.
Oh, a camisole, eh?
No, you mean casserole, dearie.
I do not. Casserole is medicine.
Go on. That's castor oil.
Well, then what's a camisole?
Well, a camisole is the... Well, it's a sort of a...
Uh-huh. You see? So it is something you cook in.
Well, it could be in hot weather.
Well, anyway, I bet that's a good...
No, we'll never get to the post office if people keep coming in like this. See who it is, dearie.
Hey, it's Gildersleeve with an armful of Christmas presents and a big smile on his face.
Oh, dear.
Must be bringing us our presents.
Oh, and I haven't got his wrapped up yet.
Play
oh,
well. Come in, come in, come in.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. How nice to see you.
Hi, Gildy, old man. You're looking well. A new suit?
Why, no, this is the same suit I always wear.
Well, it certainly looks nice. Have a chair, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Have a cigar, too.
No, thanks. I just dropped in.
How is dear Mrs. Gildersleeve?
Why, she's splendid, thank you. But the reason I came over...
I was just saying to Molly. Molly, I says, we got to do something nice for Gildersleeve this Christmas. He's been a mighty fine neighbor, I says.
And I says, yes, McGee, I says, he's been so nice to us, I says. Though I hope he doesn't give us anything.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way about it, Mrs. McGee, because I'm not giving you anything.
That is the same old suit you got on, ain't it? Getting pretty baggy, too, if you ask me.
Was there something you wanted, Mr. Gildersleeve? We were just leaving for the post office.
Oh, yes. McGee told me this morning you were going to the post office. I just stopped in to see if you'd mail these packages for me while you were down there.
Hey, wait a minute. Why, shucks, we already got more than we can...
And I wish you'd buy me some stamps, too, while you're at it.
Say, you might save time, Mr. Gildersleeve, to get your stamps at Kramer's drugstore.
Oh, they're too expensive down there.
What do you mean expensive? Stamps are the same everywhere.
Yeah, I know, but I hate to go into a store and buy stamps. They don't make any profit on them.
Well, what's that got to do?
So, I usually make a few purchases to ease my conscience.
Oh, I see.
Yes. The last time I bought a 2-cent stamp in a drugstore, I came home with a hot water bottle, toy submarine, 3 rolls of film, a rental detective story, and a couple of badminton rackets, and a big gob of hot fudge on my necktie.
A guy as fat as you are has got no business eating hot fudge.
Who's fat?
Well, besides you, there's Oliver Hardy, Don Wilson, Paul Whiteman.
Ooh! You're a hard man, McGee.
Now, let's not get into any argument, boys. We'll get your stamps for you, Mr. Gildersleeve. What kind do you want?
Well, I want 2 sheets of 5s, 4 sheets of 1s, 1 sheet of 2s, and 3 sheets of 4s.
out your gum and do it again, Gildersleeve.
Well, all right. I want 3 sheets of 2s, 2 of 3s, 4 of 5s, and 5s of 4s.
How about 6 of 1s and half a dozen of the others?
Gildersleeve, they don't make any 4-cent stamps.
Oh, yes, they do.
They do not.
They do, too.
They do not.
They do not. No!
Boy, stop fussing.
Well, if I knew as little about my own government as this big chowderhead.
Don't you call me a chowderhead, you little termite.
Gildersleeve, one of these days you're going to exonerate me too far. And I still say they don't make any 4-cent stamps.
How do you know?
Because I used to work in the post office, that's how I know.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. Well, I started working in the post office when I was knee-high to a mailbox.
He did.
I had charge of the branch in the Savoy Hotel. Stamping at the Savoy Magee, I was known as. Stamping at the Savoy Magee, slick as silk and strong as Samson at slamming a sack of circular single-handed on a schooner sailing to the South Seas or a streamliner scheduled to scoot to Sioux City, celebrated as a salary-saving super salesman by selling scores of 6-cent stamps to sentimental sailors, sending souvenirs to sweeties in Samoa, Siam, Ceylon, San Salvador, and similar scattered seaports, smiling and singing as I stamped and sealed stuff from city to city and state to state, a solid civil servant serving citizens and scamps. Well, let's get down to the post office and buy this lug some stamps.
Windows down, sir.
Where can I find the postal savings department?
Boy, these packages are getting heavy, Molly. I'll sure be glad to unload them.
Well, we won't unload them very quick, dearie.
Huh?
Look at the long lines in front of the windows.
Oh, boy. Hey, folks, you mind if we squeeze in here? We got an important engagement we'd like to get to.
Who do you think you are, anyway?
Wait in line like the rest of us.
Maybe we better go to the end of the line, Molly. It's more democratic.
McGee, do you realize how many people are ahead of us in this line?
Huh?
73.
And a good thing, too. Keeps them off the streets.
McGee.
Huh?
This man standing in front of me.
Huh?
I wish he'd turn around and face the way everybody else is. He's got a blank look on his face that bothers me somehow.
I'll move aside a little. I can't see over these packages.
You see him there?
Oh, that ain't his face. Hey, Bud, you got your toupee on backwards.
My goodness. Thanks, Lode.
Oh, look, McGee, here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Mrs. Uppington? What's she doing in a post office? Don't she know these places are infested with common people?
I see she brought her Pekingese along to lick the stamps for her. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy. Hi, puppy.
Good heavens, what a lot of people. Do you have to stand in line like that? Don't you know anyone in an executive position who would take care of you?
Well, me and Jim Farley was great pals, Uppy, but Jim don't work here anymore, and I don't know the new guy.
Besides, we're no better than anyone else.
I think, my dear, as the saying goes, you have something there. Mailing your Christmas packages.
Oh, no. No, we just brought them down here to see if they were wrapped up as pretty as other people.
Say, while we're kicking the basket around, Abigail, what's the idea of bringing that dime-sized Doberman in here?
Yeah. Oh, you mean Fifi?
Fifi.
Isn't she sweet? Mother's little darling.
Oh, sure.
Say hello to Mr. and Mrs. McGee, Fifi.
Wonderful, ain't it, Molly? I always wondered how you said hello in Pekingese.
Oh, hasn't she a sweet little face? Such bright eyes and such animation. You know, sometimes I could almost believe she was laughing at me.
Well, if she's really intelligent, how could she help it?
She is very intelligent, Mrs. McGee. Her mother was champion Floradora, Conquistadora Brownie, the 5th of Philadelphia.
Oh. And who was her father? Or am I putting Fifi on the spot?
I knew she was either from Philadelphia or New York, Uppy. She's got that metropolitan look.
Oh, thank you, Mr. McGee.
Don't thank him for that one. I still don't know why you should bring her into the post office, Mrs. Uppington, when everything is so busy.
Oh, well, I wanted her to mix with the crowds, Mrs. McGee, to give her some real holiday atmosphere. This is Fifi's first Christmas, you know. Isn't it, Fifi?
She muffed that one, Uppy. She said hello again.
Well, if she did, she must have had a very good reason for it.
Oh.
Fifi is a very intelligent dog and very valuable, too. She's worth at least $2,000.
$2,000?
What do you mean, $2,000? Why, shucks, that's more than I'm worth.
Well, some dogs are worth more than others. Good night.
Dogs are worth more than others. Teddy Roosevelt slayed the Rough Riders with that one. Some dog.
Say, I wish we could get up to the window. This line hasn't moved 2 feet in a half hour.
Well, I'll take care of that. Watch me. Hey, up ahead there. Can't you move along any faster? Okay. I was just asking. You getting tired, Molly?
I certainly am. My feet are beginning to agitate for better working conditions.
Mine, too. I wish we could put
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. What you doing here?
I'm mailing a letter to Santa Claus, I bet you. Are you?
No, we're not.
Why?
Huh? What'd you say?
When?
Never mind. What'd you ask Santa Claus in your letter?
I asked him to make the man next door not mad at me anymore because I don't think he's going to give me anything for Christmas, I bet you.
Well, what juvenile peccadillo aroused his antipathy, sister?
Dear, what's the matter with you? Pardon me, mister. Pardon.
I said, what'd you do that made the man next door mad at you?
Last summer, I went in his backyard and I picked some of his permissions.
Some of his what?
Permission. You know, it's a kind of a fruit that makes the picker pucker.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, why didn't you ask him if you could pick them?
Well, I was afraid he wouldn't give his persimmons.
You mean his permission?
No, I picked his permissions.
Look, sis, you don't pick permissions. You give persimmons. You persnip. Let's start over again and make it pears.
All righty. Grizzly pears or teddy pears?
So you're mailing a letter to Santa Claus, are you?
Sure. You see, here it is.
Oh, say, that's pretty good handwriting, sis.
I know it.
Don't tell me you wrote that.
No, my papa wrote it. I always ask him to write my Santa Claus letter.
Cute. That's a very good idea.
Sure it is, I bet you. All us kids do that because our papas all believe in Santa Claus.
Oh, they do, eh?
Sure. So why should we tell them any different if it makes them happy? Go on, mister.
Hey, Molly, what makes this whole line of people give that sudden jerk every few minutes?
Why, don't you know?
No.
That seventh man up ahead has got the hiccups.
all I got to say.
Hi there, Fibber. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow. Hey, take my place in this line a while, will you? I want to go sit down someplace for a while.
Me too.
Gee, I'm sorry, folks. I'd like to, but I haven't got time. I just dashed in here to mail some special orders to Racine, Wisconsin.
What do you mean by special orders? Says he with a sly twinkle in his eye.
Well, you know how important it is to have a home clean and shining with Johnson's Wax when all the family is home for the holidays.
Yes, we do.
And how gleaming hospitality of Johnson waxed floors and furniture lends an air of cheerfulness to Yuletide gatherings.
Yeah, naturally we understand all that.
And how Johnson's Wax will beautify and protect against the wear and tear of Christmas and New Year celebrations.
Dad, Rabbit, what's so special about that?
Oh, just to get the orders in on time.
Oh, I see. So you can do your Christmas shipping early. Don't you get it, Molly? I said...
Tain't funny, Magee. You are Christmas shipping early.
Yeah.
That's pure golden bantam for my money.
Yeah, the only difference between Fibber and a corn crib is that you can hear the corn through his crack. I'll see you later, folks.
Boy,
Say, who'd have thought we'd have to stand in line this long 2 weeks before Christmas?
Blankets, cushions, folding chairs. Might as well be comfortable while you wait, folks. Blankets, folding chairs, cushions. Get your... Oh, hello there, kid.
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Since when have you been working in the post office, old-timer?
No, I'm kind of a pensioner around here, kids. They give me the job in memory of my sister, Nellie.
Oh, dear. What happened to your sister, Nellie?
Well, we never knew, daughter. She was a Pony Express rider in 1848. One day she disappeared, mail bag and all. All it's figured she must have got caught in a landslide. Reckless critter Nellie was. But me and Ma, we never give up hope. We always thought that someday Nellie would... What's the matter?
Make way for the United States mail.
It's Nellie. Hey, Nell, it's me, your brother.
Hi, Roy. How's Ma?
Fine. Where you been?
I got caught by Indians. Just got away 3 days ago. They got great news for you, Roy.
What's that?
They discovered gold in California.
You don't say.
Yep. Climb up in the saddle, Roy. Soon as I deliver this mail, I gotta go home and get a clean shirt. This buckskin's beginning to chase me. Yes, sir. Make way for the U.S. mail,
Yes,
folks.
sir. I'm with you.
The King's Men sing Hilda.
They love Hilda, who plays in the band. She plays the bass drum, and I tell you she's grand. My heart goes trick, trick, trick. It jumps so high, it beats so quick. Then she gets out with a big hot lick. Boom, boom, ba-doom. Bing! Every feller wants to tell her, will you be my wife? She keeps beating and repeating, never in your life. Hey, would build a little love nest for two. Risk, raspberry, boom, 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 boom. Oh, may Hilda, may goodness I love you. Heart with gladness, fit your ending vein. And until the day you say a will, the night's heart filled with sadness. Tell me, waiting pale, a love Hilda who plays in the band. She plays the bass drum, and I tell you she's grand. My heart goes trick, trick, trick. It jumps so high, it beats so quick. Then she gets out with a big hot lick. Every feller wants to tell her, will you be my wife? She keeps beating and repeating never in your life. They would build us in a love nest for two. Risk, raspberry, boom, 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 just for two. Risk, raspberry, boom, 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 boom. Oh, my Hilda, make goodness they love you.
Magee, dearie, let me take those packages a while. Your arms must be numb.
It ain't so much my arms. It's my foot. My foot is... Uh-oh. Hey, Bud. You in front of me there.
Si, senor.
Look, I don't like to be rude, and you'll please forgive me for introducing myself, but I'm Fibber Magee.
Very happy to meet you, senor. Permit me to introduce me. I am Pedro Gonzalez Gomez Vargas Pereira de Faria.
Hi, Pete. Now that we know each other, will you please get off my foot?
Si, senor.
Thank you very much.
Es por nada, senor. It is pleasure to do business with you. Anytime I can get off your foot, please let me know.
Don't think I won't, Bud.
My. You sound like two gentlemen of the old school with apples for the teacher.
Oh, well.
Oh, dear. I'm so tired.
Well, me, too. For 2 cents, I'd dump these
Ah,
packages.
there. Good day, my dear, and a dull December to you, crab meat.
Hi, Boomer.
What are you doing in the post office, Mr. Boomer?
Always come in here to write my letters. Small, smart, and smell nice. Wonderful feeling to be able to walk away from a federal pen without hearing bloodhounds in the distance.
I hope you're writing your dear old mother a Christmas letter, Mr. Boomer.
Exactly what I am doing, my dear. Have to be careful what I say, too. The warden reads every word of her letters. Let me see now. What did I do with Mother's letter? Like to read it to you.
Ah, never mind, Boomer. We're too tired to...
Now, let me see. Where did I put Mother's letter? Had it right here a moment ago. Here's the short end of an exploded cigar. Just the butt of an old joke, you might say. Invitation to a New England boiled dinner. Ought to be interesting. Never been boiled at a New England dinner.
Well, never mind looking, Mr. Boomer. We're in no mood now.
Ah, what's this? Pair of cellophane gloves. Very handy to let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. Couple of diamond shoulder clips I picked up as I shouldered my way out of a clip joint. And a check. Well, imagine that, a check. Made out to a man named Mortispan. Mortispan, M-O-R-T-I. Excuse me while I go practice the signature. Good day, my dear. Introduce you.
What a crook.
Isn't he, though? He was born with a gold chisel in his mouth. How many ahead of us, dearie? I'm about ready to give up here.
No, it's only 3 now, Molly. Just hang on. Oh, it's only 2. Lady just got through.
Hold the packages to one side, dearie. I want to lean against you a few minutes.
All right, you're next, madam.
Hey, come on. We're next at the window, Molly. Ah, thank goodness this will soon be over.
That's what I say. I'm completely exhausted.
All right, sir, you're next.
Ah, Bud, you're a sight for sore eyes. Here.
Oh, dear.
Now, weigh them packages and tell me how much postage.
Sorry, sir, can't do that here.
Huh?
Why not? We've been standing in line here for 3 hours.
But this is the money order window. You'll have to get in that long line over there.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Well, these certainly are busy times for all of us. There are so many more things to do than we can possibly squeeze into every 24 hours. That's probably one reason why so many women sing the praises of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, the floor polisher that saves them so many hours of work. With Glow Coat, the care of floors, especially linoleum surfaces, is remarkably simple. There's practically no work to it at all. Just pour a little Glow Coat onto your clean floor, spread it around, and let it dry. Come back in 20 minutes to find a sparkling surface, colors bright and cheerful, protected against scratches and dirt. And Glow Coat will greatly lengthen the life of your linoleum, too. Ask your dealer for Johnson's Glow Coat in the familiar red and yellow can. And by the way, when you're making up your Christmas list, don't forget that either Glow Coat or Johnson's Wax makes a very useful and welcome gift for a friend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the prevention and control of tuberculosis is a year-round fight. But only at Christmas time are you asked for financial support and encouragement.
That's right. So be sure your letters and packages are decorated with Christmas seals.
Thank you, and good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Would you rather drive a dull, dingy car or a sparkling, shiny one? Maybe you still think the job of wax polishing is costly or hard work. Then let me urge you to investigate and try Car New, Johnson's sensational, new, easy-to-use auto polish. Car New does two things at once. Both cleans and wax polishes in one operation, in half the time these jobs used to require. Car New's cost is low, and once you've seen what beautiful results it gives, you'll say with car owners everywhere, your car looks like new when you use Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
It isn't a pickle in the middle with the mustard on top, kiddies.
The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guest, Edward Everett Horton, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Byers as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And until I make a quick change and become Senator Claghorn, my name is Kenny Delmar. Well, here he is again, Fred Allen.
Thank you. You know what?
Mr. Allen.
Well, of course. Well, what's the good word tonight, Portland?
Mama said the end of your program was cut off last week.
I know, but like a snake, it wiggled until sundown. I must... Tell me, was your mother upset?
No. Mama said with your program, you can cut it off any place. It's still too long.
Still too long, huh? So let's get along down to Allen's Alley.
What is your question for tonight?
Well, Portland, recently the Better Business Bureaus around the country held a conference to warn people with wartime savings against swindlers and racketeers. And so our question is, have you ever been approached by a swindler? And if you have you ever lost any money?
Shall we go?
Well, as the man said after he finished inventing the first locomotive, I think I'll make tracks. Everything is so peaceful and serene down here in Allen's Alley, Portland. I guess the senator's home all right. His snuff and dipping stick are there on the front porch. Hell, let's knock and see.
Somebody knock.
I know.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
Say, you look groggy, Senator.
I've been sick all night. I thought Riga Memphis was setting in.
That's rigor mortis.
I'm from the South, son. It's Riga Memphis.
You're from the South.
When I say Solid Jackson, I mean Stonewall Jackson.
Now, look, Senator.
I never go to the circus.
Why not?
In among them ringlings, there's a gnaw.
Now, wait. Senator, tell me, what is Congress doing about those swindlers taking people's savings?
I asked the members to file a report.
Now, wait, Senator. Have you ever met up with one of those swindlers?
Well, I was rocked by a smooth-talking carpetbagger.
Rocked, were you?
Yeah.
Stoned you, hey?
I was rooked by him, too.
Rooked, rooked and rocked all the same time. Well,
he sold me 200 shares of Texas oil stock.
He was a phony, huh?
I went to his office, the low-down scallywag, and scooted.
You mean this oil man didn't have any wells?
The only wells he had was a big picture of Orson hanging on the wall. Come on, Daddy. Come on.
Well, I think the senator should stop Orson around. Now, let's drop in on Titus Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Mr. Moody, have you had any trouble with slickers trying to get your money?
Ain't many around that can put the sickles into my grass.
There are, then. You've been approached by shoppers, eh?
Yep, every time I go to New York.
Uh-huh.
First time, a friend says, look out for pickpockets. So I did.
How?
Cut the bottoms off all my pockets.
What? What happened?
Well, I was walking down Broadway. I felt a hand in my side pocket.
What did you do?
I put my hand through t'other side pocket and shook hands with the fella.
Oh, fine.
Yep. Met some nice people that way.
Well, I imagine. Well, you've never lost any money in New York.
Only once. I had $89 sewed into my left mitten.
What happened?
I was walking along 10th Avenue, happy as a weasel full of hen meat.
You were feeling fine, eh?
Yeah, had a mouth full of tutti frutti. I loved life. It was good to be alive.
Oh, fine.
At one corner, I come to a revival meeting.
A revival meeting on 10th Avenue?
20 men was kneeling down on the sidewalk.
I see.
I knelt down, too.
Uh-huh.
When I got up, my $89 was gone.
You lost $89 at a revival?
On no revival.
No.
It was a crap game. Oh, you little Joe. So long, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody looks pale. I guess he's still fading. Well, now let's try this next door.
No?
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Alice Fago?
Tell me, Mrs. Ann, has any racketeer tried to get you to invest?
Not me, my husband, Pierre.
Oh, Pierre is gullible?
In the whole Fulton fish market, you wouldn't find a bigger sucker.
Well, what happened?
Pierre's Uncle Mo, the Zipper King, is dying.
The Zipper King, huh?
He is leaving Pierre $1,500 in cash.
Oh, the swindlers got wind of it?
Crowds is coming. Robbers. Cohen men.
Cohen men, huh?
All kinds jipper.
Trying to get Pierre to invest?
One gunner for selling Wildcat stock. Who needs Wildcat?
Oh, I see.
Inventors is coming.
Well, what inventions did they have?
One is a liverwurst bookmark.
A liverwurst bookmark?
You are reading and getting hungry.
Uh-huh.
You are eating the bookmark.
Oh. Well, what did Pierre finally do with his $1,500?
A faker in a trapper suit is trapping Pierre.
How?
You're selling Pierre a mink farm.
Oh, a mink farm.
300 two-tone mink.
What is a two-tone mink?
In the front it is mink.
Uh-huh.
And the sides it is mink.
Uh-huh.
But down the back is a white stripe.
Well, how is the mink farm working out?
All of a sudden, nobody is wanting two-tone mink.
Pierre is losing money.
His $1,500 is gone.
He's down to his last cent.
And what a cent.
And that brings us to the beaver-board bungalow at the end of the alley.
Greetings all, alack-a-day. Falstaff's here with Rondelay.
F. Openshaw, you have new gems for us tonight?
Oh, indubitably. Have you heard, we always let Meyer fix the tire? Meyer has small paws and he doesn't perspire.
No.
We haven't seen Mother since early last fall when they tacked her picture on the post office wall.
Now, wait a minute. Tonight we are discussing racketeers trying to get the savings of honest folks.
Precisely why I am here. I have contrived a canto.
What is it called?
A fig for all you swindlers.
And how does it, and it goes?
A fig for all you swindlers, you disciples of sharp practice. If you think you can fleece Falstaff, you're mistaken. For the fact is, you can't sell me your phony stocks or fake nylons this season. That used car at black market price I won't buy. Here's the reason. It isn't that I'm smarter that you can't swindle me, chum. It's because I have no money. I'm a pauper, just a bum.
Well, now that Falstaff has abandoned his incognito, we turn to the DeMarco sisters. With Maestro Al Goodman and his part-time Philharmonic in the background, the DeMarco sing Come to Baby Do.
I choo-choo-choo-choo-choo fast as I could take a choo-choo. I came a long, 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 long way to take you in my arms. And how would your first move to prove that you've been true? Do-do-do-do-do, come to baby do, do-do-do-do-do-do-do. You've been away, way, 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 way beyond the blue horizon. I'm hoping no one else is on your mind. The bunker of my sweet and meet your Waterloo. Do-do-do-do-do, come to baby do. Stop me from guessing. Ain't no time to tease. Ha-ha-ha-ha. All this messing. Put your begging baby at ease. I wanna love, 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 love just the way I wanna love ya. I'm gonna try to make you understand. When all is said and done, the one for me is you. Come to baby, come to baby, come to pretty baby, to come to baby.
Portland, is that today's paper you have there?
Yes, I'm reading Mama's ad.
Your mother's ad?
Mama saw Clark Gable's new picture, and she put an ad in the paper.
Really? What does it say?
Will exchange.
Uh-huh.
My Sinatra records, my Bobby socks, too. And Van Johnson's picture, it's practically new.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give all of these plus $2 cash in exchange for one hair of Clark Gable's mustache.
Uh-huh. So your mother is through with the Victory Model Dream Boys, huh?
Mama says the real thing is back. Why should she bother with substitutes?
Would like work as sand hog, garbage collector, or cuspidor maintenance man. Address Bowery Plaza Hotel, Edward Everett Horton.
Edward Everett Horton, the big movie star?
Gad, Portland, something terrible must have happened to Eddie living on the Bowery looking for a job. Say, he must be down and out.
Can't somebody help him?
Well, Eddie's a friend of mine. I'll see what the trouble is. I'm off to the Bowery. Gosh, this is the place. Bowery Plaza Hotels. Beds 50 cents a week with DDT 75 cents. Say, I wonder what Edward Everett Horton is doing in here. Well, I better go in.
Want a flop, Bud?
No, I'm looking for Mr. Edward Everett Horton.
Oh, wanted to guess.
Yes.
Horton, huh?
Horton, yes.
Made me look in the register.
Uh-huh.
Horton. He's got cot 37 in the Empire Room.
The Empire Room?
Yeah, over there. Just pull aside that burlap. That's it.
Oh, thank you. Right through here, I guess. Oh, look at all these rum-soaked derelicts. Cot number 34, 35. Oh, hello, Mr. Milan.
Hiya, pal.
36. Well, here we are, cot 37. Gosh, this guy with the long beard. Hey, who are you?
Who am I? Well, who do you think I am? I'm Edward Everett Horton.
Eddie, look at me.
Why? Oh, my word, it's Fred Allen. Oh, you in this flop house, too, eh? Oh, my.
Eddie,
I knew radio wouldn't last.
Well, I just came down.
I'm sorry, Fred. I'd like to help you out, but these cots are so narrow, neither of us would sleep a wink.
Eddie, what are you doing living in this flea bag? Paying 50 cents a week.
Terrible, isn't it? They wouldn't give me the monthly rate.
Well, what's wrong? Have you been off on a lost weekend? Are you broke?
No, Fred, I'm on strike.
On strike?
I am sick of those namby-pamby roles I always get in motion pictures. In every film, I'm a floor walker.
I know.
I've been a floor walker in 53 pictures. If a picture has a flaw in it, they've got me on the floor before the linoleum.
But, Eddie...
Always answering questions. Where is this? Where is that? I'm through.
But, Eddie...
Let people find out where it is for themselves.
But, Eddie, you're the pallbearer type. Why, in that cutaway coat, those striped trousers, your lapel in bloom with gardenia...
Don't mention gardenia to me.
Well, why not?
Going through life with a wet lapel.
You had to have a wet lapel?
To keep my gardenia fresh. My gardenia ever drooped? I was through.
But in dress clothes, you looked immaculate.
Well, the old dapper Horton is finished.
Really?
Fred, look at me. Look. The new Horton. Frowsy and fragrant.
Gosh, look at that beard. You have about 30 hours of 5 o'clock shadow there.
Isn't it divine, huh? And look at this ragged suit.
Eddie, you mean you're doing all of this to force Hollywood to give you tough guy parts?
I'm sick of playing gentleman. Kissing women's hands, getting that cheap jewelry caught in my bridge work.
But, Eddie...
I tell you, Fred, give me those Bogart parts. 10 women can be in the room and Bogart lays around with a bottle of beer and the top button of his union suit open. That's for me, Fred, that's for
I
me.
know, but your dignity...
Dignity? What do you mean? Always having to eat sen-sen? I'm sick of smelling like the doorman at Elizabeth Arden's.
Well, I know...
Oh, I tell you, this is the life for me, Fred. This is it. Smell my breath.
Zephyr of White Tower.
I had to wait 20 years to find out what an onion was.
Well, tell me, how long are you going to stay down here on the Bowery?
Fred, until I know I'm ready.
How will you know?
Every day I go into the Hobo News office.
Yes?
The day I walk in and the editor of the Hobo News says, throw that dirty bum out, I'm ready.
But, Eddie, you're not the type for those two-fisted roles you want to play.
Why not? I repeat, why not? They took that crooner Dick Powell and they made him into a hard-boiled character, didn't they?
Yes, 5 years ago, Dick Powell couldn't punch his way out of a daisy chain. Today, he's the poor man's Dillinger. Now, if you could get a picture...
I've got a gangster picture already, Fred.
Really?
I wrote it myself. If I could only show those Hollywood producers the new Horton. Horton the Killer.
Well, what is your play like?
Well, here's the script.
Now, let me see. The play opens with a fanfare, huh?
Edward Everett Horton presents...
Edward Everett Horton in...
Edward Everett Horton's gangster epic.
Nasty Eddie, Beast of the Underworld.
A new star joins the ranks of Hollywood tough guys, Nasty Eddie Horton. Born in the gutter, weaned on venom, he killed his father and mother and became a self-made orphan. The Exterminator's Journal named him Mr. Rat for 1946. Nasty Eddie has put the so-called hard-boiled stars of Hollywood to rout. When Alan Ladd bumped into him on Vine Street, Nasty Eddie barked,
"Scram, lad."
At the Brown Derby, when Humphrey Bogart said his soup was too hot, Nasty Eddie leered,
"Hello, Bogart."
At Schwab's drugstore, when Sidney Greenstreet tried to get into a phone booth, Nasty Eddie sneered,
"Fat chance, Greenstreet."
When another Hollywood star stepped on his foot, Nasty Eddie raged,
"Take that, you, and that, and that. Next time, watch where you're going, Margaret O'Brien."
Trigger-tempered, hard and cruel, Nasty Eddie blasted his hoodlum way to the top. How did he become the beast of the underworld? This, then, is the story of Nasty Eddie.
Who is Nasty Eddie? No records chronicle his nefarious deeds. His gruesome exploits are known to but one man. Through the courtesy of the FBI, we bring you the only man who ever knew Nasty Eddie and lived. He is Louis the Lug. All right, Louis.
Thank you, folks. My name is Louis the Lug. I'm doing 10 years in Sing Sing and 15 years in Leavenworth. I'm commuting. In 1929, I was head gee with the Purple Dicky Gang. We was called the Purple Dicky Gang because we always left the Purple Dicky at the scene of the crime. One day, I called the gang for a meeting. It was Mother's Day. We was planning to hijack a Fanny Farmer truck to get some nougatines for our old ladies. Well, the door opened slowly, and I heard a voice say,
"Stick them up, fellows. Reach for the murals."
Nasty Eddie.
You're through, Louis the Lug.
Oh, yeah? Grab him, man. Nasty. You knocked off me whole mob.
That was my intention, Louis.
You're taking over the Purple Dicky Gang?
That isn't all. Call up City Hall.
Yeah?
Tell the mayor I'm giving him 10 minutes to get out of town.
You mean?
I'm moving in. I'm taking over the whole city.
Nasty.
Louis, you're looking at the new mayor.
Someday, Nasty Eddie, you'll go too far. Say, you were great, Eddie.
Was I tough enough?
Oh, tough. You were tougher than the lamb chop on a 40-cent blue plate. You made Humphrey Bogart look like a choir boy in the bells of St. Mary's.
I frightened myself. Look, I'm shaking like the last man in a conga line.
Say, if any of those big movie producers heard you, The phone, I'll get it. Hello? Hollywood calling?
Uh-huh.
For Edward Everett Horton? It's for you, Eddie.
I felt that, Fred. Hello? 20th century? Yes, Mr. Zanuck, yes. You heard the new Horton? You bet, Mr. Zanuck. I'll leave tonight. Goodbye, Mr. Zanuck.
I told you you'd get a He-Man part, Eddie. Was it a job?
Yes, 20th Century is making a new picture, Weekend at Woolworth's.
And you're playing a gangster?
No, a floor walker.
Good night, Eddie.
is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
What'll it be, mister?
I got away. Give me a shot of rye, bartender.
I ain't too sure I got any left.
Well, make sure. What kind of a saloon is this, anyway?
There's other saloons in Dodge.
What if I like this one?
If I don't have any rye, you might not like it.
You're talking to the wrong man. You go look for that bottle if you want to live. Now, go on.
All right. Never said I wouldn't look, did I?
Hey, you're a stranger in Dodge, ain't you?
It beats living here, mister, and being drunk to boot.
I'm only a little drunk. No business of yours.
Go on back to your pigs. Go home. Milk your cows.
Yeah, you talk pretty big. You know what? I think you're a gunman.
And you ought to have sense enough to keep your mouth shut.
What's your name, anyway?
I killed men for asking that. You're so crazy, I'll tell you. My name is Ken Creed.
Ken Creed?
I never changed it.
Oh, the way I've heard it, Ken Creed's pretty fast with a gun.
Well, you heard right. Now, shut up.
Here's your rye, mister.
You're a better bartender than I thought.
Hey. Hey, Creed.
I told you to Well, now, look at you.
Sure. Look at me. You may be fast, Creed, but you ain't smart. Not with my gun aimed right at your belly.
Makes it kind of dangerous to take a drink around here, don't it?
For you, it does. I'm sorry it's got to be this way, Creed, but I am a little drunk. I can't take any chances.
Man with a gun in his hand, he's taking chances, friend. Especially when he's pointing it at me.
Still talking big, ain't you? Go back to my pigs, huh? I'm gonna kill you for that. I'm gonna be the man that killed Ken Creed.
Rest of that man ain't been born yet.
All right, put the gun away, mister.
Who are you?
I'm a U.S. Marshal. Put it away.
You ain't arresting me.
No, it was self-defense. He looked away from you when I yelled, and he was drunk. But he drew first, all right.
Then I'll put my gun away.
Chester, get a couple of men and take his body out back, huh?
Yes, sir. Give me a hand here, will you?
Your name must be Dillon.
It is.
I'm Ken Creed, Marshal.
Arizona?
You hear of me.
Who ran you out?
Nobody runs me out anywheres, Marshal, including Dodge.
I don't like gunmen, Creed. Cause trouble here and I'll run you out.
I hear to you too, Marshal. Your hand is a gun.
I'm still alive.
Didn't mean a thing to me. Shoot that drunk they just carried out. I ain't at all proud of it.
I know you're kind, Creed.
I think I'm gonna like Dodge.
You have a right to protect yourself here, but that's all. Don't forget it.
Mr. Dillon, that fella had a friend who's going to see he gets buried.
Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir. Who is that man?
His name's Ken Creed, Chester.
I never heard of him.
I have.
Oh, he's a gunman, you mean, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'll say one thing. He was mighty fast.
I'm not sure I ever saw anyone faster.
You seem worried, Mr. Dillon.
Chester Creed's killed a lot of men just to build his reputation, but that's all he cares about. You didn't hear him, but he said he wasn't proud shooting that man in there. What he meant was he'd like to kill me. That'd make him proud.
Oh. You think he'll try?
He'll try.
Then why don't you go out right now and shoot him down?
I'm a lawman, Chester, not just a gunfighter. Why should I risk my life to satisfy whatever's wrong in Ken Creed's head?
Yes, sir, you're right. I guess I just wasn't thinking.
If he breaks the law, I'll fight him, but I won't fight him over anything as stupid as reputations and the like.
No, sir. I sure do wish he'd haul himself out of here, though.
Well, that isn't likely now. There's no use worrying about it.
Say, I've got an idea. Maybe you ought to wire Abilene and get Mr. Hickok to come over here for a little visit.
You think I'm afraid of Ken Creed?
Oh, no, sir, it isn't that, Mr. Dillon. I just thought maybe he'd leave town if there was more than one man to face.
Creed's as fast as any man I ever saw, Chester. Maybe he can beat me. I don't know. And I sure don't like the idea of dying. But I got over being afraid of it a long time ago.
Yes, sir, I know.
And if I asked Wild Bill for help, he'd come expecting 20 men like Creed, not one. Now, why don't you go upstairs and get Doc? He said he wanted to have supper with us at Delmonico's tonight.
All right, sir. I'll go get him.
Could you spare some more of that coffee, Matt?
Well, you're paying for it, Doc. Here, help yourself.
Thank you. Yes. Well, I won't be able to pay for anything much longer if business doesn't pick up some around here.
Doc, why don't you get a steady job back east in a hospital or something?
I worked in a hospital once, Chester.
Well, why'd you leave?
Oh, I didn't like it much.
That's not what you told me, Doc.
An affair of the heart, Chester. A woman of great beauty and an evil spirit.
Oh?
She never told me she was married to the head of the board of directors.
Oh.
No, she never said a word about him. Her husband mentioned it, though, the very first time I met him. The night he fired me.
My goodness.
You're better off here, Doc.
Oh, yes, and safer, Matt. Oh, yes, much safer.
Evening, Marshal.
Hello, Creed.
And Chester. See him this afternoon. They tell me this is Doc. How are you, Doc?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
You work on horses or people, Doc?
Sometimes I prefer horses.
I don't know as I like that.
Leave him alone, Creed. What do you want here, anyway?
I don't like croakers. They kill people slow. I kill them fast.
You'll come whining for help someday, mister.
Why don't you carry a gun?
That's enough, Creed.
Is it, Marshal?
You heard me.
You got a gun, Dillon.
Get out of here.
If you're calling me, draw. Go on. Draw.
No. No, Creed. Not this time.
Sure, Marshal. Sure you're not.
Oh, I'm sorry I got you into that, man.
Oh, you didn't, Doc. He's just trying to start a fight any way he can.
A fight? Well, what for?
Says maybe you can say he killed Matt Dillon. No other reason. Come on, let's get out of here.
Sit down, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Kitty.
Drink?
No, not tonight.
They're talking, Matt.
Oh? Who's talking about what?
People, about you and Ken Creed. They say he backed you down at Delmonico's earlier tonight.
I can't stop their talk.
I just thought you ought to know, Matt.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Kitty.
What really happened?
He backed me down. It's true.
Then you got a reason for letting him.
No reason.
Sometimes I don't understand you one bit, Matt.
And try to understand Creed and his reasons. It's his play, this business.
Matt, he just came in, over there.
Yeah, I see him.
He doesn't look worried about anything.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, here he comes.
Yeah.
Saw you sitting here, Marshal.
So?
And that's a right pretty gal. You going to introduce me?
Go back to the bar, Creed. Do your drinking there, huh?
That's not friendly, Marshal. My name's Ken Creed, miss.
Nobody asked you.
And peppery, and I like them that way.
Beat it.
Why, sure. When you get rid of your friend here, why, you and me can get together later, okay?
Creed, I've about had enough of you.
That's so, Marshal?
All you want is for me to draw on you, isn't it?
That's all, Marshal.
And if I don't?
Well, you will, Marshal. Sooner or later, you'll have to. I'll think of something.
I don't understand this, Matt.
It's simple, Kitty. Real simple.
You're not afraid of him.
I don't think I ever saw anyone handle a gun faster than Creed. But if I were afraid of men like that, I'd have to get out of this business.
He thinks he can kill you.
Anyway, he's willing to gamble on it.
Why?
It'll make him a bigger man, that's all. And I'm not interested in that. No matter what people are saying.
You're in a bad spot, Matt.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks that way.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, nature is kinder by far to her woodlands than we are. Forest fires, 9 out of 10, are man-made. To preserve for humanity all the products that spring from healthy timberland, redouble your efforts to eliminate forest fires. Crush out every cigarette. Break matches in two and grind them with your fingers. Douse campfires and turn them over until no ember remains. The extra moments you take sure before you abandon a campsite can save a fortune in property and save human lives. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, man.
You ought to paint this place, Doc.
Oh, yes, out of it. If I did that, people think I'm rich. They'd have one more excuse not to pay me.
Why don't you make them pay in advance?
Oh, well, that's a good idea. I'll start with you. You got $5?
I'm sorry, Doc. I'm not sick. I'm just looking for Chester. I thought he might be up here.
Well, I haven't seen him today, but I'm glad you came anyway.
Oh?
This talk that's going around, Matt, you got to put a stop to it.
About me being afraid of Ken Creed?
Yes, it's bad for you, Matt. It's very bad.
Doc, if I start shooting it out with every gunman that hits Dodge, it'll never stop. I'm hired by the government to enforce the law, not to build me a reputation or to add to somebody else's.
Yeah, I understand
If
that,
Creed
Matt.
breaks the law, I'll go after him. People ought to know that.
People aren't very smart sometimes, Matt.
Yeah, they sure aren't.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, hello, Doc.
Hello, Chester.
Where have you been, Chester?
No place. I was just coming down the street and somebody told me there's trouble at the Alfraganza.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
A fight. And they mentioned Ken Creed.
No.
Yes, sir. I didn't hear any shooting, though. I come looking for you right away.
Well, let's go over there. See you later, Doc.
Sure, Matt. And good luck.
Thanks.
Bye, Doc.
When did this happen, Chester?
Well, it couldn't have been very long ago.
Maybe Creed's killed another man in self-defense.
I don't know.
We'll soon find out.
There's a man laying on the floor there.
Yeah, but I don't see Creed.
He ain't dead, Marshal. Just got knocked out.
Who did it, Sam?
Ken Creed.
Where is Creed?
He went outside a couple of minutes ago.
What happened?
Well, properly speaking, Marshal, it wasn't even a fight. This fellow was just standing there with his back to Creed and wasn't even talking to each other. All at once, Creed pulled out his gun and cracked him over the head with it.
I see.
Got no idea why he did it, Marshal. Just meanness, I guess.
Maybe. You better get that man up to Doc, Sam. He may be hurt worse than you think.
Sure.
Chester, come on.
Yes, sir. What do you make of it?
It's simple, Chester. Now, Creed's got his fight.
You mean with you, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think he'll submit to arrest.
No, I guess he wouldn't.
I gotta stop him now.
Why don't we go after him with shotguns?
No. No, I'll face him.
I don't like it. Not one bit.
Now, this is as good a place to wait as any. Creed will be along soon.
It just don't make sense, Mr. Dillon, you having to shoot it out with a man like that.
No, I can't let him go any further. He'll kill somebody next, and I can't let some innocent man die.
Well, you're innocent. You haven't done anything.
I'm a marshal, Chester. There's a difference. And anyway, he hasn't killed me yet, you know.
Oh, no, sir. I didn't mean it. Well, of course he hasn't. You don't think he can, do you?
Chester, you know the saying, there was never a horse that couldn't be rode, nor a man that couldn't be throwed?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Creed's fast. Maybe that's not enough. Maybe it is. Here he comes now.
Right down the middle of the street.
Yeah.
I guess he knew you'd be waiting for him.
You keep out of it.
Yes, sir.
Looking for somebody, Marshal?
I'm looking for you.
Yeah, I am.
It's against the law to slug people in Dodge.
Figured it was.
Sure. I don't suppose you'd come along to jail.
You know I won't, Marshal.
All right, go ahead and draw, Creed. It doesn't matter now.
All right, Dillon. I will.
You miss me, Creed. You hit my gun, but you missed me.
What's the matter with your neck? Bullet glance into it?
Yeah,
I could kill you easy now, Marshal.
but you won't. You couldn't brag about shooting an unarmed man.
No, I couldn't. Don't get yourself another gun, Dillon.
You're fast, Creed. But you don't shoot very straight.
We'll see about that.
All right, I'll be back as soon as the doc patches me up.
Take your time. I don't mind waiting.
That was a chance shot, Creed. If you hadn't hit my gun, you'd be lying dead. Are you sure you won't come to jail?
You're wasting time, Marshal.
Yeah.
You hurt bad, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think so, Chester. But it's sure more than a flesh wound.
You know, if he'd have shot you when you was unarmed there, I'd have killed him sure.
No, I couldn't have stopped that. I'm going up to Doc's here, Chester. There's a gun in my desk drawer. Bring it up to me, will you?
Yes, sir, I'll go get it.
Thanks.
Yeah, I saw the whole business, Matt. Oh, yes, I saw it. I was just getting my things together here, and I was going to come down.
It's not too bad, Doc.
Well, come on over here now, and let me see it.
Yeah.
That's it. Now, sit down. Sit down, Matt, right here. That's it. Now, here. You wipe your hands with this.
Yeah, thanks.
That's good. Now, let me see this thing. Now, let me see that. Just missed the vein. You're lucky, Matt. You're mighty lucky.
Yeah.
She tore the muscle there. That's not bad, though, no. I'll just take a couple of stitches, and you'll be as good as new. Almost.
Hurry it up, will you, Doc?
You just hold still now. You be very careful. See what's the matter. What's your hurry?
I want to face Creed before my neck gets stiff. Might throw me a little.
That's all right now. You mean you're going back after him?
Of course. Of course I am.
That's all right now. But that's crazy, Matt. That's plumb crazy. Let's see.
He's all speed, Doc. Unless he's right next to him, and it's luck if he hits him. He missed me.
Yes, but he hit your gun, so.
But that wouldn't happen again in 1,000 times.
Yeah, well, maybe you're right, Matt.
You know, it takes nerve, Doc, to stand there and hold your fire for that 1 second you need to aim.
Yes, I know.
And I don't think Creed has that kind of nerve.
Well, I hope not, Matt, but we'll see. Ah, there you are. Now, just wrap a bandage around your neck and we're through.
How is he, Doc?
Well, he's pretty good, Chester. If he doesn't tear those stitches out.
Well, you can always sew me up again, Doc.
Oh, sure, yes.
Is this the gun you wanted?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it, Chester. Well, I'll see you later, Doc.
Matt?
Yeah?
I want to take a look at that. In the morning, you come by then.
Yeah. Thanks, Doc.
Where do you suppose he is?
He'll be along, Chester. Just like last time.
Maybe he's having a drink.
He's a fool if he is.
Everybody sure is staying off the street, ain't they?
Just as well. You better take cover, too.
I will. When Creed shows.
My neck's getting stiff already.
Maybe you better go look for him.
Well, I would, Chester, but there's too much chance of some bystander getting hit that way. I'd rather meet him in the street here.
Yes, sir.
What?
What's that?
I was in the Texas Trail over there. Come on, Chester.
Somebody must have been shot where they're all crowded around back there.
Yeah. All right. Here. Let me through here. Come on.
Let him
Out of the way, please.
It's Creed, and he looks dead to me.
All right, quiet. Quiet. Shut up! Now, who shot Creed?
I shot him. I shot King Creed.
All right, I'll take your gun, mister.
No, you won't. I'm a gunman too, Marshal. You ain't taking my gun.
You're drunk. Get your hands up.
I'll kill you too.
All right, throw him in jail, Chester.
Yes, sir. That fellow's pretty sober now, Mr. Dillon. Says his name's Chuck Carter. You want to talk to him?
No, I heard the whole story, Chester. There were plenty of witnesses.
Carter claims he don't remember what happened.
Well, he'd better remember. He'll probably hang for it.
You mean he started it?
It wasn't even a fight, Chester. It was just like that man Creed clubbed. Only Carter didn't club him. He shot him.
How?
Right in the back. Creed didn't even know it was coming.
Funny way for a man like him to die, ain't it?
Yeah, but maybe it's best this way.
How do you mean?
Well, if Creed and I had shot it out, the survivor would have been just that much more of a prize for some drunken bum like Carter.
And that'd have been you, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe. But I'll never know for sure, Chester. Not now.
Well, Mr. Dillon, I'll tell you something. I was scared plumb to pieces.
Well, Mr. Proudfoot, I'll tell you something. So was I.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, John Daner, and Ralph Moody. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. It's a double celebration this coming Monday for radio station WTAR, Norfolk, Virginia. This coming Monday, WTAR celebrates its 30th anniversary, and on the same day, this popular, powerful Norfolk radio station becomes a CBS radio affiliate. Welcome to the ever-expanding coast-to-coast CBS radio family, WTAR, and for all our affiliates throughout America, this is wishing you a happy birthday. And your listeners, happy listening at the Star's address. George Walsh speaking. America now listens to 110 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
J-E-L-L-O! The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Hallelujah from Hit the Deck. Just a few more days now before we see the old year out and before we usher in the new. Just a few more days to decide on your New Year resolutions. And if you haven't as yet discovered what a wonderfully useful, truly delicious dessert Jell-O is, I hope you'll make a resolution to try it for 1937. You can serve Jell-O in 101 different ways. You'll find each one of them exceptionally enjoyable. For Jell-O not only brings variety to your menus, it also brings the grand, refreshing taste of fresh fruit. Because all 6 of Jell-O's famous flavors, strawberry, raspberry, and cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, come from real ripe fruit. So for better tasting, more satisfying desserts throughout the new year, serve Jell-O and serve it often. But remember, there is only one Jell-O, and only Jell-O brings you that extra rich fruit flavor. When you want Jell-O, be sure you get the real thing. Always insist on genuine Jell-O. That was Hallelujah from Hit the Deck. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Christmas being over, we are left with broken ornaments, tattered tinsel, burned-out bulbs, and Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, a fugitive from an ash can. Well, Don, you can say anything you want to today. I'm in a holiday mood, and nothing can upset me. Not even that Christmas tie you're wearing.
Well, it is a little loud, isn't it?
A little loud. Don, you could spill any one of those 6 delicious flavors on it, and they'd never show. You should have gotten smoked glasses with it.
Oh, it isn't that bad, Jack.
Why don't you exchange it?
I can't. My wife gave it to me.
Oh, your wife gave it to you. Would she squawk?
Would she? She's louder than the tie.
Well, then you are in a spot. You'll just have to grin and wear it.
Now, tell me, Jack, did you get a lot of nice presents this year?
Well, yes, in a way. Mary gave me a silk muffler. My sister Florence sent me a woolen muffler. And then I got some assorted mufflers from my Aunt Molly.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, yes. In fact, my neck had a very Merry Christmas. Wish I were a giraffe so I could wear all my presents.
That's an idea. Now, what did you get from your dad?
Oh, my father. Mm-hmm. He gave me a checkbook and a fountain pen. Touching, isn't it, Don?
Oh, yes, very.
I'm sending him a muffler. But you know, Don, the only problem I had was picking out a gift for Mary.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, I didn't know what to do. I was going to, I don't know, take so long to have it made up. So I bought her some handkerchiefs.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you can get those made up pretty quick. But you know, Don, of all the presents I got, the one I like best is that beautiful watch Phil Harris gave me.
It is lovely. So that reminds me, Jack, Phil's late again tonight. I think he should have got himself a watch.
Now, wait a minute, Don. You lay off, Phil, with those innuendos. He's my pal, and don't be talking behind his back.
But you used to.
Now, furthermore, if he comes in late, that's his business.
I get it.
Yeah.
Hello, Jack.
Hi, Kenny.
Say, how do you like this pretty necktie my girl knitted for me?
Well, it's very nice. Only it's the first tie I've ever seen with sleeves on it. Gee, it's the craziest looking thing.
Well, she started out to knit a sweater, but changed her mind.
I see. That's a pretty stick pin you've got in it, too.
That's the needle. She forgot to take it out.
Oh.
What else did you get, Kenny?
Gee, I got one swell present.
What was it?
A pajama coat with 2 pair of pants.
What, no vest?
No, I'm pretty rugged.
Oh, sure. You know, you're the type who can take it.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Dope.
Hello.
What have you got there, Mary?
A letter from my mother. She had a wonderful Christmas, Jack.
She did, huh? Well, read it to us. Your mother's always good for a laugh.
Okay. Plainfield, New Jersey, Saturday, December 26th. My dear daughter, Mary.
No laughs yet.
Well, it takes Ma a little time to get hot.
Oh, I see. Well, go ahead.
Just a line to let you know that we are all well and had a wonderful Christmas. I got a lot of beautiful presents.
Oh.
Your father gave me a washing machine with a built-in radio. Isn't he thoughtful?
Yes.
Right now, I'm waltzing through your father's underwear. While Bing Crosby is singing, soap gets in your eyes.
Well.
Sunday night, I am going to wash Father's socks and listen to Jack.
That's nice, but she might have mentioned me before the socks.
Quiet.
Oh.
There's been a lot of excitement at the house lately. Your Uncle Herman was here for Christmas dinner. He arrived July 3rd.
I guess he wanted to be sure and get a seat.
Your brother Hillard is home for the holidays from Barber College.
Oh.
And last night, while your Uncle Herman was asleep, he shaved off his mustache and upper lip.
Oh. Some trouble?
Your uncle says that as soon as Hillard comes down from the Christmas tree, he is going to give him a once-over with a baseball bat.
Well, I don't blame him, huh?
I forgot to tell you in my last letter that Junior had to stop taking piano lessons.
Oh.
The teacher couldn't tell when his fingers were on the black keys.
Your mother's awfully funny tonight.
No more news at present, except your father just came in and wants me to be sure to thank Jack for the muffler he sent him.
Oh, that's all right, Mary. Tell him that.
Love to everybody and a Happy New Year from your mother, Mrs. Livingston.
Well, that was a very nice letter from
Oh,
our
Mary,
program.
when you answer your mother, will you ask her if she topped off their Christmas dinner with Jell-O?
Oh, wait a minute. Here's a P.S.
Funny you didn't see it before.
It was under a blot.
Oh, I see.
Tell Don Wilson not to worry, as we have Jell-O every night.
You see, Don?
Yeah, that's
Your father always asks for the big red letters on the box, even though he can't read.
You hear that, Don? Mary's mother saved you a little work.
Oh, shucks. Now I won't have fun till after the next number.
Yeah. Say, Kenny, as long as my pal Phil isn't here yet, you'll have to go into your song now.
Gee, Jack, I'm not supposed to sing until later.
Well, Phil isn't here. You'll have to sing now.
But I'm not ready yet.
Oh, you're not, eh? Well, you'll sing before I count 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Here he comes, ready or not.
Trying to put a fast one over on me.
So proper and polite upon this lovely night, we sit here making foolish conversation. Let's be ourselves tonight and take on shining bright and take advantage of the situation. The night is young and you're so beautiful here among the shadows, beautiful lady. Open your heart. The scene is set, the breezes sing of it. Can't you get into the swing of it, lady? When do we start? When the ladies kiss a ball and the evening is cool, any dream is permissible in the heart of a fool. The moon is high and you're so glamorous, and if I seem over amorous, lady, what can I do?
Young and You Are So Beautiful, sung by Kenny Baker, accompanied by the Phil Harris Organization without their sterling leader at the helm. Has Phil arrived yet, Don?
No.
Say, Jack, are you going to ball out Phil for being late?
Ball him out.
Yes, like he used to before he bought you that watch.
Well, that watch has nothing to do with our renewed friendship. I've always liked Phil. Of course, there were times when we didn't see things in the same light, but then there are two sides to every watch. I mean, question. And furthermore, I don't want any more references to the present Phil gave me. Is that clear?
Yes, and what time is it?
Don't be so smart. What's the matter, Kenny?
My new necktie tickles me under the arm.
Oh. Come in.
Jellogram for Tack Benny.
Right here, son, and stick to your own racket.
Who's it from, Jack?
Well, wait till I open it. What is this, a cheesecloth envelope?
Better get glasses. That was your shirt.
Oh, hey, fellas, here's a lovely New Year's wire from New York. It says, here's wishing you and your gang a very happy New Year. Signed Fred Allen, Phil Baker, Stoopnagel and Bud, Jessica Dragnet, Rubinoff and his violin, Jack Pearl, the Easy Aces, Benny Rubin, and the Hall Johnson Choir. Isn't that sweet? Gee, they must have all chipped in to send the wire, huh?
Yeah.
I wonder who swung the deal.
Yeah, I'm surprised Ed Wynn didn't get his name in there.
You didn't have to. You just mentioned it.
That's right. Say, that's right.
Hey, Jack, here comes Phil now.
Well, hello, Philzy. Hiya, pal.
Hello, Jack. I'm terribly sorry I'm late again, but I forgot I was on the Jell-O program.
Oh, that's all right, Phil. That could happen to anybody.
Gee, if it was me, I'd bet I'd get balled out.
Hey, wait a minute, Kenny. Phil admitted he was late, didn't he? That's what I like about him. He shows character.
Thanks, Jack.
Phil tells the truth, and I hold him in the same high esteem as I do George Washington.
Did he give you a watch, too?
And by the way, Phil, I want to thank you again for that beautiful watch you gave me. Here, I've shown it to everybody. Did you see it, Kenny?
Yeah.
You saw it, Don, didn't you?
Oh, I sure did.
Gee, I've been showing it around like this all week. Oh, boy. You know, Phil, the only thing that worries me is I might lose it.
You won't if he keeps up the payments.
Well, he will. I'm not worried about that. Say, Palsy.
Yes, Wowsy.
You know, I feel quite embarrassed about the present I gave you last Sunday, that curling iron. What? Just a little oldie curling iron. What'd you do? What'd you do with it, Phil?
Oh, it's swell. I gave it to my cook to make pretzels.
Well, that's a new twist. Ooh. Well, anyway, I do want to make up for it, so I got another gift for you. Here it is, Phil, a beautiful muffler.
Oh, thanks, Jack, but you didn't have to do that.
Oh, it's okay.
And a card, too. Merry Christmas from Aunt Molly.
Oh, give me that, Phil. Wait a minute. I got mixed up with that. I'm sorry. I just sort of got mixed up there. Well, anyway, it's about time for a number. What are you going to play?
Anything you say, Jackie.
No, Phil. It's your orchestra and your choice.
Well, would you like to hear a fine romance?
Would I? Say, Philzy, that would be ideal.
Ain't love grand?
Yeah. Gee, I hope he asked me over to his house for pretzels. The Jerome Kern selection of Fine Romance, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, as fine a bunch of musicians as you can shake a stick at. You know, Phil, it's surprising the melody, rhythm, and tone you can draw from that little baton. Did you take baton lessons long?
No, Jack, I just picked it up.
Well, you'd never believe it. It's amazing, really.
It's my turn for compliments now, Jackie.
Yeah.
You know, I saw the preview of your new Paramount picture, College Holiday.
Oh, did you? How did you like me as a college boy?
Swell, Jack, but you look so young.
I did, huh?
The old gray hair ain't what it used to be.
Oh, you saw the picture too, eh, Mary?
Yeah.
How'd you like my performance in it?
Do you really want to know?
No. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue. Go away, Mary. We are going to continue with our. We're going to continue with our original Western serial, Buck Benny Rides Again, or Boy Meets Horse. Again, I will play the part of Sheriff Buck Benny, as tough an hombre as ever held up a pair of socks with a garter snake. Switched it on you tonight, boys. A rootin', tootin', hootin', shootin'. You said it. We are still hot on the trail of Cactus Face Elmer, the outlaw who stole Frank Carson's cows. The scene opens in the office of the sheriff of Cactus County. The time is 11:30 p.m., New Year's Eve. But don't set your watches, folks. It's only in the play. Curtain. Music.
There's the phone, Sheriff.
There's the phone, Sheriff.
Thanks, boys. Only I could have figured that out myself. Hello, Sheriff's Office. Oh, hello, Deadeye. What's the trouble? Someone stole your telephone? Well, what are you talking on now? Oh, you never thought of that, eh? Well, think of it. Goodbye. Must be celebrating a little early.
Say, Buck, this being New Year's Eve, are you going to let the prisoners out for the night?
Don't have to. Let them out last year. They ain't back yet. Can't even trust your own crooks anymore around here.
Yippee! Wow, Zoe!
Why, Deputy Baker, what's the matter?
That darn necktie is a-tickling again.
For a minute, I thought it was Cactus Face. Now, listen, Baker, I sent you out on this trail a week ago to get back those stolen cows. You find any clues?
I found one.
What was it?
A pint of milk on my doorstep.
Well, that's very good evidence. Mark that Exhibit A.
I can't. I drank it already.
A fine deputy.
Say, Buck, you know we're all invited over to Daisy Carson's house tonight to see the old year out.
That's right. I bet her pappy will be celebrating plenty. He's been down to Ike Muller's saloon all week rehearsing.
I saw him last night on Main Street.
Yeah, where was he laying?
Right by the fire plug.
By the fire plug, eh? Did you do anything about it?
I give him a ticket.
Well, you seen your duty and you tagged it. Come on, boys, let's get over to Carson. Don't want to miss the festivities.
Come on, Sheriff.
Yes. Hey, Wilson, untie my horse from that microphone.
Untie it yourself.
Don't get snooty, deputy, or I'll shoot him.
Ouch!
Let's go. Here we are, boys. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tie up the horses, boys, and put a little gin in their oats. After all, it's New Year's. See you inside. Hello, Daisy.
Hello, baggy pants.
Well, gal, you're... Never mind, let it go. Say, Daisy, that's some Christmas tree you got there. It sure is all lit up.
That's Pappy. The tree's in the other room.
Hello, Frank. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Buck.
Well, looks like the old year will be passing out pretty soon.
If it don't hurry up, Pappy'll beat it.
Well, I ain't missed her yet.
Well, Frank, appears like you had a nice Christmas. You hang up your stockings?
Sure did, Buck.
What was in them in the morning?
I forgot to take them off.
Well,
Well, come in the parlor, Buck, where the crowd is.
okay, Daisy, my boys will be in just a minute.
Buck, I want to thank you for that muffler you sent me.
Oh, that's all right, Flora Belle. Hey, Daisy, I see you hired a band for tonight.
Yep, I got the Cactus Tenor Society Syncopating Serenader 6-piece orchestra.
That's a nice tuxedo they're wearing.
The one with the shoes on is the leader.
Well, reckon you can be hi-hat once a year.
Hello, Buck. Glad to see you.
Well, Sheriff Andy Devine, you old horn told you. Well, how you been, Andy?
Fine, Buck. And by the way, I want to thank you for that nice blanket you sent me.
Blanket? That was a muffler.
Well, my horse will never know the difference.
Reckon you're right.
Well, Buck, I got a little present for you, too. I brought it with me.
Well, thanks, Andy. What is it? What do you got there?
Well, it's one of them newfangled alarm clocks. It's the latest invention.
It is?
Yep, and instead of ringing you in the morning, it nudges you.
Well, that's mighty considerate. Thanks, Andy, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome, Buck.
What was that?
There goes Pappy's jug.
Well, that's too bad. Yeah.
And there goes Pappy.
Well, reckon we'll all be seeing them next year.
Say, Buck, you want something to eat?
Don't mind if I do, Flora Belle.
Well, try one of these sandwiches. They're the latest thing in Hollywood.
Yeah, what's in them?
Salmon.
Well, I'll bid on that one. Yes, sir?
Here, Buck, have some punch.
Thanks, Daisy. Hey, what's this swimming around in it?
Doggone, I told Pappy not to mix it in the goldfish bowl.
Hey, Daisy, now that you got a band here, how about a little music, fellas, and some singing?
Yeah.
Come on, we'll all take turns. You started, Daisy.
Okay.
How about you, Pappy? Get up and sing.
I can sing her from down here.
All right, boys, strike up a tune. Come on, fellas, swing it. Take it, Daisy. Hit it.
When trouble troubles you, sing, baby, sing. To like the birdie do. Sing, baby, sing. When cold winter comes, and they're all out of crumbs. Poor little birdies, they ain't eating, but they're tweeting. Oh, 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 don't you know how strong a day? Play. Hard luck joy music with that certain swing. So swing while you sing, baby.
Take it, Pappy. You're next, Pappy. Right from the floor.
When trouble troubles you, sing, baby, sing.
Yes, Pappy.
Do like the birdies do. Sing, baby, sing. When cold winter comes and they're all out of ground. The poor little birdies, they ain't eating, but they're tweet.
Take it, Deputy Wilson.
Oh, don't you know, a dish of Jell-O a day keeps mean old Mr. Gloom away. Everybody likes Jell-O with those certain flavors, so swing while you eat.
Take it, Andy. You're next, Andy. Take it.
When trouble troubles you, sing, baby, sing. Do like the birdies do, sing, baby, sing. Cold winter comes, and they're all out of crumbs. The poor little birdies, they ain't eating, but they're tweet.
Hold it, wait a minute. Hold everything.
What happened?
What happened is New Year's.
Oh, yippee!
Well, friends, this being 1937, I want to wish you all health, wealth, and prosperity. Hooray! And I want to say that I'm running for sheriff again this year.
So am I.
Stick to your own county, Andy. But I do want to say, come in.
Parcel post to Frank Carson.
Hey, it's for you, Frank.
Chuck it down here.
Oh, looks like a Christmas present. Open it, Pappy.
Well, what a beautiful cowhide traveling bag. Are those your initials on it, Frank?
No, that's the brand of my cattle.
It is?
Yeah, look, there's a note on it, Buck.
Who's it from?
Well, it's from Cactus Face Elmer.
Read it, Andy.
Dear Frank, here's a Christmas present made from the hide of one of your own cows that I stole. A happy new year to you, and nuts to Buck Benny.
I hope they're walnuts. I love them. Where's the postmark from, Andy?
Red Gulch Canyon.
Red Gulch Canyon, eh? So that's where his hideout is. Well, New Year's or no New Year's, I'm going to get him this time, boys. And I'm going to bring him back dead or alive. Buck Benny rides again! Attaboy, Buck! Giddy up, partner.
This will continue next Sunday night. Will Buck get Cactus Face? Will Pappy get off the floor? Will Andy be on our program? Listen in next Sunday night. Remember, same time, same place.
And same plot.
Play, boys! Years may come and years may go, but the popularity of chocolate pudding goes on forever. Everybody likes it, and when it's Jell-O chocolate pudding, it's even better liked than before, because Jell-O chocolate pudding tastes the way your grandmother's puddings used to taste. It's smoother, creamier, more chocolatey, and as simple as ABC to make. Just mix the contents of a package of Jell-O chocolate pudding with some milk in the top of your double boiler, and after about 10 minutes, the mixture will be thick and luscious, satin smooth. Then let it cool, and you're all ready to serve a grand chocolate pudding, mellow with the rich homemade flavor that everyone loves so well. Don't let another day pass without ordering some Jell-O chocolate pudding. It sells for the same low price as Jell-O, and there's enough in one package for 6 delicious servings. And if your grocer hasn't any Jell-O chocolate pudding in stock, be sure he orders it for you.
That was the last number of the 13th program in the new Jell-O series. Steady, partner. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Whoa, steady, partner. And once more, you will hear Buck Benny rides again. Sorry, folks, it just fell off my horse. I didn't think it was that funny. Good night, folks.
The tune Sing Baby Sing is from the picture of the same name. A Fine Romance is from Swing Time. The Night is Young and You Are So Beautiful is from Casa Manano. The Jell-O program comes to you from Hollywood over the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
AFI Los Angeles.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Deanna Durbin, Herbert Marshall, Gail Patrick, and William Frawley in Mad About Music.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our play, the sentimental comedy of a young girl hungry for the love of a father, and what happens when circumstance forces her to adopt one. We are always glad, ladies and gentlemen, to hear how you like our program. We enjoy hearing from you. And when you tell us of your purchases of Lux toilet soap as an indication of your appreciation, we're delighted. It's your enthusiasm for our products that makes this program possible. Tonight, we bring you Deanna Durbin, her charm and beautiful voice, Herbert Marshall, Gail Patrick, and William Frawley in Mad About Music. Our special guest is Mrs. Kellyphine Morrison of the Los Angeles Public Schools, giving us some interesting sidelights on the training of movie children. Louis Silvers conducts the orchestra. We had expected that Mr. DeMille, our regular producer, would be back with us tonight, but his doctors advised that he defer his return for one more week. Taking his place this week as guest producer, we are fortunate in having that famous and much-loved Broadway and Hollywood personality, Walter Houston. You all know him. You all admire him. We've had him here before in the Lux Radio Theater in such famous plays as Dodsworth. This week, he shows us another side of his versatile personality as guest producer of the Lux Radio Theater. I am happy indeed to bring back one of our best friends. Ladies and gentlemen, Walter Houston.
Thank you, Mr. Ruick, and good evening, everyone. You know, when a man has spent 35 years or so in a business or profession, I used to think he was entitled to form some definite ideas about his work. I know I did about acting, ideas that I cherished for years and years up until last week. In fact, when Mrs. Houston and I happened to go to the movies and see Mad About Music, I used to believe that it required many years before an actor could really accomplish things. And when youngsters would come and ask me what I could tell them about going on the stage or screen, that's what I told them. Hard work, experience, an intense desire for the job. Then along comes a pretty little girl of 15 called Deanna Durbin who knocks the spots out of all this sort of thing completely. Miss Durbin didn't want to be an actress. She wanted to be an opera singer. She had no experience. She lived in Los Angeles after coming here from Canada where she was born. But she paid no attention to the big studios that were her neighbors. She didn't collect autographs or stand in front of premieres or even visit a studio. Not only that, but she's at what I always thought was a girl's awkward age, when she's no longer a child and not yet a woman. But here she is, one of the biggest stars in the motion pictures, and one of the few I've ever heard of to make 3 smash hits in a row. How do I explain it? I don't. I only shake my head and wonder at her artistry. But I do know that Miss Durbin must have more than a great natural talent. She must have a tremendous innate honesty to be able to turn in the natural, convincing performances that so distinguish her. Since meeting her this past week, I've learned a few things more about her. That a good meal to Miss Durbin means a sirloin steak with chocolate caramel for dessert. She likes riding on horses and bicycles, has a pet spaniel named Tippy, and is something of a tease. She has brown hair, blue eyes, and weighs 105 pounds. And perhaps there is some clue to the secret of her splendid acting in a bit of advice given to her by Adolphe Monjou. Deanna, he told her, it takes just as much effort to make a bad picture as it takes to make a good one. She's never forgotten it. We hear Miss Durbin tonight as Gloria Harkinson. And with her come the same 3 stars from the picture. Herbert Marshall, who had just begun his new film, Anime Territory, at MGM, is Richard Todd. Gail Patrick is Miss Gwen Taylor, and Mr. William Frawley is Dusty Turner. Also from the original cast are Jackie Moran, Christian Rubb, Helen Parrish, and Marcia May Jones, as the Lux Radio Theater presents Mad About Music. An opening at the Chinese Theater in Hollywood. The picture has just ended, and the crowd filters into the floodlighted patio, eager to exchange opinions, eager to announce the birth of a new star.
Surefire, it can't miss.
Gwen Taylor makes it.
Gwen Taylor is right. She's
They
still
should have started long ago.
They'll star her now.
She's marvelous.
An hour later, the whole town, anxious to toast her name, new star sits alone in her room. There's a letter in her hands, and as she reads, her lips slowly frame the cherished words. Her manager knocks at the door.
Hey, Gwen, can I come in?
Come in.
Say, there's a lot of people waiting for you to start a party.
Let me finish this letter, Dusty.
Oh, sorry. I forgot it's Tuesday. Well, what does she want now?
Just an elephant tusk.
Elephant tusk. Last month it was a tiger skin. The month before that, an African voodoo mask. Now an elephant tusk. Well, we're lucky it isn't the whole elephant, I guess.
Oh, those funny presents. What kind of a girl is she, Dusty, this daughter of mine?
She's just a kid. All kids collect stuff. Dolls, pictures, elephant tusks.
But this is different. I don't know anything about her, what she's really like, what's happening.
Nothing's happening to her. Why, she's in the best school in Switzerland.
But she should be here.
She can't be here.
You won't even let me write to her.
It's too dangerous, Gwen. Now, we've been over this thing 1,000,000 times. You're doing a great job as a mother. You never got married again after her father died. You never stopped working. And now the kid has everything.
Everything but a mother. Dusty, I'm going to send for her.
Now, wait. Look, Gwen. To the whole world, you're Gwen Taylor, a glamour girl. That's the role that made you a star. Now, if they found out you had a daughter that's almost as big as you are, you'd have to start all over again.
All right, I'll start over.
But you can't, I tell you. Listen, You go on working, just for a while, and we'll run up a bankroll. The kind of a bankroll so that you and the kid will never have to worry again as long as you live. Then you can go to Switzerland, climb up on the highest Alp they've got over there, and tell the whole world that you're not Gwen Taylor, that you're Mrs. Sarah Hawkinson, that you've got a daughter named Gloria, and that she's 14 years old. And if they don't like it, they can... Well, then they don't like it. Come on now, what do you say?
All right, Dusty.
Good girl.
But see what you can do about that elephant tusk. Young ladies must not stick nails in other young ladies' bicycle tires. You may write that on the blackboard, Gloria.
But, Mademoiselle, I didn't do it.
Write it 200 times, please, Gloria.
But I didn't do it. I didn't stick nails in anyone's tires.
Then who did?
Why, it wasn't I, Mademoiselle.
I'm sorry, Gloria. When you finish, you may join the other young ladies at their game.
Young ladies must not stick nails in other young...
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Mind if I watch Gloria? Young ladies must not stick nails in other young ladies' bicycle tires.
You're the one who did it, aren't you, Felice?
How many times do you have to write it?
I knew it was you.
100 or 200?
I know. You're angry because I was the leader today. Why do you dislike me, Felice?
What makes you think I dislike you?
Don't you?
No. I don't dislike you. I hate you. Goodbye, Gloria.
Young ladies must not stick...
Gloria.
Olga, you better get away from that window. If Miss Few's not see...
She won't. Felice was just here, wasn't she? What did she say?
Oh, nothing.
She's starting up trouble again. You know what she said today? It was about your father.
What did she say about my father?
She said she didn't believe he was an explorer, and she didn't believe he sent you the voodoo mask and the tiger skin and all those trophies and things.
Oh, who pays any attention to what she said?
Nobody, but she said she was going to prove it.
But how can she? What about all those letters he writes to me?
Well, she says he doesn't. She says you write them yourself.
How did she happen to say that?
It's the most awful lie. I tried to stop her.
Oh, who cares? You better go now.
All right. I wish you could come.
Oh, Olga, if you see old Pierre around, will you tell him I want to see him?
He's not here. He took the carriage into town to get gardening tools.
Oh, well, I'll see him tonight.
Come in.
Good evening, Pierre.
Hello, Gloria. How was that? Pretty good?
Very good, Pierre.
Sit down. Sit down. You want another stamp from my album, yeah?
Well, yes.
Where is the papa now?
He's in Africa.
We'll see where in Africa. Ah, the Gold Coast. Say, that's a 10-franc stamp. Give me the letter.
I didn't write the letter.
What?
I didn't write the letter yet.
But don't you write yourself a letter from your papa every Saturday?
Yes, but this Saturday you've got to write it.
Me?
Please.
Mm-mm. That's forgery.
No, it isn't. Not if I tell you what to write.
No. Let me think it over a few days, and when I think it over, I don't think I'll do it.
Oh, but I can't wait. I have to get it when the elephant tusk comes. It's a matter of life and death.
That's a good idea. We send a cable and say he got killed.
Oh, no, we can't do that. I need him. All the other girls talk about their fathers.
What about your mother? Doesn't she do something?
Oh, no, and I can't talk about her. Oh, please, Pierre.
But I can't write so good, Mom. My hand shakes.
I'll say my father has a fever. Please.
But when you do it, it's you writing a dream. But when I do it, it's me writing a lie.
You can cross your fingers like this. That means you don't mean it. Please, Pierre.
Why do you always make me do something when I don't want to do it? Well, go ahead. I'll write it.
My dear darling daughter, I am far in the deep jungle tonight working toward the Nile. But how I wish I were with my little girl.
Keep in line. Keep in line, please, young ladies. And no talking on the way to church, if you please.
It's raining, Miss Few's-enough.
I can see that, child. Umbrellas, open. Ready, march. 1, 2, 1, 2. Gloria, you may go to the organ loft directly we reach the church. Lead the opening hymn, please.
Yes, mademoiselle. Gloria, look. The voice from the military academy. There's the one who pumps the organ. He watches you singing all the time.
Olga, stop it. Don't look at them.
Which one do you mean? What? Well, you told me not to look.
Well, look a little bit, but don't let them see you. Oh, hello.
Hello.
God bless you.
Thank you. It's the dust up here.
Yes, it is dusty.
Very dusty. I guess that's because there's so much...
Dust.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I'm to pump the organ today.
Oh, pump the organ? Oh, that's very nice.
Yes, it is nice.
Yes. Well, I've got to go now.
Yes, of course.
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye. No, there's something else first.
What?
What's about me and you, too? Would you have chalk with me at the confectioner's sometime? Say Monday when I have a 3-hour off time for winning an essay contest about Napoleon?
Oh, Monday?
Well, that's tomorrow, and your school goes to the festival. My name's Tommy Gray, and I'm from the United States, California, in the southern part near Mexico.
From California? Near Hollywood?
Yes. San Diego. I'm sorry.
Sorry?
I shouldn't have asked you to meet me at the confectioner's.
Oh, but I'd love to hear about California, especially Hollywood and the people in the movies.
Oh, I know all about them. I get fan magazines from America.
All right. Monday.
Honest? 3 o'clock.
All right. Well, I've got to sing now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, start the pumping.
Read the rest of the letter, please.
Quiet, everybody.
When the charge was over, 3 elephants were in our pens, and the one that charged me was dead. I'm sending you his tusk. Good night, my dear daughter, and remember that I'm always thinking about you, and hope to see you soon. Your loving father.
Now, aren't you sorry you said what you said, Felice?
That was wonderful about the elephant.
Where are you going to put the tusk?
I think up next to the leopard he shot in Indochina.
Gloria, is this your father's picture? It was hanging on the wall.
Yes, that's my daddy's picture.
I suppose that's one of the elephants he killed?
Yes. Why, Felice?
It's a very interesting picture, especially the back.
Give me that picture.
Oh, not till everybody sees it. Look at the back of it, girls. It's an ad for a cheese company.
Gloria! Well, what about it? My father captured the elephant for that company. He always sells the ones he brings back alive.
So he hunts for a cheese company. What's his name, Ronald or Roquefort? And I'll bet your name is Miss Lemberger. Gloria Lemberger. It sounds good, but P.U.
Please, give me that photograph.
Oh, what do you want with it?
I'll show you what. Give it to me. young ladies must not make other young ladies eat photographs. Oh, Olga, come in.
I can't.
No one will see you. Where are you going?
I'm going to the exposition.
Oh, you don't want to go to the exposition, do you?
No, but everybody's going.
Listen, would you do me a great, great big favor? Would you stay here and write the rest of these for me?
Oh, no, I couldn't do that.
Oh, I know, but it's a matter of life and death. It really is. You see, I've got to meet him at 3 o'clock, and, well, it's almost 3 now, and...
He? Who's he?
Oh. Well, it's my father.
Your father? In Ethelbert?
Well, yes.
He's coming here?
Yes, but just for an hour, and I'm supposed to meet him at the station.
Oh, well, of course I'll stay.
Oh, Olga, thank you.
So, your papa is coming, huh? Is he bringing an elephant with him?
Nobody's coming. You know that, Pierre.
Sure, I know it. But do you know it? You tell Olga, Olga tells the whole school. I told you that dream father makes you a nightmare someday.
Just drive by the station and then the confectionery store, and I'll wait in there, and nobody will know the difference.
All right. But in the next letter, instead of your papa shooting the lion will have to shoot papa. Hey, look at the girls. They're waiting at the station.
Oh, Pierre.
They come to see papa, too, yeah?
Oh, well, what am I going to do, Pierre? What am I going to do?
Better find yourself a papa pretty quick.
Yes. Wait here, Pierre.
But where are you going?
I'm going to find a papa.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Got all the baggage off, Trip?
Yes, sir. 9 pieces, Mr. Todd.
Good. Let's find a porter, shall we?
Yes.
Hello? Hello, mister.
Well?
I said hello.
Oh, hello.
Welcome to Switzerland. Here, take these flowers.
But I don't want any.
Oh, take them, please. There.
Trips, what do you say on an occasion like this?
Just, thank you, little girl.
Thank you, little girl.
Well, this is an old Swiss custom. We welcome the most distinguished-looking visitor on every train. And I have a carriage waiting for you to show you some of the village and take you wherever you're going.
The carriage, how nice.
With horses, I suppose?
Yes, 1 horse and a driver, but they'll get you
Oh,
there.
yes.
This way, please.
I'm afraid we're putting you to a lot of bother, my child.
Oh, no. You don't know what a great pleasure it is to welcome you. Did you say the Grand Hotel?
Yes, the Grand Hotel.
Oh, it's a lovely place. Oh, would you wait for those girls? They want to welcome you, too.
Oh, yes, of course. Hello. Are you Swiss?
No, I'm an American.
How odd. You're an American carrying out a native Swiss custom to welcome me, an Englishman.
Oh, are you English? That's nice.
Yes, we like it. But I've been in America a good deal, and my home is in Paris.
Mine is in New York, but I've been here in school for the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm. What's your name?
Gloria Harkinson.
Well, I'm Richard Todd.
I'm pleased to meet you. How long are you going to stay here?
5 days.
5 days? Oh, that's awful.
Awful?
Oh, well, I mean, it's awful nice. Not so bad, really. I thought you were just passing through and maybe you were going to Interlaken. Interlaken is very nice. It's only 20 miles more.
And do you always welcome people who come to Ethelberg by telling them how nice it is in Interlaken?
Oh, no, not at all. I just like Interlaken. It's lovely. You'd love it.
I'm not planning on doing any sightseeing. I came here to rest. I'm a very tired man.
I think you look almost as tired as an explorer back from a long trip, don't you?
Whoa.
Well, I hope not. I'm a composer.
Grand Hotel.
Well, it's been very nice now. What are you looking back for?
What? Oh, those girls. I wondered if they were going to follow us. I mean, you.
Well, they don't seem to have.
No, they don't.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
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 So, the papa is a composer now, just like the daughter who composes the letters.
Oh, Pierre, I think I got out of it very well, don't you? Oh, what a relief.
Gloria, wait.
Olga, why did you tell everybody about my father?
Oh, I couldn't help it, Gloria. I was so excited. Everybody's excited, even Miss Fusnot.
What?
And yes, what do you think, Gloria? Miss Fusnot says we don't have to attend any classes tomorrow.
Well, why?
Why? Because your father's here. They're going to invite him for lunch.
Down comes the curtain on the first act of tonight's production, Mad About Music, starring Deanna Durbin and Herbert Marshall with Gail Patrick and William Frawley. We decided that during our intermission tonight, we ought to talk a little bit about Easter.
Easter?
Yes, Mr. Jones. What's the matter with that?
Well, it is Easter Monday, but it's still the Lux Radio Theater, and
I honestly can't see any special connection between Easter and Lux toilet soap.
Well, I can. Have you forgotten the thousands of beautiful ladies who sauntered up and down Fifth Avenues and main streets all over the country yesterday morning, displaying their new Easter clothes?
I have not. I was intrigued by the shoes with all the holes in the toes, and I'm still wondering whether chin straps are meant to hold the ladies' hats down or their chins up. Even so, I can't see where Lux soap comes into this.
Well, think of all the really attractive women you saw in the Easter parade. Didn't they all have clear, smooth complexion?
Oh, I begin to follow you, Mr. Ruick, and you're absolutely right. A beautiful ensemble, isn't that what they call it?
That's right.
Loses a lot of its charm if the lady's complexion isn't, well, all it might be.
That's exactly what I mean, Mr. Jones. Without a smooth, lovely skin, no other charm counts. And right there, Lux toilet soap comes in. Lovely ladies everywhere find it guards against unattractive cosmetic skin. Gives complexions the kind of beauty care they ought to have.
It guards some beautiful complexions right here in Hollywood.
Right again. The figures are that actually 9 out of 10 Hollywood screen stars use Lux toilet soap regularly.
And, of course, that's very significant, because screen stars must have the best. And when they overwhelmingly favor Lux toilet soap, and have consistently for years, why, that's something.
And now let me remind the ladies in our audience that it's Lux toilet soap's active lather that guards against the choked pores that cause dullness, tiny blemishes, and enlarged pores. Cosmetic skin. This active lather removes stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt thoroughly. Preserves the fresh, soft smoothness that never fails to win admiration, romance. And now, our guest producer, Walter Houston.
Once again, Mad About Music, starring Deanna Durbin and Herbert Marshall with Gail Patrick and William Frawley. It's the following day, and the whole school is feverish with excitement because Gloria's father, the adventurer, the hunter, the famous explorer, is coming to lunch. Up the road from the gate strides Mr. Todd, his shoulders set, stick swinging with grim resolution. Gloria spies him from the window and rushes to meet him.
Mr. Todd.
How do you do? I thought you'd be here.
Oh, wait, please. Before you go in there, I want to...
Before I go in there, I want to tell you that I've been invited for lunch. It seems I have a daughter at this school.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry it happened, and I can explain the whole thing. Wait.
I'm sorry it happened, too, but I'll do the explaining, and it won't wait.
Oh, please listen.
I'm not interested.
But you've got to be interested. I had to make you up.
You had to what?
I had to make you up. You see, I have no father, and I can't talk about my mother, and I just made up a father, and you just happened to come along, and then you were it.
I was it. Well, young lady, I don't like to be it.
Oh, you don't have to be. You can go away. Please go away.
Not until I've straightened this out.
Oh, please don't go in there. It's a matter of life and death.
I'm sorry.
But they'll know all the stories about my father weren't true.
Well, you should have thought of that before you told them.
Oh, you've got to help me.
Afraid I can't.
But I'm an American, and you're an Englishman, and England's the mother country.
Well, that doesn't mean that I have to be your father.
Oh, I know, but if you don't go in there, you don't have to be anybody. Please.
Oh, welcome to our little institute, Mr. Hawkinson.
I wish you wouldn't call me Mr. Hawkinson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Gloria said you were incognito. Come in, please. Girls, quiet, please. Now, girls, I want to present you to Gloria's father.
How do you do, Mr. Hawkinson?
Wait. Before you go any further, I think there's something you want to know.
Oh, please wait.
When you do me all this honor, you rather embarrass me.
Oh, no, please don't.
Until I realize that you're really paying honor to my daughter.
Oh.
I hope the food is satisfactory, Mr.
Hawkinson will do. I'm not incognito here. Yes, the lunch is excellent.
Well, we didn't know exactly what explorers are accustomed to eating.
Oh, penguin and seal steaks, polar bear chops.
In Africa, you have seal steaks and polar bears?
No, police. That's when he's in the North Pole, isn't it, Daddy?
Yes, the North Pole. There are no polar bears in Africa, young lady.
Everybody knows that. In Africa, you have lion meat, don't you, Daddy?
Sometimes, but lions generally are a bit tough. Now, giraffes are quite delicious, especially the neck.
Really?
Yes, they're quite the thing for dinner parties. 20 people can sit down to just one giraffe's neck.
Oh, Mr. Hawkinson, what about the elephant you captured for the cheese company?
Oh, the elephant for the cheese company, you mean? What about it?
They put it on the package.
Oh, well, you wanted to know about the elephant for the cheese factory. Yeah, quite a package.
So that means it was a big elephant. That's the way hunters talk. For big elephant, they say package. I think it's kind of cute, don't you, Felice?
It also means very wild, untamable.
He seemed pretty tame in the photograph when you were sitting on his neck.
Yeah, when I was sitting on his neck. Well, that's easy to explain. I have a peculiar effect on elephants. I just look them in the eye.
In only one eye?
Yes, you see, it's rather a job to look at an elephant in two eyes. One's over here, and the trunk comes in between, and the other one's over there.
But how did you capture him? Single-handed, didn't you, Daddy?
Oh, yes.
You tracked him for days.
Days and days, up hill and down dale. Then one morning I met him face to face. Fixed my stare on one eye, then in most decided fashion I said, "Elephant, I'm your master." He came toward me, running. "Stop," I said. His steps grew slower. Then he grabbed me around the waist with his trunk and lifted me high. I thought he was going to dash me into the bottomless chasm. Slowly I felt his trunk slip from my waist, and I fell. Yes, I fell in the back of his neck where he wanted me. He looked up at me and smiled. Then he galloped off with me into the jungles and brought me to the throne of the beautiful white princess.
The White Princess? Oh, you never told me about her before.
Didn't I? I must have slipped my mind. Well, now let me
Daddy,
see.
before I forget you, well, didn't you say you wanted to hear me sing?
Well, splendid. Of course I do. I'll play for you. What can you sing?
Whatever you can play.
Do you know Chapel Bells?
If you can play it, I can sing it.
And trophies on the wall.
Every bit of it.
At any rate, I'm proud of myself. But you've told your friends some very tall tales.
But I kept my fingers crossed. When you do that, it means you don't mean it.
Did I send you that elephant tooth?
Tusk.
I mean tusk. Where did I get it?
Africa.
Africa. I get around a good deal, don't I?
Wherever Pierre has a stamp from.
I'm quite a chap. Hunter, explorer, family man. Oh, by the way, sit down a second.
Yes, sir.
This is a bit awkward, but yesterday when I came to Switzerland, I was a bachelor. I had no wife and I had no children. Today, of course, I have a daughter and somewhere in the world, a wife.
Oh, please don't ask me about my mother.
Only what she looks like and where she lives. Those questions come up, it seems.
Well, I'll show you a picture of it. I keep it locked in the drawer. I've never let anybody else see this, but I guess it's all right to show it to you.
Certainly, I'm a sort of relative now.
That was my father. He was a Navy flyer. He died when I was a baby.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this your mother?
Yes, and that's me when I was a baby.
Oh, you've grown some since then.
Yes, I have.
And you do look like her.
Oh, thank you.
What's her name?
Parkinson.
Oh, it's the same as mine. Well, that's customary.
Well, young man?
How do you do, Mr. Harkinson?
I'm not Mr. Harkinson. Mr. Todd is Mr. Harkinson. I mean, Mr. Harkinson is Mr. Todd. Oh, well, I'm his secretary.
Oh.
What is it you wish, please?
Well, it's kind of a family matter, I guess.
Family matter? Oh. This way, please. Mr. Todd.
What do you want?
It's very important, sir.
What's important?
Your son, sir.
What? Yeah, what's he talking about?
Well, he got it all wrong, sir. I'm not your son. I'm Tommy Gray. How do you do?
How do you do?
And I came to see you about your daughter.
My daughter? Gloria. Oh, well, now I'm beginning to see daylight. Sit down.
Thank you, sir. That is, we, Gloria and I talked to her yesterday at the dentist again. We were having our teeth cleaned and we met there. I was...
Yes, go on. I don't suppose you smoke, do you?
Oh, no, I don't smoke.
Uh-huh. Well, could I get you something to drink? Maybe a glass of milk or something.
No, thanks. I don't like milk. But I'm very fond of your daughter, Gloria. We're very good friends, and that's what I came up to talk to you about.
Whoa, here, not so fast. You and Gloria are good friends.
Yes. That is, I'm a good friend of hers, and I'm going away. But I'll be back. That's what I came to talk to you about when I come back.
Pardon me, you don't mind if I have a drink, do you? This is a very trying time for a father. Now, I think I get the idea. Well, personally, young man, I think Gloria's a little bit too young to be talking about marriage.
Oh, I don't want to marry her.
You don't? This sounds very serious. Just what do you want?
Well, when I get back, you'll be gone away.
Yes.
When you might get killed.
What?
Well, a rhinoceros might gore you, or a lion might jump in your back, or even a tiger.
Oh, yes. It's nice of you to think of that for me.
Oh, you're welcome. And I just want to tell you that if you do get killed, I'll be here. And I want you to tell Gloria that she can turn to me.
Now, that's a very comforting thought. And I'll remember it, too, when I'm lying in the jungle with a rhinoceros kneeling on my back.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Any little thing I can do to make life pleasant for you, I'm glad to do. I'll tell her that if I get killed, well, that you're to be a father to her.
Oh, thanks very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Oh, it's wonderful, Mr. Hawkinson. It isn't often the young ladies have a party. They do enjoy it so.
No more than I do.
Yes, we're all children at heart, aren't we?
Aren't we?
Telegram for you, sir.
Telegram? Oh, excuse me, please.
Oh, of course, Mr. Hawkinson.
Gloria, you come here a minute?
Yes, Daddy.
I have to leave for Paris tonight.
Tonight? Oh, I'm sorry.
I have to. It's business. I think you better tell the girls.
Yes, I better.
What are you going to tell them?
Well, my fingers are crossed. Girls, listen. My daddy just received a cable. Yes, he has to go to La Havre to get a boat. And from Havre, he's going to the North Pole for polar bears.
Neckties. I always forget neckties.
They're already in.
Tired of packing?
No, it's fun.
Fun?
Oh, I didn't mean that it was fun packing for your going away. I mean, I never packed for my father before, and it's fun.
Yes, it is, rather. I better see how Trips is coming along with the trunk. What comes next here?
Goodbye?
No. Goodbye comes later. Socks come next. They're in the top drawer.
Do you want to take the morning paper with you?
I can get a new one at the station. Just...
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I just...
Let me see there. Gwen Taylor in Paris, was that it? To open American wing of French exposition. Gwen Taylor, motion picture actress, isn't she?
Yes, I think so.
Are you a fan of her?
Oh, no, I've never seen her. But some of the girls talk about her at school.
Oh. What about those socks?
I'll put them in.
And then run back to school and get permission to come to the train.
Oh, may I?
Well, don't you want to?
Well, yes, of course, but... Well, maybe I'd better not. Maybe we ought to say goodbye right now. You see, I don't like to say goodbyes, and... Well, you've been so nice to me, and I don't like to see you go, and... Oh, well, you know.
Yes, I know. Goodbye, Gloria. It's been fun being your father.
Thank you. It's been fun being your daughter. Goodbye, Daddy.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Having concluded the second act of Mad About Music starring Deanna Durbin and Herbert Marshall, we take a little intermission now before going into Act 3 and hear about another phase of Hollywood, about the education of motion picture children. Our guest is Mrs. Celestine Morrison. Mrs. Morrison has been a teacher of movie youngsters for about 10 years. Her pupils have included Judy Garland, Betty James, Benita Granville, Virginia Wilder, Jackie Cooper, Spanky, and Alfalfa of our gang fame, and tonight's star, Deanna Durbin. Mrs. Morrison is former Dean of Women at Dakota Wesleyan University, at Western State College in Colorado. She's done considerable lecturing and writing and is now with the Adult Education Division of the Los Angeles Public Schools. Mrs. Morrison, A lot of people have the idea that famous movie children lead anything but normal lives and that they don't go to school like other kids do. What have you to say about that?
We realize one thing, Mr. Houston, that a contract child can't go to public school and be in the movies at the same time. So we've found a way of combining both. In music work, in the movie work, the children get individual instruction directed at giving them a sound general education, and we think it's more important that we teach them to lead happy, normal lives. After all, that's what really counts.
But aren't there certain specific rules that must be followed to obey the law? Now, I've seen many directors call a halt on a scene and tell the children involved in the picture that it's time to go to school.
Yes. There are many different legal regulations concerning the education of movie children. For instance, every boy or girl under 18 who has not been graduated from high school must have at least 3 hours of study every school day and 1 hour of recreation. If the boy or girl is a high school graduate and is still under 18, the teacher becomes a welfare worker.
And what does welfare work consist of? Has it anything to do with the progress of the child in pictures?
Yes. In that, we see that he is not overworked, that he gets plenty of rest, that he isn't exposed to conditions that might impair his health, and in general, that he is well cared for. And let me add right here that every major picture studio, without exception, extends to the Board of Education the most complete and sincere cooperation. Every studio has its own school, and when a child is not in a picture, he attends this school and is taught by teachers who must have exactly the same qualifications as other public school teachers. When the child is working in a picture, then his books, his equipment, and teacher follow him just the same to the set or on location.
I often wonder how they do it. I have enough trouble memorizing my lines without going to school. I suppose that's why you went to New York with Miss Durbin on her recent visit there.
Exactly. And that trip gave Diana a chance to see firsthand many of the things that she has studied. The geography of the country and the government of the country, too, because we went to Washington and saw Congress in session. And I might tell you that we brought Lux soap with us on the train and used it wherever we happened to be in the East, just as we do back home.
It certainly looks as if Miss Durbin is going to follow in the footsteps of the grown-up stars, doesn't it? But tell me, between us two now, just what kind of a student is Miss Durbin?
Between us two, Mr. Houston, she is as willing, as delightful, and as intelligent a pupil as a teacher could wish for. She is happy, and happy pupils learn best.
What's she studying these days?
United States history, civil government, English, music, and French. She's greatly interested in drama, and in New York, she read quite a bit of Kenneth Roberts' book, The Northwest Passage. But I still think her favorite book is Bambi. Naturally, I'm pleased to see her making such fine progress with her lessons. But what pleases me most is to know that here is a girl at the top of a glamorous profession who has enough common sense to keep both feet squarely on the ground. Like any other girl, she's fond of clothes, but Diana prefers simple clothes. She doesn't attempt to act beyond her years. She's just a fine, wholesome young girl, and we never can have too many of her kind.
Thank you, Mrs. Morrison.
You.
Diana Durbin, Herbert Marshall, Gail Patrick, and William Frawley in Mad About Music. Gloria didn't meet Mr. Richard Todd at the station for an excellent reason. She had decided to meet him on the train. The train gains momentum. Richard walks through the passageway and opens the door to his compartment.
What are you doing here?
Are you angry with me? I couldn't meet you outside because I was waiting in here and you didn't come and the train started to move and, well, here I am.
Gloria, is that the truth?
Why, no.
Well?
Oh, Mr. Todd, I found out my mother was in Paris and I just had to see her.
Can't she come to Switzerland?
Oh, no, she can't come to Switzerland at all. Well, she just can't. That's why I had to come on the train. It's a matter of life and death.
It's always life and death, isn't it?
Oh, but this time it really is. You won't be coming back to see me anymore.
I might.
No, it'd be too dangerous. I think you're going to disappear at the North Pole. Get lost.
Really?
I'm sorry to do it, but it seems the best way. Of course, I'll miss you a lot.
Gloria,
Yes?
where does your mother live?
Oh, it's the Lafayette Hotel.
I live near there. If I give you my address, will you bring her over to see me?
Well, it's awfully nice of you, but...
Fine, I'll be expecting you.
Wait one moment, please. Hello? Lafayette Hotel.
Where's that little girl who called me?
Here I am.
Oh, sure. There you are. Well, come over here, Gloria. I'm Dusty Turner.
Yes, I remember you, Mr. Turner. How do you do?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Well, that's fine. Come on now, sit down and tell me just how you got here.
I came on the train.
Well, how did you get away from the school?
Oh, Well, it wasn't hard.
Well, I'm afraid that's bad business. Now, you should have told me about your plans.
Oh, I know, but... Well, I was so lonely, and then I saw that my mother...
When?
Yes, that Gwen was here, and I came. Oh, I just want to see her a minute to say hello and talk, and then I'll go right back.
Oh, I don't know about that. Gee, but you've grown a lot.
I guess I have.
Well, I should say so. How's the school?
Oh, please, I don't want to talk about me or the school. I want to see Mother... Gwen.
Yeah, I know you do. But that's not going to be as easy as you think.
You're not going to let me see her?
No, I'm not going to stop you. They are.
Who?
Those people out there in the lobby. Her fans. Why, they're waiting for her now.
Oh, I can wait until they go. I don't mind.
But that's not it. You see, she sort of belongs to them.
But I belong to her. She's my mother. Well, you know.
Sure, I know. It's tough on you and tough on Gwen. And me, too, for that matter. But you see, everything a big star does, everything about her, makes people talk. They guess and gossip and watch every move she makes, everything she does. So she's got to be different. Why, she's almost like a princess in a fairy tale.
I see. And a princess in a fairy tale can't have a daughter as big as I am, can she?
Oh, but next year she's going to be with you all the time. And
Goodbye.
Then... Isn't there anything you want, Gloria? Anything that I can do?
No, thank you. Goodbye.
I beg pardon, sir. You have a visitor.
Yes, who?
Your daughter, sir.
Gloria, how are you?
I'm sorry to bother you so much.
Bother, it's a very pleasant surprise. Did you find your mother all right?
Yes, I saw her.
Take off your hat and coat. You have a nice time?
Oh, yes, I had a very nice time, thank you.
I bet your mother was surprised to see you.
Why, yes. That is, at first she was. Is this the song you were playing just now?
Yes, that's it. How long is your
Would
mother
you mind
going...
if I sang this?
What, right now?
I'd like to try it.
All right. What's wrong, Gloria?
Nothing.
Look up here. Remember, I'm your father. You picked me out yourself, you know.
Could you send me back to school? Tomorrow?
Send you back? Tomorrow? Does your mother know about this?
She gave me the money to go, but I lost my handbag.
Did you tell her you'd lost it?
I didn't think I ought to. She's very poor and...
Poor? And stopping at the Lafayette.
Oh, but she's poor in a very rich way.
Oh, the new poor. But you had a good time.
Yes, we had a lovely time.
Well, tell me all about it.
Well, I met her at the Lafayette. And she was so glad to see me that she hugged me till she almost took the breath out of me. Just because she was so glad to see me. And then she stood back and just looked at me. And then she started to cry. And I cried, just because we were both so happy. It's funny how you cry when you're happy, isn't it? And then she laughed. She laughed, and I laughed, and everybody looked. She's so beautiful. And then we just talked, because I had so much to tell her, and she had so much to tell me, and she told everybody else to go away, and we just stayed there alone together. And then...
Go on.
And then she had to go to a party, and I told her I better get back to school, and she said I was right and gave me the money, and then I lost it, and then I came here to ask you.
I'm glad you did. You can uncross your fingers now, Gloria.
What?
Uncross your fingers and tell me what happened this afternoon.
Oh, but I can't. I can't.
All right, then I'll have to find out for myself. Put your coat on, Gloria.
Why, what for?
We're going to take a walk, you and I, around the block to the Lafayette Hotel.
Oh, no, listen.
Where's my hat?
No, wait, oh, please.
Hello, operator. I put a call in hours ago to Switzerland, but she must be there. Well, let me speak to Miss Fusnot. Hello, Miss Fusnot? This is Gloria's mother. What? In Paris? Mr. Harkinson. Mr. Richard Todd. Oh, what? Oh, there's some mistake. I'll call you right back. Stay right there. Dusty! Dusty!
Hey, Gwen, that press gang is waiting for you.
Dusty, listen. Gloria's in Paris.
In Paris?
Yes, she's here. She left Switzerland last night with a man. He said he was her father. Call the police.
Oh, wait a minute. We're not going to call anybody now. Let's take this calmly.
How can you talk about taking things calmly? Gloria's in Paris. She's here.
I know she's here.
You know she's here.
Yeah, I saw her this afternoon, and she's all right.
Where is she?
She's on her way back to school.
What? You made her leave?
Certainly not. She didn't want to talk to you. She just wanted to see you.
She didn't want to talk to me?
No, now, don't take it that way. I told her what it would mean if it got out that you had a daughter her age, and...
You did that to that baby?
She wouldn't have been in this room 5 minutes before all Paris would have known it. Bellboys and maids would have been fighting to get to the phone first to tip off the newspaper.
You could have managed it. You managed everything else.
Well, what did you want me to do? Present her to the press?
Yes. Oh, the press. I forgot they were all over the hotel.
Now you're making sense. Come on in and meet them.
All right, Dusty.
What a trooper you are. Come on now, give him that big smile. And don't let him know that anything's wrong.
Come on now. Don't go back. Wait a minute, boys. Wait a minute. Will you take it easy? Will you take it easy? One at a time.
One at a time, please. Now, there she is. Ask her anything you like. Her life is an open book.
Are you going to do a picture in France?
Is it true you're buying a villa?
Are you going back to the States?
Wait just a minute, boys. I know you want news, and I'm going to give it to you.
Atta girl, Gwen.
I have a daughter, and she's 14 years old.
What?
And she's here in Paris tonight.
No, boys, listen to me. That's right. She's only a baby. She's only so big. She's 14 months, I swear. A small infant, this big all. Quiet, everybody. Listen, will you? Listen, will you? Now, look, boys, wait a minute. We're going to give you a formal statement in a half an hour.
Yes, meanwhile, I want you boys to find her. She's in Paris.
Where, Miss Taylor?
She's with a man named Richard Todd.
Well, what's her name?
Her name's Gloria.
Richard Todd, the composer?
I don't know. Just find Richard Todd.
I'm Richard Todd.
Get a picture.
Come here. What have you done with my...
Something you should have done years ago. Come in, Gloria.
That's her daughter.
She looks like her.
It's her, all right.
No, this is all a mistake. I never saw her before. It's really all a mistake. Mr. Todd is my father.
Gloria, my baby.
Oh, Mummy. Mummy, I didn't tell them.
No, dear. I know you didn't. I told them.
Oh, Mummy.
Mr. Todd, are you Miss Taylor's husband?
Certainly not.
Miss Taylor, are you his wife?
I am not.
Little girl, who is this man?
He's my daddy.
Gloria, dear, I don't think you... You better not tell them that now.
All right, but Daddy,
I want an explanation, and I want it right now, or I'll call the police.
No, Mummy.
Call them.
But wait, Daddy, Mummy.
There are a lot of things I'd like to tell you, Mrs. Harkinson.
No, you would. Well, all right, then, go on.
No, wait, listen, let me say something. Oh.
She's fainted.
Gloria.
Say, come on.
Gloria,
Gloria, look at me.
Gloria. Oh, my goodness.
Wait. It's all right.
What?
She has her fingers crossed.
Such a lovely party, Mr. Todd. And to have Gloria's father and mother both at once. But I still don't understand how you...
Oh, it's quite all right. I will explain later. Maybe.
Oh, yes, of course you will. I don't know how exactly.
Oh, we'll think of something.
But she's right, Richard. Gloria should have a father, you know.
Yes, they're quite customary. Well, I don't want to nominate myself, Gwen, but I've had a week of experience.
Oh, but we'd have to be married, wouldn't we?
Yes, that's part of the idea.
Richard, are your ideas always that good?
A song is there from the start, and the words that I sing
that's the end of Mad About Music. And now, for a moment or two, we'll have a chance to hear from Miss Durbin, Mr. Herbert Marshall, Miss Gail Patrick, out of character.
You know, Mr. Houston, you've been so nice that I think maybe it would be a good idea if you broke down and called us by our first names. At least me. I don't feel like Miss Durbin to you. I feel like Deanna. And besides, don't forget, we were both born in Canada.
Oh, yeah, then there's one old neighbor to another. Thank you, Deanna.
Ever since we made Mad About Music on the screen, Deanna, people have been asking me a lot of questions. They want to know what you're planning to do. If you're going to stay in Hollywood or if you're going to be an opera singer.
And here's your chance to answer them all at one time.
Do you mean what I'd like to do or what I'm going to do?
Well, since it's pretty hard to predict the future, what you'd like to do.
I'd like to do 3 things. I'd like to sing in opera, and I'd like to keep on making pictures, and I'd like to be on the radio, as long as people want to hear me.
There's one tip I can give you, Deanna. If you want to keep that lovely complexion of yours as you grow up, just keep on using Lux soap.
I'll bet you use it, Miss Patrick.
If you mean that for a compliment, Deanna, thank you. I do use it. I think it's the best soap there is.
And so do I. It makes the nicest lather, and it smells nice, too. In fact, Lux soap is the favorite with my whole family.
Well, thanks, Deanna. And tell me, now that your picture's finished and our radio program is over, I suppose you'll be taking another vacation? Where are you going this time?
Right back to Universal City, Mr. Houston, to make another one. It's called That Certain Age. But that's all I know about it.
Now, I wonder what certain age is that certain age.
I can answer that after a fashion. Deanna is going to have a beau.
I am?
You are? I was speaking to Mr. Rogers at Universal, and he says that what they'd like to do is to have you grow up in pictures just as you grow up in real life.
What kind of a beau does a girl have at 15, Miss Patrick?
Oh, well, you'd better ask your father about that. Mr. Marshall, please.
Walter, Deanna wants to know.
Yeah. Yeah, she has a beau, I guess, huh? Well, you know, Deanna, he carries your school books and picks flowers for you, and...
And after that, you'll have an older beau in your next picture. First love.
Well, if I can have you for a father and Miss Patrick for a mother, I guess whatever kind of a beau they give me will be perfectly all right. And now, Mr. Houston, thank you for a very nice time.
Good night, Deanna.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Mr. Houston brings us important news about next week's program in just a moment. Our cast tonight featured Jackie Moran as Tommy Gray, Christian Rubb as Pierre, Helen Parrish as Felice, Marcia May Jones as Olga, Edgar Norton as Cripps, Margaret Brayton as Miss Fusnot, Marie Hammond as Miss Louise, Jo Ann Ransom as Dorothy, Suzanne Ransom as Catherine, and Jerry Gale as Lizette. Mad About Music was made at New Universal Studios. The original story was written by Marcella Burke and Frederick Kohner, with music by Harold Adamson and Jimmy McHugh. Gail Patrick's new Paramount film is Dangerous to Know, and William Frawley's Professor Beware. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for 4 Men and a Prayer. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder. As you know, many localities switch to daylight saving time next Sunday. If your community is one of those changing to daylight saving time, you will hear this program at the usual hour. If your community remains on standard time, tune in 1 hour earlier. And now, here's Walter Houston.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeline Carroll and Don Amici in Dangerous, a great romance drama which many of you rank among your favorite motion pictures. Dangerous is the story of a girl, once a great actress, whose life suddenly becomes an endless series of bad breaks. She's a hard-luck girl, bringing misfortune to all who knew her. How this chain of adversity is broken, how love and happiness finally come to her, you'll learn next Monday night when Madeline Carroll and Don Amici enact this exciting drama on our stage. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to listen in a week from tonight when the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeline Carroll and Don Amici in Dangerous. And beginning next Monday night, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille will be back here, as usual, as your host and producer. This is Walter Houston thanking you all and bidding you good night.
This program, ladies and gentlemen, came to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap. fine complexion care preferred by 9 out of 10 of Hollywood's famous actresses. So join us again next Monday night. Be part of the audience that gathers each week from coast to coast to hear Hollywood stars in the finest plays of stage and screen. Until next Monday night, then, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick, bidding you all good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Have you ever been in the position of trying to break into a new group of young people? I know some of you have had this problem when your dad had to move to another city because he was transferred, or mom and dad decided they'd like to live in another place, so the whole family moved. There are lots of reasons why young people have to find new friends, and sometimes it's a difficult thing to do. Young folks can be very cruel. Oh, not on purpose, but just because they haven't learned to be diplomatic and considerate. Well, enough of my talking. Let's get into our story. The Outsider.
Hey, Wes, that sparrow was right out in the open and you missed him.
I know. I ain't blind. He won't get away this time.
Ah, you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with a shovel. Your 22 must have a bent barrel.
All right, wise guys. He's on that big oak branch over there.
You got him.
Sure, what do you think? Let's see any of you guys do better.
Okay. That was a good shot.
Boy, this is better than shooting at paper targets or tin cans, ain't it, huh?
Sure, Harry, sure.
What's eating you, Jack? You act jumpy.
Well, I am. We've been in one place too long. Let's get moving and go back to town. Ranger's liable to come along and catch us.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Let's go home, guys.
Well, Grizzly Howard, how's bear hunting these days?
Them there bars are getting scarcer by the month, Stumpy. Figure they'll be plumb gone by the time I quit hunting them.
When that be, Grizz?
Oh, not long, Grey Wolf. I ain't no youngster like Stumpy here. Them mountains getting harder to climb every year now.
Oh, go on, Grizz. You got a lot of tread left in your tires.
Maybe so. But that ain't what I come for. I ain't much in the mood for joy after seeing what I just seen. No, sir.
What'd you see, Grizz?
Birds. Dozens of birds all over the forest around Knotty Pine.
What's so unusual about that? Why, there's thousands of birds in the country around here.
Yeah, I know that. But these birds are special kind. They ain't flying.
Huh? Why not?
'Cause they're dead. That's why.
What killed them, Grizz?
I don't know exactly who, but they've been shot with 22 rifle balls.
Oh, is that so?
Yep. So as I'm knee-high to a grizzly bear. Why, the forest around Knotty Pine looks like a butcher house. That's what it does, yep.
Any idea who done it?
If I did, I wouldn't be sitting here, would I?
No, don't go taking things in your own hands. Did you see any trail sign?
Nope. It's kind of dark out there, and my eyes ain't so good no more, except in the bright of day.
Somebody have big time shooting birds. Not bad.
You said it, Grey Wolf. It's bad for the birds, and it's going to be even worse for the ones responsible when we catch them. Grizz, we'll go out first thing in the morning and have a look.
Yep, that's what I come for, to put a stop to it.
Great sport, huh? Why, shoot those waves. Well, hey, look who's here.
Hey. Hello, Skinny. Howdy, Wes. What are you fellas doing?
We're shooting. Oh, what'd you stomp on my foot for, Wes?
Because you talk too much. Skinny stands in pretty solid with Bill Jefferson.
Yeah, he's in solid with the Ranger boss, and that ain't good for us.
I ain't neither what you said.
I don't know about that, Skinny. You think we look like a bunch of squares?
I don't think no such thing. When you gonna let me join your club? We told you before, Mountain Boy. This is an exclusive club. Ain't that right, gang?
Yeah, sure is. We don't want to...
Go on, shove off, Skinny. We ain't never gonna let you join our club.
But why?
For sure.
I don't do nothing to make you guys mad at me, do I?
Well, no, not exactly yet. But we don't like the looks of you, that's all. Now beat it.
Well, I guess I don't want nothing to do with fellas that don't want nothing to do with me. Come on, fellas. We got to get our target practice in for today.
Come on. You guys shot at the same birds.
Well,
it ain't right, man. How can we tell which one of us hit it?
Harry's right. One guy to a bird from now on. Come on, get with it, you guys.
Yeah, sure. We gotta pay attention to what we're doing.
Let's go over the ridge there and shoot on the other side.
That's a lot of hiking, Jack.
Yeah. Well, so what? Your leg ain't broke. Besides, I don't exactly trust Skinny.
If that guy rats on us, I'll break his neck.
No, what you talking about? He ain't no squealer. He just wants to join the club.
Boy, Chief wasn't joking, was he?
That old mountain goat very seldom does, Sonny.
This very bad.
96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101. 101 dead birds. Beautiful and useful birds deliberately murdered.
What are you going to do, Bill?
Do? We're going to catch the kids that did this. That's what we're going to do.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, pal. Shouldn't have spoken so harshly to you. You haven't done anything wrong.
I knew you didn't mean it for me.
Oh, thanks, pal. But a sight like this makes my blood boil. Let's get back to town and figure out a way to set a trap for the rascals that did this.
Do you really think it's a whole gang of boys that shot the birds?
Yeah. They left all kinds of trail signs. Some of them were wearing sneakers with a certain design sole on them, too.
That plain is nose on face. The boy's not careful at all about leaving shoe prints.
Well, it ought to be easy to spot the boys wearing them kind of sneakers.
Hey, Skinny!
Hey, what are you trying to do? Scare me to death? Say, Skinny's got on them kind of sneakers. Yeah, so I noticed.
Hello, Henry.
Hi,
Mr.
Skinny.
Bill, Stumpy, Grey Wolf.
Hello, Skinny. What brings you to town?
Oh, I don't know. Just moseying around, I guess.
Where'd you buy the sneakers? They look pretty sharp.
Oh, yep. Got 'em over at the department store. Had a big sale, and a lot of the fellas got 'em.
Oh, I see. How many bought them? You have any idea?
Well, no, but a lot of 'em did.
We just been out in the forest around Knotty Pine, and we saw a lot of dead birds. They've been shot with a .22.
Yep, I seen him too, Mr. Jenkins.
Well, you know who did it?
Yep.
You do? Who?
Well, now, you know I can't tell that, Henry. I won't lie that I don't know who did it, but I ain't gonna squeal on them, nohow. They wouldn't let me join up in their club if I did.
What club is that, Skinny?
Huh? Oh, just a club, Mr. Bill. You know, a passel of boys.
Oh, all right, Skinny. We won't question you any further. Just one thing.
Yes, sir?
Did you shoot any of those birds?
No, sir. Nope. Pa taught me better than that, Mr. Bill. Birds eat bad bugs and insects that eat trees and stuff. Ain't no reason to kill them.
All right, Skinny, I believe you. Why do you want to join a boys' club that goes around killing birds?
Oh, now, first of all, I ain't said that they was the boys. But if they was, I'd join them to learn them something better. That's what.
Skinny, plenty close mouth.
He's always been that way. I don't know if it's good or bad when something terribly wrong's been done, like killing all those birds.
Well, it's a matter of opinion, pal. He probably feels we should find the culprits ourselves.
I suppose so. What are we going to do about catching them, by the way?
Well, I don't know yet. I'll think of something before too long.
We better not wait too long, or more birds get shot.
That's the truth there, young feller. Bill, you'd better turn over a few of them brain cells of yours and come up with an idea pronto.
Yeah, time's a-wasting. Why, that gang of boys might be out in the forest now shooting birds for all we know.
All right, let's get back to the office. I'll show you an idea I have, but I need a map to do it. Now, we could patrol the forest where we found the dead birds, and we might catch them, and then again we might not. More than likely they might see one of us, and then we wouldn't catch them at all. We've got to catch them red-handed.
That's a big order. How do you plan to do it?
Well, the way I see it, there are about 4 ways the gang might leave town and not arouse much notice as they pass by.
Well, they could cut through here and pass Larkin's barn and go out.
Mm-hmm.
There's a trail there, too.
Right. And that's the one I think they'll use. Also, they might go out here, across the tracks, and behind the cattle pens. Or over here, where the forest comes close to this row of homes. Only they might attract attention here. Too much attention going this way. Or they could take this dry gulch out past the school. In any event, we've got to cover all 4 of these exits.
Well, sounds good to me. One thing for sure, they ain't gonna walk out of town in broad daylight with a sign telling everyone they're gonna shoot birds.
That's right. We set up watch with radio, Bill.
Yes, we'll team up, Grey Wolf. You and Stumpy and Henry and I.
When do we start?
First thing in the morning.
There's Larkin's barn.
Now remember, fellas, don't try to stop them on their way out if they pass here. We've got to catch them in the act, or it's no good.
Right.
You sure the radio works?
Yep. I tried it out this morning at home.
Okay. I'll be over at the Dry Gulch. It goes past the school. Call me if you spot them.
Okay.
Well, here's Here's the spot I get off, Sonny, the cattle pens.
Good thing they're not cattle in pens. It'd be easier to spot and hear a gang of boys.
Yep, sure is. And I won't go daffy here and moo for the next 10 or 12 hours.
Now, you not forget radio.
Don't worry. I can't yell as far away as you'll be. See you later, Grey Wolf.
Right, Stumpy.
If you get lonesome, start whistling.
Okay, you fellas on the lonesome patrol. I'm all set here at the school. Report in.
This is Larkin's Barn Henry speaking. I'm having a swell time watching the pigeons and an old cat trying to catch a mouse. Why, I hope there aren't any ghosts out here.
Okay, pal. Glad to hear you're alive and kicking.
Me too. I not hear a thing out here except few rattlesnakes cough once in a while.
Why don't you give him some cough medicine, Grey Wolf? Of course, I ain't never been privileged to hear a snake cough.
You can if you get close enough and listen real hard.
I ain't looking at no snake's tonsils.
How do you know he's got some?
Hey, will you guys cut out the chin music? You're supposed to be listening and watching.
Coyote with sore throat.
Or a belly. Whoops, I mean a tummy ache.
Hey, be quiet, you fellers. I think I see a small war party coming my way.
Is it them?
Nope. Those boys are too small. Besides, all they're carrying are inner tube guns and bean blowers.
Some war party, huh? Hey, Bill, here they come.
Yeah? Are you sure?
And how? Hey, there's Jack Longfield and Wes McAllister, Harry Nevin, and about 10 others. And they're all carrying 22s and heading for the forest.
Well, don't make a move until they've gone by and I get there.
Okay.
Grey Wolf, pick up the old-timer and meet me at Larkin's Barn. Was Skinny with him?
No.
I've been trying to figure out how he fits into the picture.
Yeah, that's a good question.
We be quiet. Get close to boys now. Trail plenty fresh.
Okay, Grey Wolf.
Hey, there's Skinny standing by the trail.
What are you doing out here, Skinny?
Well, I figured maybe I could stop the boys from shooting the birds.
You better come along with us. Everybody be quiet now.
Good shot, Harry. Right in the button.
Watch me get this one.
Put that gun down.
The cock, run for it.
Let's round them up, fellas. All right. Quiet down.
I know how you caught us. Skinny turned stoolie.
I did not.
That'll be enough.
You don't scare me none, cop.
Yeah, and they got a stool pigeon with them, too. Wait till we get you, Skinny.
You'll be sorry you ratted on us, mountain boy.
I said to be quiet.
What a bunch of squares. You can't shut us up. Try it and see.
Okay, wise guy, you asked for it.
Hey, take your hands off me.
Yeah, leave him alone, cop.
Quiet or you get shamed.
Hey, why the handcuffs?
I'm going to lock your hands together over this tree branch. See if that doesn't take some of the sap out of you.
That's torture. You won't get away with it. My feet won't touch the ground.
Oh, yes, they will. All right, get them up there.
Okay, Mr. Jefferson. You win. I'll behave.
Well, that's more like it. You fellas should know better than try to get smart with me. I haven't any use for a wise guy.
You win, Mr. Jefferson. We was just testing you out.
Would you really have done that to Wes?
That's for you to decide. Now, all of you boys gather around here so I can talk to you.
All right. Get in here. Aren't you going to take us in?
That depends on you fellas. What you need is someone to teach you how to use your time constructively. And since you all seem to be keenly interested in shooting rifles, we're going to form a rifle club, and you will learn to shoot expertly and safely.
Do we have to join the rifle club?
I'm afraid you do, young fella.
Why? It's a free country.
That's right.
Good night.
But you fellas have broken the law of this free country. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, sir. Quite clear.
Now, we're going to meet at my office after school tomorrow. And no one will be absent. Understand?
No, we understand.
Now, before you go home, we'll inspect your rifles to make sure they're not loaded. And you'll take the rifle bolts out and carry them in your pockets. There won't be any gun accidents that way. Cease fire on the line. Unload your rifles. Remove the bolts. Step back. The last group will fire now.
You not shoot, Skinny.
No, I ain't part of the club.
Who says you're not, Skinny?
We do, Bill. We don't want Skinny in the club.
That's right. He's an oddball, and, well, we don't want him.
Well, I don't want to be no member, neither.
What's the real reason why you don't want Skinny in the club?
Well, you might just as well tell Bill, because he'll get it out of you sooner or later anyhow. He never gives up, you know.
Well, we think he's the one that tipped you off, so as we got caught.
Yeah, and he did, too.
You know that for a fact, Wes?
Sure.
Jack? How about you, Jack?
I ain't saying.
Both of you are guessing, aren't you? Well?
You're right. We don't know for sure.
Well, I do. I tried to pump Skinny, and he wouldn't be pumped. My men and I trapped you ourselves.
So he didn't squeal. We still don't want him.
Why not? Harry, what's the real reason? All right, I'll tell you the real reason. Skinny's a mountain boy, and he's an outsider. That's the real reason. Skinny comes from a different class of people. But let me tell you this. He's a sportsman, and he plays fair. Now, there are some other things you fellas are going to learn besides shooting rifles. The first thing is Christian love. You haven't even given Skinny a chance to prove himself. You're acting selfish, not even democratic. I know some of you, and perhaps all of you, have gone to Sunday school and church. Is this what you learned there? Well?
We were taught to be kind to everybody.
Skinny, step up to the firing line with the next group and shoot.
Next time, Mr. Bill, I don't hanker after these new kind of rifles.
All right, son. If that's your wish. After we finish shooting, we're going out in the forest and clean up all the dead birds. All except you, Skinny.
Oh, I'll help clean up them dead birds. It won't take long with a lot of hands.
They're sure off working like beavers. Why, they got the birds all picked up. Almost every last one of them.
I not find any left.
Me neither, Sonny.
Gather around, boys. I've got an announcement to make. Thank you for the fine job you've done. And I'm not going to say any more about the birds. I won't rub it in like sandpaper.
Oh, that's nice.
Boy, you shoot plenty good at close contest.
You said it, Sonny. Look at Harry, up his score ever since we corrected his prone position.
Wes and Jack are tied for first place so far. They've all been showing good sportsmanship, too.
Yeah, you sure are. Especially after you backed him in a corner about Skinny.
Speaking of Skinny, I haven't seen him here at practice.
I not see him either. I wonder why.
We're ready for the last group, Bill.
Okay, pal. Have you seen Skinny?
No. I thought he'd be here to shoot in the contest.
Here he comes now. And look what he's carrying.
All right, that'll be enough of that, fellas.
Welcome to the shoot, Daniel Boone. Davy Crockett.
We're shooting paper targets, not Indians.
Hey, we'll have to hold him up so the cannon don't bowl him over.
Oh, boy.
Are you ready to shoot, Skinny?
Yes, sir. That's what I come for.
All right, step up to the line. Wes, Jack, you fellas are tied. You'll have to shoot another series to break the tie. Skinny, you shoot first. All right, Skinny. Fire when ready.
Bullseye!
Boy, did you see that?
You got it.
You get 3 shots at each target, Skinny.
He missed it.
Bullseye!
What?
Take the glasses and see for yourself.
Jumping bullfrogs. He put the second shot almost through the hole the first one made.
Wow.
You can see where the bullet made the hole lopsided.
Bullseye!
He made another bullseye.
Well, Skinny, you win the shoot hands down. Perfect score.
Thank you, Mr. Bill. Can I ask what the prize is?
Sure. A new rifle and a new Bible.
Oh, that's mighty fine. Pa was always going to buy me a new Bible and a new gun. Well, he never had the money for it.
Skinny, why didn't you show up for practice?
Oh, well, I was afeard the boys might laugh at my old gun. Me being an outsider and all.
Skinny, you can shoot that old gun all you want. You're not an outsider anymore.
That's right.
Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Hi again. Our program today gives me, Ranger Bill, just a little time to talk to you moms and dads about our adventure stories and why we're on the air. We all know that every time a boy or girl listens to one of our programs, he gets some impression of the Christian life and the character of the people involved. So we must be constantly alert to guard the image that's presented, to make it realistic and truthful, neither setting up false ivory tower heroes for fellas and gals to aspire to, or creating the impression that Christianity is an impossible goal in this day and age. We also try to present Christians as people, something which they are. The faults of a Christian don't have to be glossed over. He's human too. So we try to present to you, the listener, a story that from your point of view is a factual photograph of a way of life, namely the Christian way, and showing individuals living, seeing, understanding this way of life, or maybe missing it completely. Let's all be honest before God so that truth can survive, and our young people will turn out to be the good citizens and real Christians that we want them to be.
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House coffee time, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest tonight, Marie McDonald, yours truly, Toby Reed, Harry Lubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, George Burns is still convinced that he has no place in television. He's tried to conceal his anxiety from Gracie, but she can see that all is not well with her little man.
George, you're unhappy about something, aren't you?
No, I'm not, Gracie.
Oh, yes, you are. I can always tell. When you're happy, you smile and your little nose crinkles up. But for a week now, it's just been hanging there.
I'm still worried about television, Gracie.
Well, you needn't, darling. I've got an idea that'll make you a sensation.
You had one last week that didn't work.
Well, this one is better.
I see.
The three biggest things on television are Hopalong Cassidy, Milton Berle, and the baseball games.
So
combine them. Come out and say, howdy, partner. A funny thing happened to me on my way to first base. Nothing, huh?
Nothing.
Well, you still have no reason to worry. Now, look how well Howdy Doody and Judy Splinters are doing. Even a dummy can be a success in television.
It's not you I'm worried about, kid.
I don't get it.
Skip it, and skip me in television. I still say the studios want young, handsome guys.
Oh, you're more than just handsome. Your face has character. Everybody says so.
Everybody?
Well, sure, I've heard dozens of people say, look at the character on that face. Or did they say, look at the face on that character?
Yeah.
Anyway, you'll be great.
Another Sid Gary, yes.
And I haven't even mentioned your biggest talent, your glorious singing voice.
Yeah, I do have that.
And think of the suspense you've built up. For 15 years, people have been listening to you sing on the radio.
The birds are sweetly singing, the perfume flowers are bringing in the winter's morning. I just passing by.
Yeah, you should. Just like that, Sugar Throat. They've been listening and saying, sounds like that can't come from a human throat. Now, go on television and prove it to them.
We're back to the two meanings again.
Oh, George, if I tell you you're great for television, you can believe it. Have I ever been wrong? Have I ever made a mistake?
About 1 million.
All right, so I'm due for a winner.
Look, I don't think that I would...
Come in.
Hi, Burns.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Well, what's new? Oh, Gracie thinks I could be on television. And I say it's for guys with sex appeal, like you.
Oh, stop with that, George. I haven't got any more sex appeal than Clark Gable.
And you're modest, too.
Bill, don't don't you think George has a future on television?
Well, definitely, Gracie. You're a natural, George. Now, look, there are thousands of television sets in bars, and you'll double their business. How? A customer... How? A customer comes into a bar. Your face is on the screen. One look, he's got to have a drink.
Bill.
One drink, he's got the nerve to take another look.
Willie.
That sobers him up, he buys another drink.
Comedian.
Now he thinks nothing can frighten him, so he looks again. Got to have another drink.
Summer replacement.
He hangs on the bar and sneaks another look. Now he sees two of you. He buys a bottle.
Okay. I'm going to the cigar stall. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Oh, Bill, you shouldn't have kidded George like that. You know very well he's got as much sex appeal as you have.
Oh, come on now, Gracie. Women flock around me like moths. They want to eat me up.
Well, they did the same thing to George when he was single. And by the time I married him, he was plenty moth-eaten.
Gracie, you can't compare us. Now, listen, do you know who's been chasing me for weeks, trying to get an introduction to me? Just dying to meet me?
Who?
Marie McDonald.
Marie McDonald? You mean the body?
Yeah. Now confess, Gracie, did a girl as gorgeous and seductive as Marie McDonald ever chase George?
Well, sure, and I caught him, too.
Well, Marie'd like to catch me, but I'm playing hard to get. Oh, boy, does she go for a good one. She fell in love with me on the radio.
Wouldn't the divan have been more comfortable?
No, Gracie, I mean she was listening to our program. She heard my voice and just fell apart.
Well, whoever put her back together sure did a fine job.
You're not kidding. You know, Gracie, Marie even writes fan letters addressed to the golden-voiced announcer on the Maxwell House Coffee program.
Really?
Yeah. She writes things like, "Are you as handsome as you sound?" Well, of course I'm not.
No?
No, I'm handsomer. Yeah, so she's really after me. And, Gracie, when Marie McDonald chases you, then you know you've got sex appeal.
Say, that would even convince George.
Huh?
Well, if Marie chased George, he'd be ready for television.
And she'd be ready for the snake pit.
Say, Bill, you'll have to excuse me. I have work to do.
Well, okay, Gracie, but don't be a dreamer. The day Marie McDonald chases George, it'll snow in Los Angeles.
You mean she's been chasing him all winter?
No, Gracie.
Well, I'll see you later, Bill.
Okay.
Oh, gee, I hope Maria's home. I'm sure I can make a deal with her.
Hello?
Oh, hello. I'd like to speak to Marie McDonald.
I'm Marie McDonald. Excuse me, but why are you staring at me so closely?
Well, you're not quite what I expected. I don't understand why they call you the body.
Why?
Well, you've got a head, too.
Thanks. You're Gracie Allen, aren't you?
Oh, you recognize me.
Oh, yes, when you came in, I thought it was you. And when you started talking, it had to be you.
Oh, well, I think that we can do one another a favor, Marie. I understand you'd like to meet the golden-voiced announcer on our Maxwell House coffee program.
Oh, yes, Gracie. I've fallen in love with his voice. Tell me, is he handsome?
Oh, terrifically handsome. And that's not just my opinion. It's his, too.
Well, I'm really anxious to land him.
Oh, well, I can arrange it, Marie. But first you have to do me a favor.
All right, what is it?
Now, I want you to act like you're madly in love with my husband. If you convince George that he's got sex appeal, he'll go on television.
Yeah, but Gracie, I'm in pictures. I don't want television to be a success. And if George goes on... I'll do it. When shall I put on this act?
This afternoon.
Oh, but I'd planned to go to the beach at Santa Monica this afternoon.
Say, that's the perfect place for the meeting. George could use some sunshine. He hasn't been to the beach for so long his little pail and shovel are all rusty.
Then the beach it is. Now, when you're ready for me to do my act, you go into the ocean for a swim and leave George alone.
All right, now remember, make him realize that he's irresistible.
I'll put everything I've got into it.
Well, that should be plenty, especially if you put it in a bathing suit.
Well, I'll be wearing a strapless bathing suit. It's fine for the sun.
Oh, I guess the fathers like it, too. Well, Marie, see you at the beach. Oh, George, aren't you glad we came to the beach?
Oh, I don't know, Gracie. These new swimming trunks you bought me are awfully short. I like my old bathing suit better.
Oh, but darling, it wasn't safe. You were always tripping over the hem.
Well, I feel awfully silly in these little things.
Why, you're the center of attraction. Every woman on the beach is looking at you.
Yeah, but they're laughing.
Well, certainly. They're laughing at their husbands, those unattractive men they married.
What are the single women laughing at?
Well, they're laughing at the married women for being such dopes.
What are the men laughing at?
Oh, they're laughing at the single women who can't get you because you're married.
Just one question. What are the children laughing at?
The sand tickles their feet.
I still think they're laughing at me. These swimming trunks are too skimpy.
Well, I think they're beautiful, and I love the color. It's called watermelon green.
That accounts for what the lifeguard said.
What did he say?
I was lying here on my back, and he tapped me on the stomach and said, "You better get that out of the sun. It'll be too hot to eat."
Well, he's just jealous of your figure, that's all.
Wish you hadn't gotten me these swimming trunks so tight across the hips. What size are they?
You kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. What size are they?
That's it. They come in 4 sizes. Small, medium, large, and are you kidding?
I got a small, are you kidding?
Cup of coffee. What a friendly invitation anytime, for there's nothing more enjoyable morning, noon, or night than a cheering cup of good, fragrant coffee. Delicious Maxwell House coffee. It's America's favorite, you know, bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. And the reason for this great preference? Why, it's that good to the last drop flavor. Rich, heartwarming flavor only Maxwell House gives you. There's just one way to create this superb flavor. It's the blending of many choice coffees, premium varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees, which our Maxwell House experts select with the greatest care and skill. Now, first they choose Manizales coffees for mellowness. They add Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees contribute robust vigor. And Bucaramangas add their fine, full body. This superb Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to full flavor goodness and brought to you vacuum-packed in the familiar blue Maxwell House tin.
And ladies, vacuum packing means you get all the flavor and goodness you pay for. Vacuum packing means every pound of Maxwell House you buy is as fresh and fragrant as the hour it was roasted. No coffee in ordinary packages can be as fresh.
So, friends, treat yourself to the very best in coffee drinking pleasure. Enjoy Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
That you haven't got enough sex appeal for television. Well, you're so loaded that every woman in this beach is after you. They all want to get you.
Oh, go.
Well, it's true. Whenever two women walk by and look at you, one always turns to the other one and says, "Get him."
I still say when... Hey, speaking of figures, look at that one.
Which one?
The girl in the strapless bathing suit. Leading the Airedale.
Oh, that's Marie McDonald, the movie star.
Wow. Look at that crowd of men following her along the beach.
Well, isn't that silly? You'd think they never saw an Airedale before.
She's heading this way.
Yes. Well, I think I'll take a little swim.
Okay, I'll join you.
No. Why don't you stay here and rest?
No. I feel like a swim. I want to plunge through the surf. Battle the riptide. Skim through the water.
But, George, I didn't bring the inner tube.
Okay, I'll stay here and rest.
That's good. Get a nice suntan. You're doing fine. Your feet are tanned already.
Still got my shoes on.
Well, I won't be long, darling.
Okay. Yeah, it's nice to just lie here and relax in the sun. Woohoo.
Hello there, you great, big, beautiful hunk of man. I said hello. Aren't you going to speak to me, you dreamboat?
Who? Me?
Well, yes, you. I've been watching you ever since you got to the beach. Watching and waiting for your girlfriend to leave so I could get you alone.
Who? Me?
Oh, now don't act so surprised. This must happen to a man with your sex appeal 12 times a day.
No, you see, I just got this new swimming suit. The one I had before didn't show so much of me.
Oh, what a shame. Why, that's like covering up a Rembrandt.
Who? Me?
Yes, of course. You know, but I'm afraid you're getting a little sunburned. Would you like me to rub some oil on your chest?
Oh, no. I don't think you'd better.
Oh, but you're the kind of man I like to do things for. I want to wait on you, be your slave. Would you like me to light a cigar?
Yeah. Light one for me, too. Let's have a smoke and talk this thing over. You see, Marie, I'm married to Gracie Allen, and I love her. I belong to her.
No one woman can claim you. When a man's got what you've got, he belongs to all women.
Well, I don't think there's enough of me to go around. You've got to fight this thing, Marie.
I can't. I'm mad about you. You're irresistible.
Yeah, but fight it. Now go away and forget me.
I'll go, but I'll never forget you. Will you kiss me goodbye?
No, let's just shake hands.
Goodbye, my darling. I shall dream of you. Au revoir.
Bonjour. Wow. These new swimming trunks are dynamite. I better cover up with sand before I start a riot.
Okay, Gracie, you can go back to George now.
Well, did it work, Marie? Is he ready to go on television?
Oh, yes, he thinks he's the most fascinating man in the world. I threw myself at him.
Oh, well, you didn't fall in love with him, did you? You didn't let yourself go.
Oh, don't worry, Gracie. I kept my head.
Well, never mind your head. It's the rest of you I'm worried about.
I assure you, Gracie, he's all yours.
Oh, thank goodness. You know, I wouldn't want to lose him. Husbands like George don't grow on trees.
No, I guess when they get that ripe, they drop off. Well, Gracie, I kept my part of the bargain. Now, when do I get to meet that golden-voiced announcer?
Oh, well, I've arranged for him to be at my house at 6 o'clock. George is going out to dinner with some men, so you two can have dinner with me.
Oh, I'll be there, Gracie. Gee, I'm so excited. I just know I'll have goose flesh.
No, I'm serving pot roast. Well, see you at 6, Marie. Now, look, George, we've been home from the beach for an hour now. Don't you think you ought to take off your swimming trunks and put on some clothes?
Want me to cover up a Rembrandt?
Well, you've got to be out of the house by 6 o'clock for your dinner appointment, I mean.
That can wait. I'm trying to figure out a television program where I can wear these green swimming trunks. You see, for a fanfare, I'll have dum-da-dum, dum-dum-dum. Come in. I'm beginning to hear things. Come in. Oh, he's in. Hello. Hi, Gracie. Hi, What's the matter with you?
What's the matter with me? It's quite a shock to walk in and find a nude man holding a watermelon.
To be wearing green swimming trunks.
Oh.
Besides, comedian, you should see the terrific effect my figure has on a woman.
Well, it could be, but it sure looks terrible on a man.
I think I'll go get dressed. I'm hurt.
Gracie, you told me to be here at 6. What's up?
Well, Bill, Marie McDonald did me a favor, and in return, I promised that she could meet you. I hope you don't mind.
Well, I guess I've kept the poor kid waiting long enough. Okay, I'll give her a thrill.
Oh, you're good, Bill. Good. Come in.
Well, Gracie, here I am.
And Marie, here's the man who can grant your heart's desire. Bill Goodwin.
Oh, would you, Mr. Goodwin?
Well, sure, kid. Just ask me.
Well, I'll leave you two alone. Goodbye.
Bill, for weeks now, I've been dying to have a date with the golden-voiced announcer who talks about Maxwell House coffee.
Yeah?
Yeah. So, would you introduce me to Toby Reed?
Toby Reed? He's your dream man?
Oh, yes. When Toby talks about the rich, mellow goodness of Maxwell House, his voice is just as rich and mellow as the coffee.
Oh, yeah? Well, if you think he's good, just listen to this. Maxwell House is a blend of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection. America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Oh, I like the way Toby says it. Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
What's great about that? Would you say the boy stood on the burning deck?
Oh, now, come on, Bill. Introduce me to Toby. I want to see if he looks as wonderful as he sounds.
Oh, that's right, Marie. You've never seen him, have you?
No, when can I meet him?
Listen, Marie, do you want to meet a man who's 50 years older than you are?
A man who's so short he has to stand on a soapbox to reach the microphone?
No, I meant George. I want to meet Toby.
I give up.
Well, how are you two getting along?
Gracie, she brushed me off.
Oh, that's nice. Did you give her a tip?
I mean, she turned me down for Toby Reed. I can't even get near her. Goodbye. Or as your friend Toby would say, goodbye.
Well, so it was Toby Reed that you wanted to meet.
Oh, yes, he's my dream man. You know, I'm afraid poor Bill is terribly angry.
Oh, don't worry about him. He'll find another girl.
I don't know. When he left here, he was seeing red.
I told you he'd find another girl. Now, I'll arrange for you to meet Toby. After all, you kept your part of the bargain.
Yes, I convinced George that he belongs on television.
Oh, and he does, Marie. I read that television needs new blood, and George knows all the places to get it.
Well, I'm anxious to...
Say, Gracie.
Oh, George, I thought you'd gone.
I couldn't find my necktie, so... Marie McDonald. So you followed me here?
Well,
Gracie, it wasn't my fault. She saw me on the beach and blew her top. I tried to fight her off.
Oh, she confessed her mad infatuation. She came to carry you away, didn't you, Marie? Well, go on, tell him in your own passionate words.
Huh?
There. Did you hear that? But she can't have you, George.
That's right, Marie. You've got to forget me.
Well, she can't forget you, can you, Marie?
No, I can't.
Oh, there's only one way. Go and join the French Foreign Legion.
She can't do that. They only take men.
Well, if she changes her name, who'll know?
Those Frenchmen are clever.
Oh, Marie shan't have you, George. I'll fight her. I'll scratch and claw and bite.
Now, Gracie.
Oh, I can't help it, George. It's instinct. I'll fight for you like a mother bird fights for a worm.
Honey.
Oh, he's mine, Marie.
No, he's mine.
Well, you better leave before I tear your hair out. Oh, what a lovely hairdo.
Oh, you like it?
Oh, I think it's marvelous.
Now, stop fighting, girls.
Where did you have it done, Marie?
At Pierre's.
Really? I've been going to Antoine's.
I'm not worth it.
Oh, Pierre is much better.
Could I see him this afternoon?
Oh, sure. We can go right away.
Well, come on. What are we waiting for?
Girl. That's funny. Without those green shorts, I seem to lose something.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment.
Ladies, would you like to help cut down the terrible toll of home accidents? If so, join the housewives from coast to coast who are forming Don't Be a Gracie clubs. Now, these club members pledge themselves to rid their own homes of the hazards that cause accidents. If you'd like to form a Don't Be a Gracie club in your community, write to Gracie Allen, Hollywood Plaza Hotel, Hollywood 28, California.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Gracie, next week our guest star will be the one and only Mickey Rooney.
Oh, he's a wonderful actor.
Yeah, Mickey's been in show business all his life. He was born in a trunk backstage.
Oh, they should have lifted the lid so he could keep growing.
See you next week, Mickey. Good night.
If you like good things the easy way.
Good things the easy way.
Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too.
No time, no trouble.
No grounds, no pot.
And it's good to the very last. You know what?
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last. You know what?
Until next Thursday when our guest will be Mickey Rooney. Good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Paul Hemming and Keith Fowler.
Stay tuned for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet.
Young publisher matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash a stolen gun racket. Our story begins late at night in the suburbs outside the city as one of the circulation trucks of the Daily Sentinel climbs a steep slope with a load of early editions for the nearby rural towns. As the truck nears the top of the grade, the driver speaks.
Car coming, Jerry. See the headlights?
Yeah, coming fast.
Uh-huh. As soon as we get over the rise, you'll see him.
Hey, it's a truck.
He's on the wrong side of the road. Get over, get over.
Oh, my God, he's heading straight for us.
Jerry, you hurt?
No, I'm okay. Hey, it turned over.
Serves him right. Just smashed my left front fender and headlight.
Hey, maybe they're hurt.
Okay, we'll take a look. Then we gotta get traveling. Circulation man Joe'll skin us alive if those newspapers don't get delivered.
I don't see nobody.
Hello? Hey, where are you? Where's the driver?
Gosh, Hadley. They ain't in the cab. Hadley.
Yeah, I see. Rear end opened up and they spilled right out.
They're guns, ain't they?
Yep, a truckload of guns. Yeah, get him, Jerry.
What the...
Nice going. They're out cold, Dutch.
Yeah, Wainer. Blackjack works okay. But what are we going to do with them guns? Our truck is smashed up.
We'll take their truck.
Huh? A Daily Sentinel truck? Are you nuts?
You heard me. Get busy. Throw out them papers and switch the guns. We're taking their truck.
Daily Sentinel, publisher's office. The truck? Where? Yes, I'll tell him. Yes, Miss Case. The circulation manager just called, Mr. Reed. That truck's been found. Where is it? Right in the center of Meadow Park. Park? What about the driver and his helper? No trace of them, Mr. Reed. The odd thing is, there weren't any newspapers in the truck. They weren't delivered, were they? No, sir. The papers never got to the dealers. Okay, Miss Case. Tell them to keep after. Yes, sir. Oh, looks to me like Hadley and Jerry are heading for a dressing down there.
Cassie, I brought him back alive. Where's Reed?
Who or what, Axford? If you've been hunting, I haven't...
Hello, Miss Case.
Hadley and Jerry. Uh-oh. The alibi better be good. Mr. Reed's in his...
This case is...
Mr. Reed is here. Exhibit A and B, Mr. Reed. The Daily Sentinel's missing truck driver.
I found them for you, Reed. They was
Never mind, Michael. Hadley, your truck was found in the center of the park, deserted. Did you leave it there?
No, sir. So help me, Mr. Reed. Jerry and I were climbing Balch Hill when we got clipped by a truck coming the other way.
I see.
I found them out that way, Reed. They was tumbling their way back to town.
Mr. Reed, the guys we hit slugged us. Their truck was wrecked, and they must have used ours. And you know for what, Mr. Reed? For guns.
Good grief.
Guns? Hadley, are you on the level?
So help me. We saw them scattered all over the ground just before they knocked us cold. Revolvers and machine guns and rifles, dozens of them.
Hello, get me the city desk, Miss Case.
Yes, sir.
Use the other phone. Get Sergeant Moran at police headquarters. Tell him about this. Axford will go to the place where the trucks were wrecked with Moran.
So for the snakes, I sure will, Reed.
Look for that other truck. See? Again, Reed talking. Keep a spot on the front page open. Our truck drivers ran into more than an accident. We may have a story, a big story.
Are you sure this is the spot? Where's the other truck?
It's gone. It was gone this morning when we came to.
You can see the marks from the tires, Moran.
That might have been anybody's tires. How do I know that you're not making this up, Hadley? It's just your word against...
Yeah? Look down the ravine.
Holy crows, the bundles of newspapers.
Sure, those lugs tossed them out to make room for the guns.
Well, we can't look around much longer. It's getting on towards dark.
If they switched in a hurry, they might have left some.
Gunningan's got to have a story.
Then use your eyes and not your mouth, Axford.
I'm looking.
It was right here. Ask Jerry.
For Pete's sake, you said that before. Save it.
Holy crow! Huh? Moran, will you look what I found? Golly, wait till I tell Reed about this. Open up. Cato! Cato! Oh, golly. Who's at home?
Mr. Axford, why you first knock on door, then open door yourself?
On account of... I'm that excited, Cato. Where's Reed, Cato?
I could hear you in the next county. You got news?
Reed, I found the gun.
You did?
Yep, Moran's got it. He took it over to headquarters to check the number.
Not a new gun?
Nope, it's been used before.
Well, that proves Hadley was telling a straight story, doesn't it?
It sure looks that way.
You called the city desk?
Sure I did. That's how I learned you was here at the apartment.
Truckload of used guns. Axford, we may have stumbled into something big. Some racket in guns.
Wait, Cato, answer, please. Mr. Reed's residence. Hello? One moment. It's for Mr. Axford.
Okay, that must be Sergeant Moran. Hello, Moran. You got news about that gun? Sure, I'm listening. Holy crow, Moran. Is that a fact? Golly. Sure, and thanks.
Sounds big, Axford.
Reed, that gun was the one used in the Crayley murder. It's the very same number.
The Crayley murder? But Dalford was tried and convicted for that crime a year ago. He died in the chair. Hey, wait a minute. Doesn't the police department take charge of all those guns immediately afterward?
Yeah, Reed. They're supposed to destroy them or sell them to responsible parties.
Men who drive truck last night, not the responsible party, yes?
No, Cato. Honest people don't go around switching trucks or using blackjacks.
If you're asking me, Reed, there's something rotten in the police department. Somebody must be selling them guns to racketeers on the sly.
Axford, get over there.
The police department?
See Moran at once and start digging. Find out who has charge of those guns.
But there's a couple of men, Reed. There's Deputy Commissioner Stacy and his whole department. Nolan, Bailiff...
Never mind the count. The Sentinel needs facts. Now, get going.
Okay, I'm on my way. So long. I'll see you in the headlines.
He certainly will see us in the headlines, Cato.
What do you mean, Mr. Britt?
Don't you know why he sent Axford away? We're going to do some investigating on our own hook. Open the sliding panel, Cato. The Green Hornet's taking a hand in this game.
Followed by Cato, Britt Reed stepped through the secret panel in the rear of his bedroom, then along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself, a passage that led directly to an adjoining building fronting on another street. It was a side street, dark and deserted. No one could guess that behind its ramshackle front, the building served as the hiding place for the sleek black beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
You have the Hornet mask and the gas weapon, Cato?
Yes, sir. I take them from seated drawer.
The gun is loaded?
It's all ready. Where we go, please?
We're checking up on the underworld, Cato. With the Green Hornet mask and reputation, we should be able to uncover plenty that the police can't get. Okay, step on it.
As the great car roared into life, a section of the wall lifted in front of it. The car turned into the street. Then the section of wall closed automatically as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness.
It's a nice sale we made today, huh, Whaler?
Yeah. 2 Tommy guns and a dozen automatics for Dice Connie. Guess he wants to protect his gambling joint.
Yeah, let him worry. We don't.
Nope, we just sell him the guns, that's all. Here's $1,000. Put it away.
Yeah. You know, Wayner, I was kind of worried for a while.
About running into that Sentinel news truck?
Yeah. I thought there might be trouble.
There would have been if we hadn't used a persuader to put them 2 guys to sleep.
Yeah, they didn't get a look at it.
Sure they didn't. And after we used the truck and got rid of it, that's all there was to it.
Yeah. As long as you had some of our boys go after our truck. Is it fixed yet?
Yeah, they're working on it in the back. Be a couple of days yet.
Couple of days?
Don't be a sap, Dutch. We got to do it on the QT. If we took it to a regular repair joint, the cops might spot it.
So what?
So plenty. A good detective could check the damage, find out what happened.
You mean there might be some paint from that Sentinel truck scraped off ours?
Yeah, something like that. Now, forget it. Count that change.
Yeah, okay.
Grab that, Dutch.
Yeah, who's calling? Hello, Petroni. This is Dutch. What's on your mind? Somebody asking about buying guns? As long as it ain't the cops, you know the guy, why, that's our business. Who asked you? Who? Hey, Petroni.
What's the matter?
He hung up.
Didn't tell you?
I just said some guy.
Well, maybe you don't want to mention names.
It's funny, Wayner.
What?
We had a couple other phone calls about the same thing. Some guy looking for guns.
Yeah?
And no name mentioned.
That's the way I like it. That's playing it smart.
I don't know, the way Petroni sounded.
Oh.
Well, it's sort of like he was scared instead of careful. Like he was afraid to mention names.
Yeah, you're nuts. Besides, we got them guns in the cellar below the garage. No matter what happens, nobody could find them. And
Who's that?
Come on, we'll see. Bring your gun.
Yeah, I got it.
Open the door.
There's nobody here.
Somebody rang that bell. It must have been...
Boss, look, stuck on the door. I just noticed.
There's writing on it. I'm in the market for guns. I'll see you later. Oh, I wonder who could... Dutch, look at this.
Yeah, Wayner.
This sign right below the note. Dutch, it's the sign of the Green Hornet.
Wayner, Mr. Britt? You're certain? Positive, Cato. I heard them through the door. That's why I left that note instead of talking. What? Wayner's the one who sells the guns. He mentioned something about a garage and a hidden cellar underneath. Before the Hornet starts dickering with him, I want to know more about it. Pardon, please. Did Wayner name man behind him? Political rat who's getting those guns to him? That is it, yes. Okay, we didn't mention any names. It's another reason for playing a waiting hand. I want to trap the big shot behind the racket, too. I see. I'll call Wayner later. What is it? Look, down the street at the corner. Isn't that Axford and Sergeant Moran? Yes, sir. They have been checking on suspects, perhaps. Yes, we're in luck, Cato. Hold on. What to do? Drive right past them, Cato. We'll be gone before they have a chance to reach for guns. We'll give them something to talk about. Hold on. Here we go.
Axford, that car! What's it? Holy crow, Moran! Where's my gun? That's the Green Hornet! Save your bullets. He's out of sight already. But, golly, Moran, even if we didn't get no place looking for that gun racket here, at least I got something for the front page. The Green Hornet's busy again.
Now to continue our story. The following morning, Britt Reed read the Daily Sentinel story at the breakfast table before going to his office. He congratulated Axford for his reporting.
Yes, Axford, that's a nice yarn you phoned into the city, Dad.
Gunnigan like you too, Reed. Golly, the Hornet passed so close to us I could have reached out and touched him. Like this.
Like you're touching me?
Yes.
Just as well you didn't try.
There wasn't time. There's only one thing wrong with the story, Reed.
Yes?
We wasn't allowed to mention nothing about the gun racket.
Of course not, Axford. If somebody in the police department's involved, the less said about that angle, the better.
Did you and Moran get anything?
Not a blessed clue, Reed. If it wasn't for running into the Hornet, the evening would have been a total loss. You know, I've been thinking. I got a theory that...
Another theory?
No, wait. This one is...
Please, Mr. Britt, it's almost 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock? Holy crow.
Yeah, I'm due at the office in 20 minutes, Axford. You'd better get the sedan.
I'll have it in front of the door in 5, Reed. So long, Cato.
Good day, Mr. Oxford. Cato. Yes, Mr. Britt? There's something for me to do?
Get over to Wayner's place at once.
Where we called last night?
Yes, I want you to watch them like a hawk. Find out where that garage is. Call me at the office on the private phone if you have to.
I understand. I go as soon as I finish dishes.
Come on, the dishes. Let them wait. Get moving, and don't forget to phone me.
Did we go right in the garage, boss?
No. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Take a look around first.
Hey, what's eating you? There's a lot of passers-by, that's all.
We might have been tailed.
For what? Nobody suspects us of anything.
Well, I don't know. That story in the Sentinel...
Just because it mentioned the Hornet don't mean nothing.
It mentioned the racket, too, Dutch.
Not ours.
Yeah. How do we know? Didn't put a name on it. It might have been our guns as well as anything else.
Not a chance. There ain't been no leaks or nothing like that.
Maybe so.
Yeah, there's nothing suspicious. A couple of dames across the street. The Chinese laundry man who just came around the corner coming this way, and there was 2 guys in front of the drugstore.
Okay, Dutch, I guess it's clear.
Yeah, clear as blue sky.
Come on, into the garage.
Yeah, I'll get the doors. Still working.
Inside.
So, that is garage. Now I'll remove this laundry bundle and find telephone. I call Mr. Britt. Tell him about garage.
But, Mr. Reed, what's the good of Axford taking this assignment if he can't mention names in the story?
Because we're not sure of names yet, Miss Case. We don't want a libel suit.
Outside of seeing the Hornet last night, what did they accomplish? He's been with Moran all day.
We're keeping after it, Miss Case.
Suppose the police are called off.
We still keep after it. Hadley's our employee. He and Jerry were slugged. Our truck was hijacked. Nobody can get away with that.
They're getting away so far. I wonder who'd be passing those guns along.
Whoever it is making plenty, Miss Case.
I suppose so. The police pick up plenty of guns during a year, don't they?
Every gun used in a crime. And every gun for which there's no license.
And Deputy Commissioner Stacy heads that department.
Yes. Those guns are supposed to be destroyed or sold through legitimate channels. Certainly they shouldn't turn up again in the hands of racketeers. Yet over and over, the police have arrested criminals and found them in possession of guns used in previous crimes.
Well, I hope there's not...
Hey, Reed, I told you so.
Axford.
I thought you were at headquarters.
I just come from there. Reed, I told you I had a theory.
What are you talking about?
Holy crow, I'm talking about the Green Hornet. What else would it be?
What is it this time? Is the Hornet mixed up in that truck crash?
It ain't so funny, Casey. That's the right answer for one.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Axford. Aren't you stretching things by guessing?
It was a guess this morning, Reed, but it ain't now. Because the cops got a letter from the Hornet saying he knew all about them guns. So you see, What's that?
The signal for your private phone, Mr. Reed.
I'll get it. If you want me, I'll be in my office, Miss Case.
But, Reed, I was just telling you...
Tell it to Miss Case. I'll be out in a few moments.
Casey, the cops ain't releasing the news yet.
Hello.
Mr. Britt, you know who's speaking?
Yes. You found the garage?
I dressed like Chinese laundryman, Mr. Britt. I find garage. I see truck when they open door. I look around, then tell you all about garage later, yes?
Good work. I got the layout, find out how many exits there are. Axford's in the outer office. The police already have the Hornet note. Everything's set.
I understand, Mr. Britt.
I'll meet you back at the apartment tonight.
What about Axford?
Axford will be with the police. I'll see to that. When the Green Hornet calls Wayner on the phone, I don't want any outsiders listening.
We'll have that truck all cleaned up by morning, Dutch.
Yeah, you put the heat on this afternoon, eh, boss?
Got your key?
Yeah. Yeah, sounds like a form.
Yeah, inside. I'll take it. Hello?
You been out? Calling you for the last hour, Wayner.
Who is this?
I left a note on your door last night.
A note on the Green Hornet.
Hornet?
For my names. many guns have you got for sale, Wayne?
You mean?
I mean the whole works, everything.
Well, I got more than 300, all different types.
What's your price on all of them?
On all of them? Hold the phone. That's the one that wants to buy every gun we got.
Hey, that guy's no piker.
He wants a price.
Soak him.
Yeah. Hornet, suppose we make it, say 20,000.
A lot.
Yeah, try and get guns any other way.
Okay, Wayner, 20,000. I want to see them first.
You can see them. You come over here and I'll have Dutch take you to where I got them stashed. All right?
I'll be over. Goodbye.
Well, Dutch, looks like we're going to get rid of a load of hot stuff all at once, huh?
Hornet don't fool around, does he?
20 grand. That's more than half of what we make in a month. I'll go over to the garage and get things lined up. You wait here for the Hornet, get it?
Okay, boss. I guess he'll be coming pretty soon, huh?
Cato. Is Oxford out?
Yes. You talk to Wayner, Mr. Blake?
Wayne around the police, Cato.
Police?
I'll be watching for the Black Beauty. It's up to us to lead them right into that garage.
I see.
First, we're going over to Wayner's place.
Why we do that?
Have you forgotten, Cato? There's someone else to trap beside Wayner.
Oh, the political one, yes?
A crooked policeman, Cato. The sooner the better.
I have gas, weapon, and mask, Mr. Blake, and the car's ready.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But how we find out who is policeman?
Wayner left one of his men at his home, Cato, to guide the Green Hornet to the guns. Cato, that man is going to talk. Plenty. Come on.
Already. I wish Wayner had stayed instead of me. Every time I think of that Green Hornet, I get jumpy. I don't like
What
it.
for, Dutch?
Hornet, I didn't hear you.
I'm making a habit never to come in the front way, Dutch. Just in case. Wayner's gone?
Yeah.
You're alone here?
Yeah, What about it?
Just asking. I'd like to know where I stand.
Forget it, Hornet. You stand aces with us. You're going to buy all the guns we got.
Where did you get those guns?
Where did we...
Come on, you heard me.
But What do you mean?
Hot, aren't they?
Sure they're hot. But what difference does it make to you?
I want everybody in on this deal, Dutch. Everybody get it?
Sure, Wayner and me and...
That's right, and the silent part.
Well, Wayner
Never
said
mind
that-
what Wayner said. You get him.
Hornet, I can't. He's supposed to remain in the dark.
You'll be in the dark, Dutch, permanently.
Hey, not your gun. Don't.
I get busy.
Now, listen, Hornet, those guns
Get busy or I pull this trigger.
But I tell you... Okay, I'll do my best.
Your best better be plenty good, Dutch. Now pick up that phone and use it.
Wayner won't like this.
I'm paying out 20 grand. He'll have to like it.
Maybe he's out.
You better not be for your sake, and you better be very persuasive, Dutch, for the same reason.
They're ringing the number. Well, what if he don't answer, Hornet? He answered. Hello, this is Dutch. You got to get over the garage right away. Yeah, I know it ain't regular, but...
Remember, Dutch, my gun?
You got to come now. Wayner says it's life or death. Hey, you will? Yeah. Okay.
That's better, Dutch.
All I kept seeing was that muzzle of your gun.
I'm using it, Dutch.
When I thought you was going to shoot it. You're kidding.
I want you out of the way, Dutch.
No, Hornet.
Goodbye.
Wait. Don't shoot. I can't breathe. Hornet,
Out like a light. Okay.
You give him gas, Mr. Blake?
He won't bother us, Cato. He called the man we want.
Who is it?
I don't know yet. He mentioned no names, but the third member of this gun racket will be at the garage when we get there.
I see. We go now?
Not just yet. I want to give him time to get there. Besides, I want to be inside that garage before you drive in with the Black Beauty.
What?
Yes, Cato. You'll come in the front, and the police will spot my car and pile in after you. But there's a back exit from that garage out into the alley.
Oh, now I understand, Mr. Blake. We will be going out the back, yes?
That's right. You'll give me a chance to talk to Wayner and his partner about those guns before... I wonder.
Something is funny, Mr. Blake?
I'm just wondering, Cato. That 20,000.
Oh, darn it. You not got the money with you?
No, but there might be 20,000 in this room. Take a look. Can you picture Wayner's face when the Hornet pays him off in his own cash?
How long are you going to have to wait? Oh, I wish I'd brought my knitting.
Casey, shut up.
Are you sure that's the place?
Right across the street, Miss Case.
Well, it's a garage,
It's
but...
the garage. And remember, Casey, if there's trouble, you stay right here on this side of the street. There'll be enough grief without watching out for you.
Okay, Axford. You wouldn't be much help anyway as far as getting...
Holy crow, look who's going into that garage. Yeah, a big shot from the police department. I always thought he was a rat. Suffering snakes. What are we waiting for? Let's go in and see.
Stand still, you lug.
We're waiting for the Green Hornet. Let him go.
All right. Who is it?
Waiter, take it easy.
Stacy, what are you doing here?
Rich called me up. He said it was a matter of life or death. Didn't you tell him to call me?
No, I didn't. I don't figure this out, but you'd better scram, Stacy. You're a deputy commissioner of police. If the Green Hornet finds you...
Green Hornet?
Yeah. He's making a deal for them guns you got for me. But if he knows you're in on this racket, he might blackmail you. You better duck out.
Too late for that, Wainer.
What the...
Oh. Hello, Hornet. Dutch brought you in the back way?
We don't need Dutch around. Suppose you and Stacy show me those guns.
Okay. Okay, long as you're here.
This truck of yours getting a repaint job?
Yeah, it got messed up a little a couple of nights ago. Before I show them guns, Hornet, how about the cash?
I have it.
Stop stalling, waiter. Get this over with. I want to get out of here.
Sure, Commissioner. Or as a deputy commissioner.
Come on, waiter, the guns.
Okay. This oil barrel right here.
Oil barrel?
Yeah, Hornet. I just twist it around like this. And there you are, the gun.
Wow, very clever, Wainer. Now here's your money.
Count it, waiter.
Sure. While you're counting it, I'll just open these doors.
Close those doors, Hornet.
Hey, what is this? This money is mine. You got it from a safe.
Sure I did, Wainer, and Dutch didn't stop.
What did I say? Close those doors. If anybody passes by the...
What's that car?
It's my car, and this is for you.
Waiter, look out. It's a trap.
Shoot him. Shoot the Hornet.
Take it, you rat. Help me out of the way of the car. I don't want you to run over even while you're unconscious.
Honey, Mr. Blake. Police come from Cross Street.
Step on it, Cato. Up the back. Cato, get moving. That door is closed. Never mind that crash right through. Step on it.
Holy crow, did you see that, Moran? The harness in his car right through the back wall. It's gone out of sight already.
I might have known that guy would get away. All this work for nothing. For nothing, your foot, Moran.
Ah, suffering snake, Casey. I told you to stay across the street. What are you doing here?
Using my eyes, you big lug. Look down there through this trap door. Aren't those guns? And this truck, doesn't it fit the description of the one that hit the Sentinel truck?
Well, Axford, she's right. It's that stolen gun racket. Wainer runs it, and Stacy's the rat who got him the gun.
Sure. Just check the numbers on those guns, and you've made an arrest, Sergeant. And you can... Axford, what's the matter with you? What are you looking for?
Oh, holy crow, Casey. I'm looking for a nickel for a phone card. I got to get the story into the Sentinel. Golly, I can see the headlines right now. That's the Lux paper! Stolen gun racket traced to Deputy Commissioner! Brooks confessed to police. Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! That's Lux paper!
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
A fiery horse, the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The immense natural resources of the western United States brought wealth and security to many of the early settlers, but to have was not always to hold. Outlaws robbed and plundered, and no man's life or property was safe. It was then that the masked rider of the plains rode in the cause of justice, and it was he, more than anyone else, who finally brought law and order to the frontier. Now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the gold country around five corners! Hi-yo, Silver!
Old Ben Battle had been known for years as one of the unluckiest prospectors in the West. He had spent his life searching for gold, but though unsuccessful, he remained cheerful and active, his courage giving him youthful strength and hope. One day, the citizens of the town of Five Corners were startled to see old Ben ride down their main street, shouting at the top of his lungs.
I found it! I found it! Oh, there, whoa there. 30 years I've been looking, and I found it at last.
What is it, Ben? What's happened? What's that you're carrying, Ben?
It's striking rich. Come on inside the cafe, fellas, and I'll tell you all about it.
I sure want to know what it is.
Right now, I'm the luckiest fella in the state. Yippee, fellas, look here.
It ain't old Ben Battle. Say, what's the crowd calling you for?
I struck it rich, Barkeep.
You found a good claim?
No.
Then what do you
Just
mean?
run your eyes over this.
Gold.
It's gold.
Pure gold.
That's a chunk from a bar of gold.
It's been smelted.
Where in thunder did Ben get that?
Quiet down there, you fellas. Quiet down. You ain't been holding anybody up, have you, Ben?
Not me. Here, look what's stamped on that gold.
Let me see.
What's it say?
Go on and tell the sheriff, Barkeep.
Why, it looks to me like it's got 2 T's stamped in it.
You mean like initials?
Uh-huh, but I don't...
Leaping Mavericks. T.T. Treasure Trove. I'll bet them initials stand for the old Treasure Trove mine.
Treasure Trove?
Is that it, Ben?
Yes, sirree. That there's part of a gold shipment's been lost for almost 50 years.
I'll bet 1,000 fellows have looked for it without finding it.
And it took me to do it.
I ain't never heard of no Treasure Trove mine.
You ain't?
Gosh, Barkeep, I thought everybody knew about that. It was owned by a fellow named Jake Adler.
He used to smelt his own ore and then send up a mule train to the coast.
Yeah?
But once he sent a shipment, they disappeared. No one ever knew what become of it. They wouldn't figure anything, but maybe a landslide covered it up.
Couldn't it have been Injuns?
But there weren't no Indians around at the time.
And nobody ever seen hide nor hair of anybody that was with the gold. Not even one of the mules.
And that's the gold you found, Ben?
Yep. I was just coming back over the old trail from Custerville. Man, was it hot. My horse just moseyed along. Doggone you, lazy hide. Keep it going there. I get off and walk to make it easier for you, and you mosey along slower than ever. Now get along, Gretchen. And no back talk, neither. There now. See what you went and made me do? Nearly broke a leg, all on account of... Now, what? Whoa there, whoa. Whoa. Well, that's a funny-looking rock I just stumbled on. Queer sort of shape. Now, let me have a look at it. Hold still, won't you? Now, hold still. First, you want to stop when I want you to travel. When I want to stop, you want to travel. Now, let me pick up that rock. Yeah. I wonder. Now, where's that hammer I had long? Here it is. I'll just chip off some of the dirt on the outside. Well, I'll be... Jumping juniper, a gold bar. Huh. What's it say there? T.T. Treasure Trove. This is part of the gold from the Treasure Trove mine, or I'll eat my pick and shovel. Now we're heading for town, and we're moving fast, or I'll lambaste your blasted stubborn hide. Now get up there. Come on. Get along there.
Well, I'll be doggone.
You staked your claim, Ben?
Well,
Well, what?
Well, maybe I was a bit hasty when I said I'd found the whole shipment. What I meant was I found this here chunk of gold, and I'm darn sure the rest must be somewheres about.
That's a little different.
The gold wouldn't belong to you anyhow, would it, Ben?
And why wouldn't it?
Well, this Adler
Shucks,
fella.
he's been a long time dead. And he never had no kinfolk.
Oh, it'd be Ben's, all right.
But where'd you pick up this chunk?
Why, it was over by the...
Fool.
Huh?
Don't be telling. Somebody'll beat you to it.
Golly, I never thought of that.
Already said too much.
I come close to it, maybe, Sheriff. I was so all fired excited I wasn't thinking, but...
You said too much. Because now, how are you going to go back without being followed?
Oh, Sheriff.
Every cook in the territory will be here to watch you.
Sheriff, I wish you'd take a hammer and pound some sense in my head. I must have gone clean loco.
Ben, you got a heart as big as a cow, and more doggone grit than any 20 other fellers. But when it comes to playing your cards close to your belt, you let every feller in the game read your hand.
Oh, this is awful.
You wait. When this news gets around, then you'll find out just how bad it really is.
Come on, Ben. Tell us where you found it.
Don't hold out, your friend. Where was your last trip?
Ben, give us a tip.
Hey, Ben. Come on.
Come on, Ben.
I ain't saying a thing. And I'll camp right here in town before I let some buzzard rob me of what I found.
Where was you, Ben? Now, don't hold out on it.
The sheriff had prophesied correctly. The news of Ben's discovery spread like wildfire, attracting the attention of honest men and outlaws alike. The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto also heard the reports. They knew Ben deserved whatever good fortune came his way, and determined to help him if they could. In the meantime, however, an outlaw, known as Smoky Joe, had made certain plans. We see him now riding with some of his men.
This is the only thing we can do, Hawk. That old fool ain't going to stir out of town as long as he figures he'll be followed.
Hire him, Smoky. He'll wait if it takes a year.
But I ain't going to.
He'll talk when we get our hands on him.
I didn't want to do it this way, but we ain't got no more time to waste.
Yeah.
Only trouble is, if we make him talk, we got to get rid of him.
You can't leave him live to tell the sheriff who done it.
That's what I mean.
But it's worth doing something for all that gold.
Uh-huh.
Where do you figure on keeping Ben when you get him?
We'll take him to that old cabin back in the woods.
Yeah.
And if he does any yelling, nobody'll hear him.
We're passing Ben's shack right now, ain't we?
We'll just ride down to them trees, and he won't see us when he comes out from town.
Just about do, ain't he?
Yeah.
How's this?
It's good enough. All right, fellas. Rein up and keep out of sight.
Sure thing, boss.
Who there? Who there?
Ain't he likely to hear the horses?
Ah, not with them riding as fast as he always does.
Smoky, there's somebody coming now.
Can you make him out?
No, it's too blamed dark.
We'll know in a second.
Keep quiet, you fellas.
I see him, Smoky. That's that chestnut horse he rides.
Get along there, boy. Get along.
Grab him, fellas.
Get him.
Hey, what the?
Hold on there.
Get the reins.
Smoky Joe. Stop your horse, Ben.
You crooks, out of my way.
What's it?
He's going for his gun.
I ain't afeard of a pack of yellow outlaws.
Put down that gun.
Yeah,
Oh.
I winged him, boss.
Last year, maybe you killed him.
He ain't hurt much, Smoky. Just grazed his shoulder.
I'll live to get every one of you.
We'll see about that.
Boss, let's get out of here. Maybe somebody heard the shot.
You got his bridle?
He won't get away.
Then let's travel. Get up there. Come on.
The outlaws, with old Ben as their prisoner, raced to the cabin in the forest. Throughout the entire rest of the night, they questioned him, but he refused to tell them anything. They rested during the day, but the following evening the brutal questioning began again.
Talk, Ben.
Ain't.
It'll be the worse for you if you don't.
Where'd you find that chunk of gold?
There's the gold head.
Where's it hid, blast you? Where's it hid?
Parker will beat it out of you.
You talk, you.
You're wasting your time.
Why, you stubborn old fool.
I'll see every one of you hung before I'll talk. I wouldn't tell you nothing no matter what you did. You can hit me and you can beat me up. I won't talk, and there's no way you can make me.
Now, wait, boss. Yeah?
Let me handle this.
What you want with the old maverick?
I'll find a way to fix him.
Go ahead. I'm riding back to town. Folks are most likely talking because Ben ain't been around.
Yeah, huh?
I'll take the rest of the boys and show ourselves in the cafe so we won't be suspicious.
Me and Hawk can handle things.
See that you do.
We've been too easy on him. But we ain't going to be no longer.
We won't be gone more than a couple hours. Get your saddles, fellas. We're riding to town.
All right, Ben. It's just 3 of us now.
You dirty skunk.
The boss is a mite squeamish, but I ain't.
And you'll find it out right soon.
If I weren't tied to this chair...
You'd do a lot, wouldn't you?
I ain't so young no more, but I'd show you fellas a few tricks.
Only it's us that's going to show you a few things.
I'm giving you one more chance. Where'd you find that chunk of gold?
I ain't saying.
Well, of all the stubborn mavericks I ever run up against, this fella takes the cake.
We give him his chance. Get that poker.
Yeah.
Stick it in the fireplace so it'll get red hot.
I'll do that.
You beginning to get the ID, Ben?
You'll pay for all this.
I fixed it, Hawk.
Good. Now we're...
What was that?
Somebody firing at us.
There he is. It's a fella on a white horse.
We got to get him.
How about Ben?
He's tied up. He ain't going to run away.
Well, then come on.
Get your horse. We'll ride after him.
All right, hurry up, Hawk. Come on, get in the saddle. Are you ready?
Yep. Come on. Get up. Get up there. Get up.
You all right?
Huh? Who's there?
Me come help you.
Gosh, a redskin.
White friend, get outlaw way. Tonto come, get you.
You'll have to cut these here ropes. They got me tied up like a calf for Brandon.
Me, cut rope.
But how'd you find me?
Tonto follow trail. Find where bad feller get you. Then trail you here. There. You free now.
I don't know who you are, but by golly, you and that friend of yours are sure pards of mine from now on.
You hurry.
Where are we going?
Take you to find gold. Outlaw not catch us. Here, paint horse.
You mean we're going to try and outrun them crooks?
Paint horse plenty fast. You mount him.
By golly, I'll chance it. It's the only way I can ever get to that gold without being followed.
That's right. Get him up, paint horse. Get him up.
Hawk, look. There goes Ben riding a horse with an engine.
Hey, we've been tricked.
Yeah, Ben's got away.
There ain't no use chasing him. Look at that horse travel.
Yeah. Oh, and look over there.
Huh?
There goes a fellow we was chasing afore.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, accompanied by old Ben Battle, who had found the treasure trove gold bar, left Hawk and his companion far behind. At the cafe in town, Smoky Joe talked with an Indian guide.
Black Wolf, you're just the feller I need.
Huh?
I've heard all about you. They say you're the best Indian trailer in these parts.
Me follow trail plenty good.
And from what I've heard, you don't mind making yourself a little cash on occasion.
You giving me cash?
It just depends on you.
What you want 'em?
I reckon you've heard the talk that's been going on around town, ain't you?
You mean talk 'em gold?
Sure. And I got a scheme to get that gold.
Huh?
What do you say you throw in with me and my boys? You can trail old Ben when he leaves town to go back to where he found that treasure trove stuff. And we'll help ourselves to it and give you all the protection you need.
What you pay 'em, Black Wolf?
You'll get your equal share with the rest of us. Well, what do you say?
Me not know.
You gotta. Just think of all the firewater you could buy with your share, Black Wolf. More than you ever seen before.
Black Wolf, do him.
Good. I thought you would.
Get off!
Let's shake.
Off!
Hey, what are you doing
Ben's
here?
got away.
Blast you, keep your voice down. You say Ben ain't in the cabin?
No, an engine and a masked fella got him.
You blasted fools!
Yeah, we couldn't help
The
it.
minute I leave you, everything goes wrong. And they ought to get me some fellas I can depend
Oh,
on.
but even...
Shut up! We're riding out to the cabin. Black Wolf, you come on in after us. It looks to me like we can put you to work before we figured on it. Of all the blasted idiots I ever seen, you fellas are the worst.
Oh, but Smokey, how was we to know there was a redskin with that masked fella?
You didn't have to know it. All you had to do was to stay with old Ben like you were supposed to.
Let ourselves be shot at.
I'm blamed sorry he didn't hit you.
Ain't nobody seen nothing of Ben since he got away?
Of course they ain't. Him and them other two fellas lit right out for the gold.
What are we going to do now, boss?
We gotta get Ben back.
Yeah, but...
If we don't, it means jail for us. Ben's seen us all. When he tells the sheriff who we are, we're done for.
We could light out of here.
And let the gold go?
Well, that's better than being jailed.
Uh-huh. I got a better notion.
What's that?
Ever heard of Black Wolf?
The Injun?
That's the one.
Well, what about him?
The Redskin's as good at trailing as anybody you can name. He can most trail a hawk if you give him half a chance.
Why, thunder.
Well, where's he at?
I'm waiting for him now.
Oh, yeah?
I seen him in town this morning, and that's where I got the idea.
You talked to him?
Uh-huh. I talked to him and told him if he put in with us, he'd get his fair share.
Yeah, what'd he say?
What do you figure he'd say? That Redskin would do anything for gold to buy firewater.
And we still got a chance.
And a darn good one.
Maybe that's him now.
Most likely. That you, Black Wolf?
Me, Black Wolf.
Walk right in. These are my pards I was telling you about.
Oh.
Black Wolf.
Well, ain't no use standing around here if you're ready to start out, Black Wolf.
Black Wolf, ready.
And come on, fellas. Some of you bring our horses around, and the rest of us will show the Redskin the marks of the horses them other fellas was riding.
All right, boss.
Just come this way, Black Wolf.
Me come.
Going to take a sided trail in to follow them tracks now.
Black Wolf, best brave all tribe. Black Wolf see where other brave blind.
Over there is where we found the tracks of the horse the masked fellow was riding. I kept the boys away so they wouldn't be spoiled. Here you are, Black Wolf. You see him?
Black Wolf see like eagle.
You figure you can follow tracks like them?
Me follow.
By golly, we ain't beat yet.
Fetch them horses.
Yeah, we're coming.
We'll head after Ben and the masked fellow without waiting.
I'd like to get my hands on him.
And I want to get my hands on the gold. Steady there.
Black Wolf, good as he says he is. We'll do both.
Black Wolf not like paleface. Him not speak big word, do little deed. Him speak little, do big deed.
And now's your chance to prove it. Get up. Get on it. Come on.
Get up.
In the meantime, Ben Battle, the Lone Ranger, and Tonto had crossed the plains and entered the hills. We see the old man and the Indian now in a sheltered camp, close to the spot where Ben had found the gold. Ben is speaking.
Yes, sirree, Tonto. You and the masked fella got anything we'd ever see.
Why you think that, huh?
Well, first off, look at the way you fooled them crooks the night you found me at the cabin. Then take them horses of yours. I ain't seen their equal since I was knee-high to a grasshopper.
Them plenty good.
And it was the masked fella's idea for you to go alone after the blasting powder we needed. He figured nobody'd be curious about a redskin.
Not right.
Then, to top it all off, your pard's gone back to see if they've been followed. He don't take no chances at all.
Oh, it's not good take chance.
You're two of the squarest fellas I ever met up with. You even say you don't want none of the gold for helping me out.
No. Oh, you not pay us.
Well, I don't know anybody else that'd feel the same about it, except maybe the sheriff. Him and me have been friends for close 30 years.
Him heap good feller.
He is that. He'd do anything for me, and I'd do anything.
You look.
Huh?
You look. There.
It's smoke.
White friend send signal.
You mean the masked fella's making that smoke?
Not right.
But what for? What's it say?
Outlaw. Feller. Follow. You.
We've been trailed?
Not right.
Oh, golly, just when I was thinking we had things our own way.
But them trail us.
And there's close to a dozen of them and only 3 of us.
That be all right.
But what we gonna...
White friend be here
But
soon.
what can he do? There ain't nothing left to do but run for it.
Him make plan.
But he's got a plan, you say?
Not right.
Well, he's done a plenty so far. But if he's thought of a way for three fellas to get the best of a dozen, then he's smarter even than I had him figured.
Ranger, having sighted the pursuing outlaws, built signal fires to warn Ben and Tonto. Then he hastily mounted Silver and raced to rejoin them. The outlaws, led by Black Wolf, who had followed the trail with uncanny skill, approached the spot where Ben and his friends had made camp.
We're getting closer, ain't we, Black Wolf?
Much sign now. Them not far.
Good.
I could even see the trail myself for the last hour or so.
This is the trail the mule trains used to take when old Jake Adler sent his gold to the coast. Most likely there was a landslide somewheres around here that buried the whole shebang.
And Ben had to have the fool luck to stumble onto it, after everybody else had hunted it for years.
He didn't find the whole works. He just found that chunk of gold.
Well, it must have been a piece that happened to come uncovered. The rest bound to be somewhere close by.
Yeah, I reckon so.
There, camp.
And someone's been here recent.
By golly, that's so.
You can see the ashes, and there's prints all about.
Yeah.
Here's hoping we see them before they see us.
I hope so, but...
who's that over there?
See something?
Look where the valley narrows.
That must be a pass. And by thunder, there's old Ben.
What's he doing?
I don't know, but he ain't dodging us this time. Come on, get up there. Get on there. Get up. Come on.
He ain't seen us.
He will in a second.
Where's the engine and the masked fella?
We're blazing with them. It's only Ben we got to worry about. Get along there. Get on. He's seen us. We got you, Ben.
Don't run for it. I'm holding my gun on you.
You found me. Oh, there.
Get away. Let me be.
Well, so you figured you got away, did you?
You know what? He's been planting blasting powder.
It's all ready to be lit.
No, ain't that real nice of you, Ben? So the gold is under these rocks, huh?
No, it ain't. I was only trying...
Did you hear that, fellas? The gold ain't here, but he's setting off powder just the same. Figures he needs the practice, I reckon.
Smokey, listen to me now.
Shut up.
But I figure we better do, boss.
That don't take no figuring. As long as Ben's got the blasting powder all set, we'll just let him light it first.
I won't. You can't make me.
Might just as well, Ben. We know where the gold is now.
But I'm not just take a look at this shooting iron.
You wouldn't shoot me, would you?
You'll shoot if you don't do like I say.
Oh, then I reckon I ain't got no choice.
You sure haven't.
Well, you'd better go on a ways so as you won't be hurt by the rocks when they fall.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be watching. And if you try any tricks, it'll be your last.
I savvy.
Come on, fellas.
Yeah.
Get up there.
Hey, Ben, I'll be aiming at you all the time.
You better hurry. I'm lighting it right now.
I'll bet he's so mad he could bust. Us finding him just when he was all set to uncover the gold.
Yeah, watch out, fellas. The blast will be going off any second now.
Yeah, we're safe here.
Now let it come.
The blast went off, and great masses of rock and earth were torn from the side of the hill, blocking the narrow pass. The outlaws watched eagerly, then Hawk shouted,
There ain't no gold there.
Where'd Ben get to? He run the other way when he lit the fuse.
Then we can't get back the way we come. The rocks filled up the pass.
We'll just have to ride on and find another...
Blind Canyon!
Huh?
We're penned in! We can't go back! We can't go on in the sides! It's too steep to climb!
We've been trapped. Ben! Hey, Ben! Ben!
With the outlaws imprisoned in the canyon, Ben Battle grinned and sat down to wait for the masked man and Tonto. Finally, they rode up with the sheriff, dismounted, and walked over toward the old prospector.
Are they all in there, Ben?
Can't you hear him, Sheriff?
I sure can. And they don't sound so blamed happy. Smoky Joe!
Help us get out of here!
Keep still and listen.
What do you got to say?
There's just a few things I wanted you fellows to know about. And the first is, I got some deputies coming to take you fellows to jail. And Ben and the masked fella found the gold before you fellows ever got here. Ben just pretended to be blasting for the gold so as you could be caught.
And maybe if you fellas ever get out of jail, you won't be so darned anxious to go again the Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger? Is that who the masked fella is?
You never heard tell of any other hombre that could do what he's done, did you?
By golly, I want to talk to that fella.
But I reckon you won't.
Huh? What's the...
Because he's on his way right now. That's how come I know for sure he's the Lone Ranger. He does what nobody else could do, and he never waits to be thanked.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is hair. H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, a bachelor and a spinster, Groucho, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are, Miss Florence Fairbank and Mr. Max Willens. Come over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, let's see this. Bachelor and a spinster, eh? Miss Florence Fairbank, huh? You're a mighty fine-looking woman, Florence. And Max Willens, that's you, I presume, huh? Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Fairbanks, where are you from?
Richmond, Virginia.
Richmond, Virginia. Well,
FFV.
FFV, what does that mean?
First family of Virginia.
Oh. And who was the second family? Do you remember? Now, what sort of work do you do, Miss Fairbanks? I'll call you Florence, huh?
Oh, yes, I do. I'm a hostess.
You're a hostess?
Yes.
Where?
In one of your exclusive tea rooms.
Oh, well, I'm sure it's exclusive if you're the hostess, Florence. And Max, you're a bachelor, eh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from, Max?
I was born in Vienna.
Mm-hmm. You got a very big role on you? How long have you been living in California?
Oh, about 10 years now.
10 years, eh?
Yes, sir.
You like it here?
I love it.
You miss Vienna?
No, I don't.
No. Did you miss it when you were there?
No. On the contrary, I missed it. I never missed it. In fact, I left it because I wanted to miss it.
I see. Well, you make an attractive couple, and as long as you're both in California, you might just as well get married. Max, did you say your name is Max?
Yes, sir.
Max, yeah. Is it easier to find a wife here than your hometown?
No, I think it's easier to find them over there, but it's harder to get rid of them here.
That's a very logical answer. Max, do you have a nickname, or should I just keep calling you Max?
Well, they call me Frenchie most of the time.
Frenchie? That's because you're from Vienna?
That's right.
Why do they call you Frenchie?
I don't know, my accent. Everybody thinks I'm a Frenchman. I can't speak French. I don't know any French.
What sort of work do you do, Max?
I'm a cab driver.
Mm-hmm. What kind of taxi cab do you drive?
A yellow cab.
There's nothing yellow about the cabs in this town. They'll attack anybody. Now, tell us something about driving a cab. Have you ever had any unusual experiences on your job?
Well, to tell you the truth, almost every experience a cab driver has is unusual. But I could tell you a very interesting story.
Well, I wish you would. I haven't told you any. I don't know.
It happened to me while I was overseas in the OSS.
Mm-hmm.
I was living in a hotel there in Mayfair. And,
you were really putting it on over there, huh?
Yeah, I was a major.
Oh.
Made a lot of money. So, it was during the time of the bus bombs and those V2s. It was awful. So one Sunday morning, I was standing in front of the mirror shaving, when all of a sudden the alert sounded, woo, woo, you know. So, 2 minutes later...
Doesn't sound like an alert to me, huh?
2 minutes later,
Sounds like a dame passing on the corner.
2 minutes later, the first bus bomb came right over our hotel. It was awful.
You ought to be working for Disney.
So, chambermaid came around the corner and...
Was she shaving, too?
She said to me, with the typical English understatement, she said, "Aren't they a nuisance?" I was scared to death. And she said, "Aren't they a nuisance?"
Well, that's charming, ain't it?
I said, "For goodness sakes, ma'am, why don't you move from here to Scotland or somewhere where there aren't any bombs?" And the answer she gave me, I'll never forget. She said, "Oh, no," she said, "Mr. Hitler is not going to tell me when and where to move."
Well, that's wonderful. You know, oddly enough, that was the whole attitude of the British, and it was a great contribution to winning the war.
I should say so.
Now, let's find out something about you, too. Max, what is your age?
I'm 62.
Well, you're a very young-looking man, and I'd say you have a very honest meter. How old are you, Florence?
Oh, I'm a little younger than he is.
Are you sure your meter is as honest as his?
Would you doubt it?
No, I don't. Florence, how come a charming, attractive, intelligent, sweet girl like you hasn't married before this?
Well, I guess I just haven't found the one I was looking for, that Prince Charming. Maybe I've waited.
You waited too
late.
long, yeah? Mm-hmm. Well, be careful when you're around Max. He'll charge you 20 cents for each 5 minutes of waiting. Max, why haven't you married?
Well, tell you the truth, I could only...
That's what we're looking for, huh?
I could only marry a woman that I...
That's what we all marry.
I could only marry a girl that I respect. And a girl that would marry me, I couldn't respect.
Max, I don't think you're being very fair to yourself.
Well...
I think you have a charming personality and you seem like a very nice fellow. Remember that the next time I get in your cab.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Florence, tell me, if you found a handsome, eligible bachelor, would you be interested?
I might be.
Look at Max. His heart's going buckety, buckety, buckety. Or maybe that's just his meter ticking. And now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. Right now, I want you to listen carefully to what Fenneman has to say.
Throughout the country, you'll find that the DeSoto Plymouth dealers are well thought of in the communities in which they're located. They have gained the respect of their neighbors and business acquaintances by the way they run their DeSoto Plymouth dealerships. They have the old-fashioned idea of how a customer should be treated, with courtesy, fairly and squarely. And you'll find the spirit of fair play is reflected in every member of the DeSoto Plymouth organization, whether they're in the service crew, on the sales floor, or in the office. DeSoto Plymouth dealers also get their reputations because of the two superb cars which they handle. The brilliant DeSoto is one of the best engineered automobiles ever built. And it is a long, low car with beautiful lines and the most luxurious interior you can imagine. As you know, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. So look for these two great names linked together. DeSoto, Plymouth.
All right, here we go. Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Well, you bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later on in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected composers of operas. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet? Talk right up, kids. Into the microphone.
$10.
$10. Okay. Who composed Tristan and Isolde?
Tristan and Isolde, Richard Wagner.
Wagner is right, huh?
And they're off to a great start. They have $30.
How we ever did that and played shortstop for Pittsburgh at the same time is beyond me. How much have they got now?
$30.
$30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 would you bet on your second question?
25.
All right. Who composed Madame Butterfly?
Giacomo Puccini.
Puccini is right. Puccini, he not only gives you the first name, the last name, first name, everything. He's really a scholar, this man is, isn't he?
They certainly are. He certainly is.
Let's get the tenses right. Now, how much have they got?
They have
we are
55.
tensing tonight on the old... How much have they got?
$55.
Stop giggling, Fenneman, will you? You're a grown man with 3 kids, huh? Here's your third question. How much of the 55 you're going to go for?
50.
50. Who composed Carmen?
George Bizet.
Bizet is right. And he was really busy when he wrote that, too. Huh?
Well, they're climbing now.
How much have they got?
$105.
$105. Who's your last chance to beat the other couples? How much will you bet?
No. All of it. All of it.
All of it?
What do you want $5 for?
All of it. All right, you ready?
Yeah, I better make it easy.
$105?
Yeah.
Here we go. Who composed Rigoletto?
Giuseppe Verdi.
Verdi is right.
Okay.
And they wind up with a grand total of $210.
Thanks and good luck. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. That Max is really a sharp cookie. He knew the first names of everybody. I didn't even know the last name.
Oh, Groucho, the secret word is still hair.
Okay.
We invited some women dentists to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Dr. Ileana Crosby. Her partner is a married man from the studio audience, Mr. Terrence O'Brien, and here they come. Folks, come on over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Now, let's see. Ilana Crosby, is that right?
Ileana. It rhymes with manana.
Oh, okay. Are you related to Bing?
No, my husband could be, because his name is Crosby, and we're always confused. His name is Fairfax.
Oh.
Fairfax Crosby.
Fairfax and where? Beverly?
The boulevard was named for him.
He was?
Yes, seriously.
Oh, really? Well, it's a mighty fine boulevard. And Terrence O'Brien.
That's me. Hello.
Well, I'm fine, and how are you?
I'm all right.
You're a dentist, Eliana?
I am.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles?
Born here?
No, in New York City.
New York City?
Yes.
How long you've lived out here?
I came here when I was 3 years old, and that was 25 years ago.
Well, you're still in your teens, according to that. And Mr. O'Brien, where are you from?
Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas. Well, how long have you lived up here?
Oh, just a little bit shy of a year.
Mm-hmm. Well, how come you left Texas?
Well, I just wanted to see what it was like out here. All the money was, rich people.
What about those oil wells in Texas?
Well, I didn't have any.
Now, what kind of work do you do up, Mr. O'Brien?
Well, right now I'm a student, going to school.
Oh, you're just a boy, huh?
That's all, just a kid.
How old are you?
32.
You must be pretty near through high school by this time.
No, I'm going to school out here to learn something more. You know, I finished high school. I'm going to UCLA.
Mm-hmm.
Some of my boys are here.
No, those are girls from USC. What do you contemplate doing when you get discharged from college? I mean, do you have any particular profession you're going after? Or?
No, I haven't decided yet.
Well, I think by the time you get to 50, you ought to come to some conclusion. Now, Mrs. Crosby, aren't women, Doctor? You can call me Doctor, too. Huh?
Oh, certainly.
I was a doctor in a couple of movies I made. Matter of fact, I had a doctor of the movies after I got through with them. Aren't women dentists quite unusual?
No, there are about 20 in Los Angeles alone.
Well, if they're alone in Los Angeles, they're a lot better off than if they knew somebody. Mr. O'Brien, you're a married man?
Definitely. Really married.
You have any children?
I got 2.
Well, what are their names?
Well, the oldest boy, 3 years old, is Patrick Michael O'Brien, and the youngest is 18 months, and he's Dennis Terrence O'Brien.
He's a dentist, and he's 18 months? How did you meet your wife, Mr. O'Brien?
Well, it was, I'm Irish, and my wife was Irish, Dugan, and we were having a St. Patrick's Day party, and some of the boys were there, Shanahan, and Donahue, and a couple of the others, and...
Nobody named Schwartz?
And a friend of mine, Floyd Shanahan, we went out in the kitchen there and got in the batter, and we put a little bit of grog in it, just for the joke of it. And it seemed like the cakes didn't raise up right when they were baked. And my wife, to-be, she found out that I was the one that did it. She was the one who was baking the cake, and the cake flopped so bad, and so she slung it. I caught it.
She threw the cake at you?
She sure did.
She says, if I knew you were coming, I'd have thrown a cake. Is that right? And then that was...
Well, I realized the next day after I got well that...
What do you mean, you...
I was ill. The cake was hit me kind of hard. So I had a little headache, and I get better later on, and I realized it was kind of a nasty trick, so I went back and told her I was sorry. And
why were you sorry? I don't understand that. She threw a cake at you and it hit you in the face?
Well, she... that's right, too. I hadn't thought about that.
I'd have it out with her if I were you, huh? Kids or no kids, huh? Now, Mrs. Crosby, what advice do you have for saving teeth, Doctor?
Proper brushing of teeth, good nutrition. Excellent nutrition is one of the first things to pay attention to. The lack of emotional tension, and seeing your dentist, of course, quite frequently.
How often?
At least 2 or 3 times a year.
I see my dentist every week. He's going with my daughter. It's not helping my teeth any. As a matter of fact, it's not helping my daughter any. Well, it's been wonderful having you both here, and my thanks to both of you. And now we're going to proceed with our little game. Eh? Now, let's see how you make out in the race with $1,000. You've got to work together as a team and run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The Bachelor and the Spinster won $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected complete the names. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
10. What king was known as the Lionheart?
Richard.
Richard is right.
And we're on the way, Groucho. They have $30.
Pat, it's quite evident that your education hasn't been neglected. Remember, you're going for $1,000. How much of the $30 will you bet on your second question?
15 or 20? 20.
20. Shoot it.
20? What Western outlaw was known as the Kid?
Billy.
Billy the Kid is right. Now they have $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
40.
What was the name of the Norseman who discovered Greenland? He was known as the Red.
Eric.
Eric the Red is right.
They're climbing now, Groucho. They now have $90.
You got $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90 are you going to go for?
80.
Talk up, kids.
We shoot it all.
Shoot it all.
Shoot it.
All right, you're going to shoot it all. What gal who kicked the gong around was known as the Moocher?
Minnie.
Minnie the Moocher.
And they wind up with a grand total of $180.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still hair.
Hair.
We invited some deputy sheriffs to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Audrey Lair. Her partner is a symphony conductor, Professor Peter Meremblum. And here they come. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Audrey Lair.
Yes, sir.
That's you, huh? And a symphony conductor and a deputy sheriff.
I'm a deputy sheriff.
You're a deputy?
Yes.
Where are you from, Audrey?
From San Francisco.
Professor Peter Meremblum. Are you any relation to Lovenblum? Where are you from?
I'm from Yalta, Crimea.
You're in Alta Crimea? You don't look it. You look like a comparatively young man. Huh?
I am young man.
Professor, are you married?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been married?
25 years.
25 years? Well, at least you should know the score.
I do.
Well, you should after facing the music for 25 years. Would I be amiss, Audrey, if I asked you how old you are?
Not at all.
It wouldn't be fun talking to you if I were amiss. Well, how old are you?
28.
You're a mighty pretty girl, Audrey.
Sure.
Can't get over it. I thought all the Western sheriffs were old and gnarled and chewed tobacco. Well, don't you even carry a six-shooter?
Carry a .38 revolver.
You're pretty well heeled, eh?
Mm-hmm.
And very well ankled, too, I might say. Have you ever used your revolver, Audrey?
No.
Why don't you and I go out after the show tonight? I'd give you occasion to. I'm having walnuts for dinner. We can use your revolver to crack them. Fooled you, didn't I? You thought I went off half-cocked there, didn't you? Now, Sheriff, what do you do in your job? Do you ride a horse and catch bank robbers?
No, it's the supervision and protection of the female inmates in the county jail.
Oh, well, if they're behind the bars, what do they need protection for?
From themselves, from each other. Sometimes we get some pretty wild ones.
Well, while you're about it, could you save me a wild one? Now, Professor Meremblum, let's get back to you. What band do you lead?
I call California Junior Symphony Orchestra.
Is that a Dixieland jive outfit?
No, the junior orchestra consists of young people from 12 to 20 years old.
Oh. Firehouse 5 plus 110, is that it, huh? Now, Professor, I've not only heard of your orchestra, but I've also heard it, and I think it's the finest organization of its kind. You've done a remarkable job with those kids.
Thank you.
Do you have a professional name like Hot Lips Meremblum?
Sometimes they call me Pied Piper of Hollywood.
The Pied Piper? You mean all these kids are little rats? How many prisoners do you have in your jail, Audrey?
Pretty close to 200.
They must have some pretty hot gossip sessions down there, eh? What do they talk about, Audrey?
Oh, pretty much the same thing that men do.
They ought to be ashamed of themselves. Sheriff, tell me, do men ever try to flirt with you?
Yes.
Even if you're wearing a uniform?
I guess it doesn't make any difference whether I have my uniform on or not.
Oh, I think it would make some difference. I recommend that you at least... Well, thanks to you two, I know all about music, and someday we must get together and sing the prisoner song. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The bachelor and the spinster are still ahead with their $210.
Now, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected uses of money. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? Talk up.
10 is all right.
$10. What do you call money taken by the government March 15th?
Income tax.
Income tax.
Well, we're on the way.
That isn't what I call it, but no matter, huh?
They have $30 now.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you bet on your second question?
All right.
20.
All right. What do you call money you pay for speeding?
Traffic fines.
Fines is right.
They now have $50.
You now have $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to go for?
If we save 10 and bet 40, is that too much? Okay. 40.
How much?
40.
$40. What do you call money you give to the community chest?
Charity. Contribution.
Contribution is right.
You're now climbing to $90.
All right, you got $90. And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
Should we stick on the same system?
Up to you.
$80.
$80. What do you call money you receive from profits of a corporation?
Assets.
Now, think carefully.
Wait a
One
minute.
answer between you now.
Profits received from a corporation.
What do you call it?
Well, it's net profit. No.
No, I'm sorry. It's dividends.
Dividends.
So we went back down
You were
to $10.
flirting around with it, Audrey.
I
but,
didn't flirt enough.
Yes, and you wind up with $10.
Well, that's a shame.
Why didn't ask me? I will tell you dividends.
All right, we're going to give you another question.
Well, I didn't know you.
Groucho, I have an extra question here. I think we should let them go home with a little more than $10.
All right, we're going to give you one
more
more question. If you get it right, you win $10. Now, think hard now. No help from the audience. Who wrote Beethoven's Fifth Symphony? Beethoven is right.
But they still wind up with an actual $10.
From offstage, we are told that Mr. Marenbloom said that he knew that answer.
I knew, but I thought it is privilege of lady to answer. You see.
Well, for being such a polite fellow.
Well, I lost so much money in stock market, I know, but it's different.
Now, what do you want, Professor? Do you want the question again about Beethoven, or do you...
That I know.
All right, you're going to leave your bet the same.
$80? Here we go. What do you call money you pay when you're kidnapped?
Can I answer it?
Yes.
Ransom.
Ransom? Ransom is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $170. And that means the bachelor and the spinster with $210 get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth Big Question.
Well, give me the question, Fenneman, and in just a minute we'll see if they're going to walk off with $1,000.
If your car doesn't operate smoothly and efficiently day after day, well, you need the kind of service that DeSoto Plymouth dealers pride themselves on being able to give. For the DeSoto Plymouth mechanics are trained in the latest factory servicing methods. Special courses held regularly throughout the year keep these skilled men up to date on the newest of servicing techniques. Factory manuals, factory recommended lubricants, and factory inspected parts help to assure you that every job done on your car is done right. And this kind of service is reflected in the way your car performs, the way it starts on colder mornings, the way it serves you and your family week after week. So for excellent car service, drive in wherever you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
See you later, Audrey.
And here's the bachelor and the spinster, our winning couple.
It was the last thing I ever did.
All ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. When Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, he was watching a play in Ford's Theater. For $1,000, what was the name of that play? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
We don't know.
Well, I'm sorry, but that is not the answer. The answer is our American cousin. That's the correct answer, so that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
Well, these people won $210.
$210 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you, and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you very much. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Twilight reduces visibility. Reduce your speed accordingly. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
All right, I think we lost them. Now, here at the bus stop, you just have to wait for a bus and then get out of here until this whole thing blows over. Yeah, and I got my disguise. So everyone should believe I'm your cousin and not a seal with a price on his head. Your disguise is a pair of Groucho glasses. Well, it was all they had at the dollar store. Sorry. We are so dead. Well, hopefully you'll see you next time.